You ain't gotta say a word, just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian, he waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup, you know what I'ma do to you. I could give reviews to you, blow, we X, and we sipping on that juice. That's just what you choose to do.
Bella Fiasco.
Hey, Century.
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. And I feel that I don't belong. Draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time will share again. Makes me wanna dance. See you loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes hear whispering on my pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time. Thinking about the things that we did. You did something. Shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I don't want no one else around. Got me taking a step on the round side. Cutting all ties with them other guys. When you look in my eyes, loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go to the floor, just to put it down
at 5 in the morning. I wake up to fight for my yearnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. Right, yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Sad me in love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me nothing bossed up and not changed again. It's my big bronze boogie got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. From dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the Lil Jon, okay. Oh yeah, we flipping the investigate. Ooh, don't we look good together?
Good morning, everybody. Hey, y'all. Come on in. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. It is hump day, honey. It is hump day. Good morning, Miss Lynn. Who else we got in the building? Not many, honey. Not many, not many. Hey, Tequila. Hey, Malika. If y'all still here, we're going to get started. We're going to get started in just a second. Thank you for the links, Miss Lynn. I appreciate that. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm up here. Yeah, I'm up here. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Blessings to you too as well, sweetie. Y'all come on in here. I hope everybody's having. I know it's still early, really, really, really early, really early. But I hope everybody's having a good day so far. All right. So the first thing we're gonna do, y'all, we're gonna get into this trial, and I don't know how many people went and researched it or whatever, but I am gonna play a short clip before I get into the actual day one. Now, like I told y'all yesterday, day one actually started yesterday. So what we're reacting to, well, not reacting, but what we're witnessing today is day one, which occurred yesterday. And in about 30 minutes, day two will begin, and we'll, of course, cover that tomorrow. Or maybe today, depending on what time we get through with day one, right? We can always hop into day two, but for right now, we're going to do day one. Before I start the actual court proceedings, I'm going to play a clip that explains what the case is about. Now, what I didn't know was that the teacher that was shot by the student actually sued this defendant civilly. See, right now, what we're about to get into is the criminal part. But she actually sued, and I want to say it was like 6 months ago. That teacher actually sued this vice principal for millions, and she actually won. Now, what I want to do, and I'm going to mention it again when some more people get in here, is right after we get through with this trial, go into that trial, because there was a whole trial, and it was streamed. And I want to get in that for a couple of reasons, but the main reason is I want to show people how a person can sue somebody civilly before they're even convicted criminally. Because a lot of times the civil part, actually they say the civil part is more easier to prove than the criminal part. But you can actually, if someone violates, you can actually sue someone civilly before they're convicted criminally. And I want to show that whole process. So I'm thinking after we cover this trial and this trial is over, um, we'll get into that too. But we'll see. But like I said, right now we're going to watch a clip that give you an overall view of what the case is about, and then we'll go straight into day one of the trial. Okay, like I said, once again, thank y'all so much for joining. Please double tap the screen to like the live. Shout out to my moderators. Thank y'all so very much. Watch the chat because I will be multitasking. I'm gonna be watching and listening, but I'll probably be moving around or whatever. So yeah. We're gonna get into it. Thank y'all so much for joining. I appreciate it. If y'all have any questions, put them in the chat and I'll do my best to answer. Okay. So let's get into the clip that explains what this case is about. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm just playing the video and didn't even bring it up. There we go. There we go. Let's see if y'all can see it. Yep. Okay, that's the video. And this, like I said, this is a clip of a news station explaining what the trial is about and what's about to go on. Now, actually, they're talking from yesterday's perspective, which was day one. So they've already watched day one or whatever. So they're speaking about, what happened yesterday too as well, and which we're going to get into as soon as this clip is over. Okay.
Officially day 2 of the Ebony Parker trial in Newport News. This, of course, the criminal trial for the former assistant principal at Rich Neck Elementary School, who faces 8 counts of felony child neglect in connection with the shooting of first-grade teacher Abby Zwerner. Parker failed to act despite multiple warnings that a 6-year-old student had a gun the day of the incident. She faces 1 count for each bullet that was in the gun. So 8 counts of felony child neglect in connection with that shooting alleged against Ebony Parker, 1 count for each bullet that was in the gun. Now, that does not mean bullets that were fired. That is just bullets that were in the gun on the day that Abby Zwerner was shot by one of her own students in her first-grade classroom at Rich Neck Elementary School. Jury selection occurred yesterday. That jury has been officially chosen. So now we enter into today as sort of the trial proper begins, if you will. We expect the opening statements have already begun. Remember, our footage will be on a 30-minute delay. That is by decree of the court itself, but we will still be bringing everything to you in the livest possible version that you could get it. Opening statements begin at 9 a.m. We'll get to those opening statements shortly, but first, our own Madison Schlegel is there at the courtroom reporting live all day today, all day yesterday, all week. Madison Schlegel, we appreciate you joining us once again here on Live Impact News. We'll start just very broad here. Can you give us a sense of the sort of the tone of the day as we enter into the actual trial beginning with arguments from legal teams?
Yeah, Connor, there's a lot of people here today, more than there were yesterday, filling the stands of the courtroom. And as I had just left the courthouse, opening statements were just getting underway. We were starting to hear from the prosecution in this case. But right before opening statements, the jury came back out and the judge went through some of those jury instructions. So we know right now how this is going to kind of play out. We know that there's going to be opening statements, the presentation of evidence, also instruction of law, and then closing statements. Before the jury could be welcomed in, though, you do remember yesterday we had talked about how the defense had filed a motion potentially regarding some video that they said that they didn't have their hands on before the start of trial. So they wanted to continue the case so that they could get their hands on the evidence. Well, the prosecution said that they had that video already, and the judge struck that motion down. They also tried to file that same motion this morning before court went underway. The defense attorneys trying to make sure that they could have this trial continued so that they can get more of their hands on that evidence. Again, the Commonwealth's attorney here did say that they've got all that evidence. They've had that evidence in hand since the case was handed over to them. And once again, this morning, the judge has struck down that motion from the defense. On top of that, Ebony Parker's attorneys, the defense, also had filed a motion to see if they could change venues for the case and move it from anywhere but Newport News. They said that given the fact that many of the jurors yesterday had said that they'd watch media coverage of the case and had conversations about it with family and friends, that it may have been a conflict of interest for any of the jurors here in this case to be impartial. And in this case, again, the judge struck that motion down, saying that the case will proceed right here since the jurors have already been picked for this case. Now, we did say that opening statements have started. We've heard a little bit from the prosecution already. Their biggest argument so far is that this case isn't about Abby Zwerner, who was the teacher who was shot. It isn't even necessarily about Ebony Parker. It's about the 20 kids who were inside that room, including the student who shot the gun, and the 19 students who watched that incident unfold that day, and the trauma that they're going to have to live for the rest of their life after this happened. So again, the prosecution was really pulling at heartstrings, trying to make the jury aware that right now, even though we're going to be hearing testimony from people like Abby Zwerner, that this isn't necessarily about those direct victims, but yet those victims who were around and maybe didn't have any kind of dealings with the gun, talking about the kids at the school, knowing that the child who had the gun was showing other kids at the school the weapon as well. So again, we're right now listening to the picture that the prosecution is painting, and we're going to get to the picture that the defense is going to paint as well as soon as we get to those arguments. But again, Connor, as you've mentioned, we're operating on a 30-minute delay for people at home who are watching this stream live. But again, we're going to be tracking this as we come out. We do have that witness list. We do know that Abby Zwerner, the former teacher who was shot by that 6-year-old student, is going to be the first person to step on the witness stand today. After that is going to be the second witness, which is going to be the reading specialist, Amy Kovac, who also had reported allegedly multiple times to Ebony Parker that the student here in this case did have a gun. So already we've got a snapshot on how today is going to kind of play out. And again, we're going to be reporting things live to you as we get them. Connor.
All right, Madison, it just, first of all, incredible work there. That was very thorough, a lot of information. Obviously, we have, as a community, spent so much time covering this event. We've gotten to know Abby Zwerner quite well from a distance. Have you seen her today? Have you seen her family around today? And if so, how do they appear to be approaching this?
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't seen any of the witnesses yet this morning. They do have them sequestered off into a separate room, but we do believe we've seen Abby's Warner's sister today in conjunction with a couple, maybe possibly other family members. She was in the courtroom with one other person today. Again, that kind of disposition quiet right now. Since we haven't really heard any witness testimony yet, I expect those emotions to start filling up, especially as we start to hear that testimony unfold. Right now, again, any of those witnesses, we haven't seen them. I have been in contact with people who are representing Abby's Warner, the Toscano office. We do know that Attorney Toscano is going to be here, is going to be here today, and they're going to be representing Abby's Warner. But again, she's only testifying today, and that's going to be her only role in this case.
Okay, Madison, typically I would have a lot of follow-up questions, but I think that you have given us so much information here. I got nothing else for you. I know you want to get back up to that courtroom to continue with your work, so we appreciate you joining us this morning, and we'll see you this afternoon.
All right. So now this is day one, which happened yesterday. That's about to start playing right now. I guess they're on mute right now. Let me make sure. She's talking. Let's see. Can't hear her. Hold on.
Do not decide any issue.
Please stand for the jurors. Y'all can take your seats as you come in. Jurors in the box. You may be seated.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Tuesday morning to the jurors. Madam Clerk is going to take your attendance, make sure we have the correct people recording, and then we'll get started. When I call your number, just say here. Number 2.
Here.
Number 4.
Here.
Number 10.
Here.
Number 18.
Here.
Number 23. Here. Number 24.
Here.
Number 27.
Here.
Number 28. Here. Number 29.
Here.
Number 31. Here. Number 33.
Here.
Number 35.
Here.
Number 37.
Here.
Number 38. Here. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. As we told yesterday, with a reminder not to discuss this case, research this case, I just want to make sure that we all abide by that. Are there anything or any issues that anyone needs to report? Okay. Wonderful. And again, we see all the camera and media here today, but I want to assure you, you all will not be recorded, nor your faces, nor your names released to the press and to the internet and to the world. So I just want to give you that assurance. So today we're going to start. I'm going to give you some instructions, and then the attorneys are going to have opening statements. So the order of the trial is in 4 stages. There are opening statements, presentation of the evidence, instructions of law, and final argument, closing arguments. And so first, the Commonwealth's attorney may make an opening statement outlining their case. The defendant's attorneys may also make an opening statement outlining their case. In their opening statements, the lawyers will tell you what they expect the evidence to be. This should help you understand the evidence as it is presented later through the witnesses, and to make you aware of any conflict or differences that might arise from the testimony. What the lawyers say in opening statements is not evidence, and you must not consider it as evidence. Neither attorney is required to make an opening statement. After opening statements, the Commonwealth will introduce evidence, and at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case, the defendant has the right to introduce evidence. When the defendant rests their case, the Commonwealth may introduce rebuttal evidence. At the conclusion of all the evidence, I will give further instructions on the law, which is to be applied in this specific case, after which the lawyers will make their closing arguments. In their closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to testimony and other evidence that you have heard. But again, what they say in closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as the jurors of what the evidence in the case is, which governs your deliberations. After closing arguments, you will retire, select a presiding juror, which is what we call the foreperson, deliberate, and arrive at your verdict. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feelings of sympathy for or bias against any party to this case, for each party is entitled to fair and impartial consideration. The law applicable to this case will be given to you in these instructions and in other instructions I will give at the conclusion of the case. It is your duty as jurors and parties. It is also your duty to determine the facts of this case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. But in doing so, you must not engage in guesswork or speculation. The evidence that you are to consider consists of the testimony of witnesses and any exhibits entered into evidence. The admission of evidence in court is governed by rules of evidence that have been developed over the years. The purpose of the rules of evidence is to protect the fairness and the accuracy of the fact-finding process in which you are engaged. From time to time during the trial, it may be the duty of an attorney to object to what is being offered into evidence. Please do not hold it against the attorney who is making the objection. They are not trying to hide anything from you. Instead, they are simply trying to see if the rules of evidence are followed in this case. It is my duty as a judge to rule on those objections and determine whether you can consider certain evidence. Therefore, you must not consider any evidence to which I sustain an objection or which I direct you to disregard. If an objection is overruled, then you may consider that evidence together with all of the evidence in the case. It is important to keep in mind that no statement or ruling or remark or gesture that I might make during this trial is intended to indicate to you my opinion of the facts of this case. I don't do it intentionally, so don't think I'm upset, mad, or scowling. I'm just, as kids say, locked in, okay? So, and nothing that I do should influence your decision. You are to determine the facts of this case. In this determination, you alone decide the believability of the evidence, its weight, and its value. A good deal of evidence that you will hear in this case will be in the form of testimony and witnesses. In taking into account the weight and value that you choose to give the testimony of any witness, you may consider their attitude, appearance, and behavior, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, the relation of the witness to any party, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, the probability or improbability of the witness's testimony, and all other facts and circumstances and evidence. In sum, you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value that you determine it is entitled to receive. Until this case is submitted to you for your deliberations, it is very important that you do not discuss the case with each other, the parties, the witnesses, or any spectators, or remain within hearing of anyone who is discussing the case during any break or recess. This includes discussing the case in person, by phone, by other social media means, email, Facebook, Twitter, or any kind of website or blogging. If you are approached by anyone concerning your jury service, you should make that fact known to the sheriff or to the court. You may not go to the scene or make any independent investigation or receive any information about the case from radio, television, newspapers, or social media. Once your deliberations commence, then you must discuss the case only in the jury room when all of the jury members are present. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom and not on the basis of anything anyone who hasn't heard the evidence may think about this case. If you are asked or approached in any way about your jury service or anything about this case prior to rendering a verdict, again, you have been ordered not to discuss it, and you should report that contact to the court as soon as possible. Do not attempt at any time prior to the conclusion of this case to research any fact, issue, or law related to this case. whether by discussion with others, by research in the library or on the internet, or by any other means or source. You must not use internet maps, websites, blogs, or any other program or device to search for information about the case, the law that applies in the case, or the people involved in the case. Your sworn duty is to decide the case solely and wholly on the evidence presented in this courtroom. I will expect you to inform me if you become aware of another juror's violations of these instructions. You are to keep an open mind. Do not decide any issue in the case until it is submitted to you for your deliberations at the conclusion of all the evidence and after you have received the complete instructions of law. Just prior to your deliberations, you will be given final instructions regarding your selection of a foreperson, how to conduct deliberations, and the forms for your verdict. Regarding note-taking, if you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, you are not required to take notes. You can make your own decision about this. And if you do decide to take notes, be careful not to be so involved in the note-taking that you are distracted from the ongoing proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Please do not give precedence to your notes over your independent recollection of the evidence. You will notice that we do have a court reporter making a record of this trial. We will not have typewritten transcripts of this record available for your use in reaching a decision. In addition, no testimony is able to be read back to you during your deliberations. So please keep that in mind in deciding whether or not you will take any notes. At the end of each day, the bailiff will collect your notepads and return them to you in the morning. At the end of the trial, your notes will be destroyed. The faithful and proper performance by you of your duty is vital to the administration of justice. On behalf of the court and the parties, we appreciate you giving your complete attention to the case as it is presented. Would the defendant like to enter a plea in front of the jury?
She's entered a plea of not guilty.
Okay, so again, Ms. Parker has entered a plea of not guilty, and we are now ready for opening statements. Would the Commonwealth like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please approach.
On January 6th of 2023, at Rich Neck Elementary here in Newport News, there was one and only one person who had both the authority to take action in a crisis and the knowledge that a crisis was underway. My name is Josh Jenkins. I am the Commonwealth's attorney assigned to prosecute this case. I'm assisted by my paralegal at counsel table, Megan May. And I thank all of you, as the judge has said, for your service. I know it is inconvenient to be a juror, but this case is important to all involved. And I thank you for doing your duty, and I know that you will. On January 6th of 2023, parents of children who went to Rich Neck Elementary and the children themselves woke up to a normal day. They packed lunches, got on the school bus, got in their cars. One walked to school that you'll hear from. And to them, nothing was different that day. And as the parents watched their children, backpacks in tow, walk into that building, those parents entrusted the care of those children to that school. They had a promise that when I bring my child into school, the school will keep them safe. But the evidence will show you that that's not exactly what happened. I understand, and perhaps you understand, that in this incident, a teacher was shot. That is a horrific tragedy, and I do feel for Ms. Werner. But this case is not about Ms. Werner. This case is about the children who lived through this event in Ms. Werner's classroom, 20 of them. That's what this case is about. You will hear from that teacher because she witnessed the events, but she is a witness. The victim of this crime are the children. The defendant, Dr. Ebony Parker, was the assistant principal at Rich Neck Elementary at the time. She was the person who was paid to take care of those children. And around 11:40 a.m., Ms. Werner had seen a particular child who you will learn has a long history of discipline issues of which Dr. Parker was already aware well before January 6th of 2023. But Ms. Werner observed something about this student that worried her. You're going to hear from her, and you're going to hear what that concern was. And then she's going to tell you that she went to Dr. Parker and warned her that this child, who we refer to as JT, was in a violent mood. You'll hear that she said, "I don't know what I'm going to do if he hits me." That is the knowledge that Dr. Parker had of the history of JT, that I know. But at 11:45 a.m., Ms. Werner walks in, tells Dr. Parker that JT is in a violent mood, and Dr. Parker does not respond to her, stares at her blankly for just a moment, and then returns to her work in her office.
To the person in the chat, Rosebud, welcome. No, this is not the civil case. The civil case actually took place 6 months ago. Good morning, Candy. I missed you coming in the chat. The civil case actually took place months ago. We're going to get into that after we get into this, but this is the actual criminal trial. This is day one of the criminal trial. The civil trial took place about 6 months ago. So, yeah. Thank you for joining.
The warning ignored. You're going to hear that this child's past means that no warning should be ignored. Because you're going to hear from a teacher that taught JT the year before. You're going to hear about the violence that that teacher experienced at the hands of a kindergarten. And you're going to hear about the report that that teacher made to Dr. Parker in that year. And that Dr. Parker's response was blank stare, look back down, do nothing. The same response she had at 11:45 a.m. on January 6, 2023. But that warning was not the only warning. At 12:20, a reading specialist tells Dr. Parker that she thinks maybe JT has a firearm. She says maybe it's a toy, maybe it's real, I don't know. She thinks JT has a firearm. She says, "I'm going to search his backpack." Dr. Parker really doesn't reply to her, but she goes and searches the backpack. Doesn't find anything in the backpack. Meanwhile, there are some concerning observations that are happening on the playground with JT. And you'll learn why teachers and counselors then come to expect that JT has taken that firearm out of his bag and put it into his coat and is carrying it around on a playground full of elementary age students at Rich Neck Elementary School. You're going to hear that he showed it to another brave student, who then reported, young RR, reported exactly what he had seen to a teacher. He was terrified, understandably shaken, crying when he reported what he'd seen. At 12:30, that reading specialist goes back to Dr. Parker and says, "I think he has the gun in his jacket." Do nothing. His mom will be here soon, she says. I can only imagine how that made RR feel. But around 1 p.m., a counselor goes to Dr. Parker and says, "I want to search the child. Can I search his person?" She says no. Mom will be here soon. For over an hour, multiple people went to Dr. Parker and told her there was an armed child at an elementary school running around with, interacting with children in the classroom, children on the playground, children in the hallways. Multiple warnings brought directly to her. She says do nothing. Does she say search the child? No. Does she say call the police, or does she call the police? No. Does she remove the child from the classroom and separate it? No. She didn't even get up from her desk. She didn't even leave her office. Warning after warning after warning. She did nothing. The crisis in this case did not begin with the firing of a gun. The crisis in this case began at 11:45 a.m. when Ms. Werner initially warned Dr. Parker that there was a problem. That was the moment Dr. Parker should have left the office and investigated this. There is a moment that will be described to you by a witness on the stand this morning, where after all that she now knows, all the suspicions that she's now heard, and repeatedly she's heard people that Ms. Kovac and others are going and telling Dr. Parker, she sees JT in the classroom wearing the big hoodie. She's nervous, and if in an instant she sees him pull out that gun and aim it directly at her face, and before she has a chance to do anything but raise her hand up, JT fires that weapon. It hits Miss Werner. At the moment that he fires that weapon, there are 19 children. Right there. And that's why I tell you that this case is not about Miss Werner. This case is about the 19 children whose lives were endangered in that moment, but in the moments before as well. Those children were, some of them, between the gun and Miss Werner. Some of them, a slight movement of the gun.
I have one question though, and I don't know, maybe I missed it. Maybe he might have said it at the beginning of his arguments, I don't know. But my one question is, I know she's the assistant principal. I do know, I realize that she is. My question is though, the teachers that were warning her about the gun, did they not have the authority to check the bag? I mean, I get going to the principal, I get it. And I absolutely believe that lady should have reacted. We just got to hear the case, right? But did the teachers that knew or was told that he had the gun, were they not able or authorized to check his bag? That's weird to me. Like, he was 6 years old. Allegedly, he had a gun in his book bag, and other kids knew it. And they was telling the teachers, who I think in turn told her. But did the teachers not have authorization to check the bag? Because apparently by the time the principal got to it, he had taken it out. I don't know. We'll see.
Could have hit a child instead of Miss Werner. They're right there. Some standing shoulder to shoulder with the shooter. All of them, you'll learn, watched as their teacher clutched her chest and bled. Before these children, screaming in horror, ran across the hallway to another teacher's classroom, and Miss Werner ran to the office, where at that point was Dr. Parker. She had locked herself down in her office. A receptionist, Ms. Olvera, does finally put the school on lockdown. I commend her for doing it. She should have had it. And it was too little too late. Back in Miss Werner's classroom, Miss Kovac has shown up, the reading specialist I told you about earlier. She knows JT. She knows his history. And when she heard that gunshot, she knew exactly what happened. And she went straight into that classroom. She found in that classroom the gun lying on the floor. You'll learn that that gun contains 7 rounds, one of which, at 7 rounds plus one that was jammed in the action of the firearm. So 8 that was unspent. Amy Kovac enters that room and she just puts JT in a bear hug as she calls 911. She holds that child there until police arrive. She will tell you that whole time she was saying, he was cursing. He was saying, explaining that he shot his teacher. And she was saying, like the consummate faculty teacher she is, don't use that bad language, you know better. She's just doing the best she can to control the situation alone in the classroom where a teacher has just been shot. Ms. Kovac, the reading specialist, also the one who searched the book bag after telling Dr. Parker that's what she's like. A task that I don't think reading specialists are supposed to be in an emergency. And the reason that I don't think that is because school policy at the time said exactly that. Rich Neck had adopted a crisis management plan. And that plan required teachers and faculty members to report crisis situations to administrators, and it required administrators to take action. One such policy from the Newport News handbook you'll learn was that in terms of searching a student, that could only be done by an administrator or a school security officer. And at the time of the shooting, there was no school security officer at this building. They shared their security officer with another building, so the security officer was at the other school. So at the moment of this crisis, there were exactly two people in the building who had the authority under the policy to take action. And those two people were the principal, Ms. Newton, and the assistant principal, Dr. Parker. But let me remind you of how I started today. There was only one person that had both the knowledge of the ongoing crisis and the authority to act. While Ms. Newton, the principal, certainly had the authority to act, she had no idea about any of this. Because Dr. Parker, nor anyone else, bothered to tell her. Ms. Newton, you'll learn, didn't get any of these suspicions that day. She didn't know any of this was happening until there was a gunshot. So she had authority, but no knowledge that there was a problem. It's only Dr. Parker that had both of those things. When you hear from these faculty members, they will tell you that they wish they had violated the policy. In hindsight, there'll be no question. They regret it. They regret following Newport News policy. They will tell you to a person that they wish they had just searched the kid and gotten the gun, or they wish they had just called the police. That's what they say in hindsight. And you know what? I would bet that Dr. Parker also wishes she had done it differently. I do. But here's the difference. The policies that were in place enabled, in fact, required Dr. Parker to act. The teachers, on the other hand, and faculty, if they were to act, they'd be acting against the policies that were in place that day. And that is a significant difference. There was only one person in the school that day that had both the authority to act and the knowledge of an ongoing crisis. And that person, you'll see, was Dr. Parker. Many people knew the crisis had begun. Two people had the authority to do something about it, but only one person had both. During the course of this trial, we are going to mention a lot of initials. We're not saying the names of the children because we don't want to put their names out to let this be their story. We're asking everyone that testifies, and all of the personnel will definitely be using initials. I say that because that's going to be a lot of initials. The judge talked to you about taking notes earlier, and it is your choice. These will be distributed to those who wish to take notes here in a few moments. Let me encourage you that almost all of the important evidence in this case is going to come out piece by piece by piece, puzzled little detail by little detail, from several witnesses who will take the stand and testify. And when you go back to deliberate at the end of all of this, all you'll have is your memory and your notes to help refresh it. You won't be able to have testimony read back to you, as the court pointed out. And often I've had the experience of jurors deciding to ask a question, which is, what did so-and-so say in their testimony? And they're always told by the judge, we can't answer that question. You have to rely on your own memory. And so I'm just giving you that heads up. We're going to be throwing a lot of initials at you, a lot of details at you. And when the judge instructs you on the law at the end of this process, you'll have to remember all those details in order to decide this case. So I do ask you to really pay attention to the witnesses, and I suggest that you take notes to help refresh your own memory, because at the end you will have heard a lot from a lot of different people. January 6, 2023. 20 students went into Ms. Murray's classroom, and their lives were forever changed. The trauma that they experienced is unspeakable, and you will hear from some of the parents about that trauma. That shouldn't happen. And the one person who had both the authority and the knowledge that a crisis was ongoing is the reason that it happened. And we think at the end, the evidence will show you exactly.
For the defense, I'd like to give an opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
May I please the court? Mr. Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen, just found out yesterday, my name is Kurt Rogers. I, along with attorney Stephen T. representing Dr. Eddie Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard that my client, Dr. Parker, is accused of the crime of felony child abuse and neglect. There is one thought that I want you to keep in forefront of your mind when we did this trial. And that is based on their actions, there wasn't a gun. Based on their actions, It wasn't done. Now, the Commonwealth talks about a lot, and this ongoing crisis, and that Dr. Parker was the only person that had knowledge of the crisis and the authority to act. I would submit that's not accurate. It's not true. And think about it. Who was the one person that was there from the beginning to the end? And that was the teacher, Ms. York. Okay, based on her actions.
Well, I think that guy just answered my question. I think he just answered my question. I'm gonna put.
She did not act as if there was a gun present. So if she thought there was a gun present, then her action should have been to separate the child, in this case JT, from his classmates, or separate classmates from JT. She didn't do that. There was also another person that had suspicions, and that was Amy Kodak. Okay. If she thought that there was a gun, she had the authority to separate JT from his classmates or initiate a separation of the classmates from JT. That did not occur. Commonwealth mentioned that JT was out on the playground with his classmates, and there were teachers, agents of school, that observed things that were going on and said that caused them alarm. But based on their actions, they did not respond as if there was a crisis of danger to those students. They did not separate JT from his classmates. They did not separate his classmates from JT. So, Commonwealth is saying that only Dr. Parker had authority. Each one of those individuals had the authority to remove those classmates or to remove JT if they thought that those students were presented with any kind of threat or harm or danger. We're at the beginning of this trial, and we need you to understand that right now, Dr. Parker stands presumed to be innocent. Right now, she's innocent. The Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of the allegations that they are presenting. The Commonwealth has to prove that Dr. Parker was a guardian or other person responsible for the care of the victims. Before Dr. Parker, there was Ms. Warner. And the Commonwealth has to prove that Dr. Parker's willful act or omission of care of the children was so gross, wanton, and culpable as to show a reckless disregard for human life. Who was the person that saw these events from beginning to end? That was the teacher, Ms. Warner. Who was another person that pretty much saw everything before Dr. Parker? That was Amy Kodak, the reading specialist. There was another person that saw everything from definitely before the chapter part, that was Mr. Ross. If the Commonwealth wants to accuse Dr. Parker, what about these other people that had direct contact with this child, JT? It is my belief that the Commonwealth will not be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Dr. Parker is guilty of these crimes. And I will be asking that people in this trial to find Dr. Parker not guilty. Understand, I need to always consider it based upon their actions. There was no crisis. There wasn't a gun. Based upon their actions, there wasn't a crisis. There wasn't a gun.
All right, the bailiff is going to offer you notepads, and they're going to try to push forward with the first witness. This is your calendar of break. Okay. And you don't have to take notes, but if you like some, we'll show you notepads. While they're doing that to the attorney, he did not swear witnesses on mass, but we'll just go as they're brought into the bench. Is that acceptable?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And your motion regarding witnesses?
Motion to separate. We agree.
Okay, so order. And I'll allow the attorney to make sure there's a question.
These notepads are the only things that you know. No private, no personal. Okay. That's it.
Does everybody have all that before you get 10? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Sheriff. All right, someone would like to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Abigail Swerner.
Good morning, ma'am. If you stand right in front of Madam Clerk, please.
Where's your right hand?
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Put that hand. Watch this, yeah, second.
These are just chair microphone. If you have a question, the attorneys may ask. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Abigail Werner.
Ms. Werner, I know we talked about this before, but just as a quick reminder, we're not using the names of any children today, okay? I want to ask you, back in January of 2023, how were you employed at that time?
I was working at Richneck Elementary School.
And what did you do there?
I was a first grade teacher.
And is Richneck Elementary School a school that's here in the city of Newport News?
Yes, it is.
How long had you been teaching as of January 2023?
That was, at that point in time, I had been teaching for 2.5 years.
Okay. So you told us that you were teaching first graders. Roughly how old are first graders?
Around 6.
And how many students, I'm asking only for a rough estimate, but how many students were in your class roughly?
Around 20, maybe more, maybe less.
Sure. I want to talk to you about one particular student who I've identified as JT. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
On a couple of days before January 6th, was there an incident with JT in your classroom?
Yes, there was.
Now, JT, was he a student in your class regularly? He was your homeroom student?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And so a couple of days before, what incident happened with JT?
On that Wednesday, the student had gotten a hold of my cell phone and had slammed it into the ground.
And can you describe, if you remember, just his demeanor or behavior in the moments before that happened, leading up to it?
He was defiant.
Objection.
Okay, what's the objection?
His demeanor 2 days before was relevant to what happened on January 6th.
Response.
This testimony will reveal that this was reported to Dr. Parker, so it goes to her knowledge.
Overruled, which means you all can consider. You may proceed, Mr. Jenkins.
So I had asked about his demeanor in just the moments that led up to the phone.
Yes, he was being defiant, saying no back to my directions.
Okay. And so how did he get your phone, if you know?
It was our small reading group time, and my phone had ring across the classroom, my school phone. And when I had going back to my small reading group table, I saw him with my cell phone.
Okay. And what was he doing? Do you remember how he looked at that moment?
Just very defiant, almost kind of a challenging face.
Okay. After he broke your phone, do you do something about that for him to try to get a consequence, or what happens?
Yes, I immediately bring him to across the hall to my lead teacher, Miss West's classroom.
Okay. And do you know what Miss West did from there? If you don't know, that's all right. But if you know.
I recall that I asked her to use her walkie-talkie to ask for help.
Okay. And do you know what, if anything, what happened to JT as a result of him smashing the phone?
No.
Okay. Was he at school the next day?
No.
And then did he come to school on January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you then about January 6th of 2023 then, starting in the morning, maybe lunchtime. Did you have some observations about JT at lunch?
I did.
And before you go on, did you end up reporting those observations to Dr. Parker?
Yes.
Okay. Would you just sort of describe to the jury what it was you saw that you ended up reporting?
Yes. 2 things had stuck out to me. At the beginning of lunch in the cafeteria, we were sitting in the lunch line, and I was approached by another teacher that the student had threatened to beat up one of her students. And so I...
Objection?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like she was testifying as to something somebody else told her.
Okay, so objection, speculation, your response.
Oh, I heard a hearsay objection. Is it a hearsay? So to the extent that it's a hearsay objection, we are not offering this for the truth of the matter asserted. The statement is to show Dr. Parker's knowledge of what was told to her, not whether it's true or not.
It's the same. So I think it's hearsay. I'm not sure what exception it falls under. Do you have an exception?
Well, it wouldn't be hearsay if they're not offering it for its truth. So
Then how's it relevant?
it's relevant because it shows Dr. Parker's knowledge.
Which goes to an element of the case.
Yes.
And therefore has to be reliable. So what hearsay exception is that? What case law do you have? What authority allows that to come in?
Judge, if it is hearsay, if the court's ruling is that it is hearsay, it does not come in.
Okay, so you will not consider that. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. So, Ms. Werner, I'll back up a little bit. You mentioned that you were were you personally in the cafeteria?
I was.
Okay. And was there anything you personally observed about JT that concerned you?
Yes, I was speaking with a security officer in the cafeteria about something, and at that same time, I witnessed the student was staring her down, very focused on her, and he slowly got up from his seat and ever so slowly approached, still not breaking focus or eye contact at the security officer, and that stuck out to me a lot as well.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you do go to Dr. Parker to report concerns?
I did.
And without telling us what anyone else said, did you relay to her concerns that you had about things you had observed and concerns about that had been told to you by others?
Objection.
I don't know what the objection is.
That would be good to say also.
Did you observe?
She's reporting what she observed. The report is hearsay. The report says not report should not.
Okay, your response, Mr. Jenkins.
I am only offering that she informed Dr. Parker of her concerns and that her concerns were based on both her observations and what others had told her. I am not eliciting what others said to her at all, so it's not hearsay.
Not a statement, just the, okay, so overruled, ask your question again. You may answer.
All right, so Ms. Werner, did you eventually go speak to Dr. Parker about your concerns?
I did.
And did those concerns include both your observations and what others had said? Don't tell us what the other said, but just did your observation, did you report to her the problem? Okay, tell us what you reported to Dr. Parker.
Your Honor, I'm going to continue my objections because this question was what she observed and what others said. Now he's going to ask her what you reported, and so she's reporting, sounds like hearsay.
Response.
Judge, she is reporting to Dr. Parker concerns she has based on a totality of things that include what others have said to her. I'm not eliciting what others said to her. I am eliciting what she told Dr. Parker. That is what the testimony is. So this is not hearsay. I am not offering the statement of those individuals at all. Even if I was, I wouldn't be offering it for its truth. I'm offering it for Dr. Parker's reaction to her response. So it is not being offered for its truth. It's being offered for her state of mind.
So I'm going to sustain the part and overrule the part. Again, the hearsay can't come in through the front door, and then cannot come in through the back door by her saying, well, this is what I told her based upon what other people told me. So she can answer your question as to what she told Dr. Parker based upon her personal knowledge and personal observations, but she cannot relay what she told her based upon what other people told her. So you can proceed that way.
I don't know any other way to ask this, but what did you tell Dr. Parker?
I'd be off already that day and in a violent mood.
Okay. At some point during the course of the day, did anyone suggest to you that that same student, JT, might have a gun?
Yes.
Objection. Hearsay.
Okay, objection, hearsay, and maybe foundation. Your response, Mr. Jenkins.
So first of all, that also is not being offered for its truth. We're not offering it to prove that JT had a firearm. We're offering it to prove that someone informed her of a danger. So it's for her response.
So can you lay a better foundation as to how she would have this knowledge?
Sure. During the course of the day, did you become aware that a child was armed? And is that because someone told you the child was armed?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Our reading specialist, Amy Kovac.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I was distracted. He asked two questions, and I did not hear what those questions were, so I want to make sure that I understand what the questions were. So,
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, if you would, please repeat, or did you ask your co-counsel?
we were actually talking. So,
Okay, he asked, how did you find out he was armed and who told you?
okay, objection. Hearsay.
Okay, go ahead.
At that point, what was your state of mind as to?
So that was the question. I did not hear what the response was to that question.
Okay, she said Ms. Novak told her. I have got your objections on the record. Overruled. Start your question over again, Mr. Jenkins, please. I believe you said, what was your state of mind?
Yes. What was your state of mind as to concerns about that being shared with administration? Were you going to go share it?
She was like, no, Ms. Kovac went and told administration.
And
Objection noted, you may proceed.
And as to that objection, it is overruled, Judge.
It's overruled. Yes,
Thank
you
you.
may proceed.
After that point, were you concerned enough to keep a close eye on JT?
Yes.
Tell us about your observations going forward from there.
Specifically what point in time?
Yeah, so at some point, do you end up, your class goes to recess? Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe at that time, if anything, that was concerning?
Yes. I noticed that the student was wearing an oversized jacket with both of his hands in his pockets that remained in his pockets the entire time.
Okay.
And that stuck out to me.
Okay. Did you report that observation to anyone?
I texted Amy Kovac
Okay.
that observation.
Okay. After recess, did there come a time when JT and your whole class and you were back in the classroom?
Yes.
And did you observe anything that concerned you when you're back in the classroom that day?
Yes.
Tell us what you observed back in the classroom that started to concern you.
Specifically,
So did you observe JT doing anything that made you concerned after recess time and you're in the classroom? Judge, if I may respond to that.
You may respond.
So a closed-ended question where the witness can answer yes or no is not inherently leading. A leading question is one that suggests one of those two answers is the right answer. I am merely trying to direct the witness to where and when I'm talking about. So in another sense, it's just a preliminary matter. I'm not, trying to use it to get a specific answer from her.
Anything further, Mr. T?
Yes, Your Honor. And I think he's actually leading for,
He has, but you didn't check this one, but this one wasn't leading, so I'm gonna allow it overruled. But so here's this one word reading, so we'll try to contain that. Do you need him to repeat the question?
yes, please.
Okay. I just want you to describe any concerning observations about JT that happened in your classroom after recess,
If any.
if there are any.
Both hands remained in his pocket, his oversized jacket the entire time.
Was he wearing the jacket in your classroom?
Yes. Did not remove it after recess.
So, Ms. Werner, at some point in the day, were you injured?
Yes.
Tell us what immediately precipitated that. Describe it for us.
It came to where I saw out the corner of my eye, my peripheral, the student had. I saw the student looking at me. I looked over. A gun was pointed right at me. He was holding a gun, the student, and it was pointed right at me, and then I was shot.
And where on your body did a bullet strike you if it did?
It went through my left hand and into my chest.
What did you do from there?
I recall the children were getting out of the classroom. Miss West was across the hall. She opened her door and was helping the students. And I went to the office.
Okay. At the moment the gun is fired, and I am asking you to estimate how many children were in your classroom. I'm not asking her to speculate about it. I'm asking her to give us a range that it could have been at the time. She doesn't have to guess, she was there.
Also, you can answer.
I would estimate, I would say it's most likely the same as before, but estimate on the lower side, I was missing a couple of students that day. Around 20.
Okay, thank you. You've described the moment where a gun is pointing at you. At that moment, are there any children in your field of vision?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
It's in, the time is in the middle of class, in the middle of a small reading room. So I have students nearby. I also have students at their desks. I have students very close.
Were there any students that were within inches of JT?
Yes.
Were there any students that were between you and JT?
I don't recall.
Okay. May I have a moment, Earl?
That's all the questions I have for you now. Please answer any quick questions from the defense counsel.
Come in.
You may.
So basically, JT was in your class on January 6th, is that correct? Okay. You reported that he was a little off the chain, being a little violent that morning, is that correct?
He appeared to be off and he seemed to be in a violent mood.
Okay. And you had some contact with Ms. Kovac, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had contact with Ms. Kovac before you went out to the playground for recess, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on direct, you said that Ms. Kovac told you that JT was armed, is that correct?
She told me that the student had told other students that he had brought a gun with him.
That wasn't your testimony on direct. You said that Ms. Kovac told you that he was armed. That was your testimony, is that correct?
Here today?
Yes.
I said that. No, I'm sorry if I said that. I was specifically told that he was telling other students that he brought a gun with him.
Right, so now I'm going
I
to.
might have heard the question a little differently in my mind.
I know this is a examination, but I'm going to renew my objection to Mr. Jenkins be struck.
Okay, that's not what that was.
Your Honor, this information is being used to show why Ms. Warner took the action she did, not being offered for its truth. And hearsay is only hearsay if we're offering it because the statement made is true. So it explains the actions that she took. It is in part a present sense impression if the court is going to rule that it's hearsay, because she's describing a condition that's occurring right now while it is ongoing. And it is being offered to show how they respond to it. Counsel is objecting to me eliciting hearsay and then standing up and eliciting hearsay. And she gave a short answer to me because we were narrowed by the hearsay objection. She was explaining it more fully to counsel now because he asked. So he elicited the hearsay this time. So he can live with that. The rule is that hearsay is an out-of-court statement being offered for its truth. We're not offering any of these statements to prove that JT had a gun. We all know he had a gun. We'll have that testimony. We're offering the statements to establish why these people took the actions that they took. That's it. That's not being offered for the truth.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
I will submit, Your Honor, it is exactly being offered for its truth. Her statement, which I basically just wanted to clarify her response to his question, she said he was armed. And she wanted to further elaborate. Her elaboration, had she elaborated during the first question, I would have objected. Clearly, hearsay, she's repeating something that somebody else told her, hearsay on hearsay, Your Honor, and it's definitely being offered for its truth, because there would be no need to respond if there was not a gun.
So for consistent and clear ruling, again, came in before, I'm going to allow the statement in. This is a classic example of why we have cross-examination, and all three attorneys are wonderful attorneys who will flush this out for the jury, and we can have an instruction later, again, that it is not for the truth of the matter, but to explain why the person did what they did. So again, you may continue with your cross-examination, and the jury can consider the response, ultimately the ruling. The current objection to exclude based on hearsay is overruled. Please proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you. So based on information that you received from Ms. Kovac, you believed that the student was armed, is that correct?
It crossed my mind, yes.
Okay, so it crossed your mind that he had a gun, is that correct?
When I was told what I was told, it was possible.
Okay, so if he was armed, that presented a danger to your students, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you took no action to separate JT from his other classmates, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so you allowed him to go out to recess with the understanding that he may have had a gun, is that correct?
Yes.
You could have refused to let him go to recess, you could have removed him from the presence of his other classmates. Is that correct?
In hindsight, yes, I could have.
Okay. And then you allowed him to return to your classroom with other students. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing prevented you from excluding him from the classroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing prevented you from actually taking JT out of the classroom and taking him down to the administrative office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on Wednesday, JT was being disruptive, and you did take him out of the classroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also alerted administration. Is that correct?
Personally, no.
Okay, but you took steps to make sure that administration was notified. Is that correct?
Personally, no.
You did not take any steps to make? Okay. All right. You would agree that the potential that there's a firearm in the classroom is a lot more serious than JT breaking a cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You didn't, once you became concerned, aware of a potential of there being a firearm in JT's possession, you didn't personally let the administration know that I believe that he has a gun. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You personally did not call the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
You personally didn't ask anyone else to remove JT from the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
You would admit that the person that has the first responsibility to protect the students in the classroom is you as the teacher. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you would admit that you did not take any steps to protect the students from JT, in your words, potentially being armed with a firearm. Is that correct?
I would not admit that.
Okay. What actions did you take to protect the students from JT having a firearm?
This might cross the rules of hearsay, I'm unsure. But from the knowledge that I had that day, I was aware that she was told by
I'm
other
talking about what you did.
Absolutely.
What actions did you take?
Absolutely.
All right. Your response is absolutely?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Okay. What actions did you personally take to protect the students in your classroom from JT being potentially armed?
I trusted my colleagues.
Yeah. All right. You want to have a moment?
You ready?
And while we're doing so, the juror right under that skylight, if you want to move to the empty seat, you can. I apologize. If you're okay, you can stay. There's nothing I can do without you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll get it done.
Okay, all right. I just want to let you know if there is an empty seat, if you'd like to move.
Well, I mean, I ask that, Your Honor, and you ask the counsel to speak.
Speak a little loud. We can do that. Thank you. If you follow instructions, yes. If you can't hear it, let me know. We can fix that. All right, Mr. Rogers, you heard that instruction.
I did.
Project.
My apologies. I'm a soft talker. So. All right. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this.
Okay, can you read that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just briefly, Mr. Werner, while you were at recess, were you observing the student closely?
Yes.
Did you have a belief about someone at that time, while you're at recess, going and reporting the issue?
Objection to leading on.
Okay, response.
I said, did she have a concern? It is a yes or no question, but that does not make it leading. I'm not suggesting that the answer would be yes or no. I'm just.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, you flush out the objection of what part of the question is leading?
What I heard him ask is, did you have an understanding that someone had gone, basically that someone had gone to speak with Dr. Parker while she was at recess? I mean, I think he's leading with testimony there.
And what was your question again, Mr. Chair?
Did you believe that while you were at recess watching, did you believe that someone was reporting what you were seeing with JT, the concerns about JT?
And that's the question that you're objecting to leading?
Yes, Your Honor, because she has not testified to any such thing, and so he's leading her to it, and to actually try to testify on her behalf.
Okay. Overall, I'll allow it, but there may be another objection coming because we need to establish foundation for this belief. Okay, but go ahead for now, Mr. James, I'll give you some leeway.
Had you told someone that there was an incident that should be reported to Dr. Parker?
Hearsay objection.
So,
Okay, and I'm saying, Mr. James saying, well, how can I lay my foundation if you keep melody in the hearsay? I'll allow it, go ahead, it's not the truth of the matter asserted, it's to explain the actions of why the person takes the actions that they take. Go ahead, Mr. James.
Ms. Werner, I'm not even asking what you said. I'm merely asking, did you report concerns to another person about JT around the time of recess?
I did directly to Amy Kovac.
Overruled, but go ahead, repeat your answer. So yes, did you report, what was your answer?
I did directly to Amy Kovac.
And then did you continue to watch JT?
I did.
Okay. What was your understanding of the teacher or faculty member role in the event of an emergency or crisis at that time?
my understanding from, it was being brought up to administration. I'm not sure how much, what sentence to put that in when.
Ms. Werner, are you worried right now about the rules of evidence and hearsay? Because, okay, I don't want you to worry about that. The judge and the lawyers will worry about that, okay? And you don't have to. All you need to do is give an honest answer. So I'll repeat the question. Okay. What was your understanding of a faculty member's role when you learned of a crisis? What was your understanding of what you were supposed to do? Okay, great. Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Yes, sir.
But it was also your understanding as a faculty member or teacher that you were responsible for the safety of the children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that if there was a threat, a danger to your student, you were supposed to remove that danger or threat from the presence of the student. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and does she remain or is she excused?
Your Honor, we're asking that for all of our witnesses, we're asking they be constructively sequestered, told that they need to not discuss the case with anyone and potentially be recalled, but to be able to leave the courthouse.
Your position.
We've also, she's understanding from defense and that's that she remain.
Judge, if I may address that.
Okay.
We have many witnesses here. We don't need to keep them here for all 3 or 4 days. I've told all of the witnesses they're subject to being brought back to court, and I have all of their phone numbers. And if Mr. Rogers wants them to come back, I will cooperate and ensure that they are back here and provide any contact information that's needed, but I don't want to keep people here for 4 days. They don't have to be.
Understood. So I was agreeing to them remain sequestered so that they can leave the building and they're on call to be brought back. Your position.
That's fine.
That's fine. Okay. All right. So Ms. Martin, those are your instructions. You may step down from the witness stand. You may leave the building, but you may not discuss the case until the trial concluded. And they have your phone number, so they'll call you when you need you to come back. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. And we've been out for about an hour. So we take maybe a 10-minute break, and then we'll start with the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. And let's see, it's 10:49. We'll resume at 11 a.m. Thank you all.
Leave your book right there on the floor, on the chair. We will not be taking that. We do not hear any.
Is time.
Try to break the line. Try to break the lunch round 1. Okay, so we're gonna keep going until 1, but if anybody needs a break, I don't mind, we'll take a break, just let me know. All right, next witness.
Counsel calls Amy Kodak.
Okay. Amy Kovac, and I'm saying K.
K-O-V-A-C.
Thank you.
You have to work. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning. You can move the microphone if you need to. Okay. Yes, we can. Questions, yes, or you may have.
Okay.
Good morning. Could you please tell us your name?
Amy Kovac,
Could you spell your last name for us?
Kovac.
Thank you. Ms. Kovac, how are you employed as of today?
I work with Newport News Public Schools as a reading specialist at Newsom Park.
All right. And then I want to take you back to January of 2023. Were you also a reading specialist at that time?
Yes,
And where were you working?
Rich Neck Elementary.
How long have you been employed as a reading specialist total?
12 years total.
During your time at Rich Neck, did you know a student, and I'll remind you that we're not using any student names, so please keep that in mind, but did you know a student by the initials of JT?
Yes, I did.
How did you come to know JT?
Dr. Parker at the time had put him on a modified schedule, and I was his one-on-one teacher for reading during that scheduled time.
Okay. Do you know from your own observations and interactions why JT was on a modified schedule?
I had heard he had. I was on the
Hold
modified.
on a second, go back. And how this works procedure-wise is they object, the other party is on, and then I'll make a legal ruling, and then I'll let you know what to do. So, and just explain it to you. Okay, so defense objected, your response, Mr. Jenkins.
Your Honor, if there is hearsay there, I'm not trying to elicit that, so I'll try to rephrase the question.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kovac, did you have any personal interactions with JT yourself that led you to believe that he needed a modified schedule?
Not before the modified schedule.
Okay, understood. So you started working with him in a modified schedule. When was that?
It was in early October.
And tell us a little bit about how the schedule worked.
So originally the schedule, he would come to school at 9:20, get off the bus, and our counselor, Mr. Rawls, at the time would pick him up off of the bus and get him breakfast and set a goal for his day. And then he went down to Mary McBurnett, our K2 special ed teacher, where she was to do a social story. And then he was to come to me around 9:30 or 9:45 and for like 15, 20 minutes do reading with me. And then Mr. Rawls would take him into Ms. Warner's classroom. And then he would leave around, I think, like 10:40, 10:45, get his lunch and then go.
And you've mentioned Mr. Rawls. Do you know what his title was there?
He was the school counselor.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak to you about the morning of January 6, 2023. Did there come a time when you were in the office that day with Abigail Zwerner and Dr. Parker?
Yes.
And while you were in that office, did you, based on what you heard in that office, did you have concerns?
Yes.
Okay. Later in the day, did you tell Ms. Zwerner to keep an eye on JT?
Yes.
Why?
Because 2 girls had reported to me that he had a gun in his bag.
Okay, what's your objection?
May I lay a foundation for the potential use of an exception, Judge?
Okay, yes, sir.
You've indicated, I believe, that 2 girls spoke to you. We'll hold off on what they told you. Can you describe those girls' demeanor or behavior at the time they're reporting it to you?
Yes, I was walking past the room and the 2 little girls had come out to me and said that JT.
So wait, hold on. Before you tell us what they said, what I want to know is how they appeared to
They
you.
seemed to be scared and worried.
Okay, what did you see in them, what in their bodies or their faces that made you think that?
The actions of them coming close to me, wanting to get my full attention and to let me know, and their faces were kind of like expressive to show worry and concern.
Okay, and eventually they do tell you something, again, without going into what they said. Do they relate to you about something that has just happened, that they've just seen in the minutes before? This is to establish a foundation to use a hearsay exception, Judge. It's foundation.
Hold off on answering. Let me hear the full question, then I can decide on the objection.
Yes, the question is whether the report she receives is quick in time to when she received it. In other words, whether they are reporting something that happened within the last minute, because that's a foundational question for the excited utterance exception.
Mr. T.
I think that's clearly meaning he's asking for, she has not even testified anything about what they said or how, she testified that they seemed scared or whatever, but he's getting her the answer by asking her, did they tell you something that had just happened right before you came in contact with them? I mean, that's his testifying to who it is.
Okay. Let me pull out the excited utterance. Rule 2803 of the Rules of the Supreme Court of Virginia reads, excited utterance, a spontaneous or impulsive statement prompted by a startling event or condition and made by a declarant with firsthand knowledge at a time and under circumstances negating deliberation. All right, Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to have to sustain the objection because she's not the declarant according to the rules. The declarant would be reportedly that child.
Just could we address this matter outside the presence of the jury, please?
We can't want to be in the jury room or sidebar.
If we can address it on the record, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, so members of the jury, sometimes you get more steps in than you wish. I'm going to ask you to retire from the jury room, please, and I'll take up this objection.
I'd ask that she go into the witness room.
Okay, one moment, go back and wait for the bail. I'm not sure. That door shouldn't be locked. Okay, now members of the gallery, you can have a seat. Okay, Sheriff, we're going to have this go back, step back into the witness room. Watch that, please. Okay, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm sorry. Were you recognizing defense counsel or
No,
okay.
you want to take this up?
I do.
So you can object and get your response.
I do. There are two things going on here, Judge. The first is that in an effort to keep things moving, I was asking foundational questions about the excited utterance exception. And if counsel prefers, we can do that as a voir dire of the witness outside the presence of the jury, because whether the excited utterance exception applies or not is a matter for the court and not the jury. So perhaps it would have been more appropriate for me to ask the foundational questions outside the presence of the jury. But regardless, in order to establish the foundation for any hearsay exception, I'm going to have to ask leading questions. So that is why it is usually not done in front of the jury, that we do that outside of their presence. As to the excited utterance, and I will request a moment to pull up some cases, but the rule reads, a spontaneous or impulsive statement prompted by a startling event or condition made by a declarant with firsthand knowledge at the time. When the rule says a declarant, it is not referring to the person on the stand, because then they would be here, the declarant would be here. The rule is referring to hearsay, that is the person on the stand reporting what they were told. But the declarant, in this case, is the girls. They are making a statement that is about a startling event or condition made by them, the declarant, at a time when they were still under the circumstances negating deliberation, because, as I was asking when counsel objected, how quickly were they reporting it? Were they reporting something that happened a year ago, or were they reporting something that happened in the last minute? That was the question I was getting at, to determine whether the statements the girls made to Ms. Kovac were spontaneous. Ms. Kovac is the person in court today, but she's not the declarant for the purposes of the rule. The declarant is the out-of-court statement. And so if I may have a moment to find a case example, I think I will be able to.
You may, and I understand your argument, there's a distinction between a declarant and B declarant. And I'll give you a moment to find the case, but projecting this forward, how are you going to lay a foundation of how she would know how soon their statement was made to when the children observed whatever concerned them to when it was related to Ms. Kovac? Because you brought that up. Do you have a plan to flush that out?
I think we should flush that out before we bring the jury back in.
Right, so that's what I'm asking. So just one thinking forward, that will come next. So yes, I'll give you a moment.
Yes.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready. Hold on, let's find this case. And then I'll happily hear from you.
Can I step out while he's on the stage?
Sure.
Sure. The court 237, May 29th of 2012. I see.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, Your Honor. The case that I would cite for the court is Hicks v. Commonwealth, HICKS. It is 60 Virginia App 237, May 29th of 2012. I cite the case only because it is an example where a witness is on the stand and is allowed under the excited utterance exception to testify that the victim of a shooting said he'd been shot. So the declarant in that case was the victim who had been shot, excitedly declaring something spontaneously, while the witness in court was someone else entirely who just heard the out-of-court statement. That's what we have here. Ms. Kovac has heard, I believe we can do voir dire to ensure, has heard an excited utterance from these two children, and they are the declarant that the rule contemplates.
Yes, Your Honor. I agree with Commonwealth that the declarant can be someone other than Ms. Kovac. However, in order for the excited utterance exception to apply, again, we can go to the death or the rule. Excited utterance is spontaneous or impulsive statement prompted by a startling event or condition and made by declarant with first-hand knowledge at the time and under circumstances negating deliberation. Ms. Kovac cannot testify to whether the declarant had first-hand knowledge, whether it was at the time and under circumstances negating deliberation. She has no details about that. She would have, because she's not able to, the girl's not here. She's not able to testify to any of that. So the excited utterance exception will not apply.
So of course, I will reconsider its previous ruling, which I sustained the objection. I will now overrule the objection and allow Ms. Kovac to answer the Commonwealth's question, and the excited utterance rule does apply. Anything, what was the other point that we were going to consider? How are you going to lay the foundation to show the duration?
I would suggest, Your Honor, that before the jury end, we have Ms. Kovac come back to the stand, and I will voir dire her briefly, just to establish the concern about the girls' knowledge of what they were reporting.
Okay.
It was spontaneous.
All right, we'll bring her back. Please share. Okay, if you please return to the witness stand. You are still under oath. We're going to answer some questions outside the presence of the jury. You may ask you some questions. You may proceed, Mr. Jenkins.
When we left off, you were telling us about two girls running up to you. Could you please tell us what they said?
They said that Justice had a gun in the back.
Okay. So upon saying that JT had a gun in the back, could you describe their demeanor in saying that?
They came up to me. They were kind of, like nervous and worried and wanted help.
Okay. I think that lays the foundation for her to say what the girls told her under the excited utterance.
How long after well, first of all, how did they know that Justice had a gun in the bag? JT had a gun.
I don't know.
You don't know, okay. So as far as you know, as far as you know, someone could have told them that, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, just based on that, I believe that this is, again, that she has no knowledge of any firsthand, of how, if the girls had any firsthand knowledge, how they came to get that knowledge. So then we run into hearsay, possibly hearsay, and hearsay. If the girls heard it from someone else, she doesn't know. And so I believe, Your Honor, that this does not come in.
What's wrong?
The standard.
There's one of them. Okay, yes, sir.
Do you know how long? Well, you don't know. You don't even know whether they saw the gun themselves, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, and you don't know. So there's no way for you to be able to know whether they are talking about a gun that was seen or by someone 5 hours ago. Yesterday, correct?
I don't know. They reported and I acted.
That's my question. Your Honor, again, I don't believe it qualifies as a hearsay.
The legal standard to be applied at this stage in determining whether an evidence exception applies is preponderance of the evidence. She has told us about the girls' demeanor, that they are agitated in that moment, and they say that JT has a gun. I think that to apply the exception, I think that is sufficient for the court to find that it was that they had firsthand knowledge. They were coming and asking for help in that moment, and that it was spontaneous in that they are physically having a reaction to something clearly that they have just seen. And so on the preponderance standard, I think we've met that burden, and she should be able to testify as to what the girl said.
The evidence is admissible. I will allow again. I will overrule the objection, and you can call the jury back out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sure if you kindly bring the jury back out, there's no back. You just stay here. Go back. Yeah, okay. You want to know that. Okay.
Please stand for the jurors. It's like 14 years in.
Okay, and Mr. Jenkins, if you may back up a question or two, we can proceed with your direct examination.
When we took the break, we had spoken about the question was, what made you warn Dr. Parker, right? And do you remember answering about what did? Let me ask you that. What made you warn?
No, I don't object. There's no testimony. I believe you said warn Dr. Parker. There's no testimony of that nature.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Judge. Let me withdraw that. That's correct. I need to rephrase that question. That's correct. The question was, at some point later, do you tell Mrs. Werner to keep an eye on JT? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened to make you give that warning to Mrs. Werner?
So the girls had reported to me, they come up to me as I was passing, right after they came in, to say that he had a gun in the bag. And I went into that room with the children and to him to try and see what he would say, to see if I could help and figure out what was going on, because him and I had a good relationship due to the modified schedule.
Okay. And without telling us what you or he said, did you at that stage get any information about a gun out of him?
I told him the rules of school, that we cannot have any guns in school. We cannot have any type of weapon in school. And I asked him if he had a gun in the bag.
Okay.
And then we went on with the lesson. He was acting very weird that day, out of character, balled up. I just sat quietly by him. His bag was by him. I said, give me that bag. He said, no one is going to touch that bag, which was very out of character. He also was talking about one of his friends at the time.
Here's your objection, Steve.
So saying it's kind of a narrative. Can you ask another question?
I can. Thank you, Judge. After you had observed these things with JT, did you talk to Dr. Parker?
Not at that moment.
Okay. What did you do as a result of what you observed?
So what I observed is it was time for them to do their assignment. And so JT asked for some school supplies. So I went up to Ms. Warner and I said, he needs these school supplies. And I asked her when recess was, that I would be back when recess was, and I was going to check that bag.
I see. At that point, did you go and speak with Dr. Parker?
Yes, I did. At that point, I left the room right away and went to Dr. Parker's office, and I reported.
Hold on just a minute. At the time that you go to Dr. Parker's office, do you know what Ms. Warner's class was going to do?
They were going to head to recess.
Okay. And when you went to Dr. Parker's office, what did you tell Dr. Parker?
I believe it's going to be a statement that's going to be offered for its truth.
Absolutely not. It's being offered for the fact that Dr. Parker was given the warning, not for whether the warning itself is true. It's not being offered to show that there is a gun. It's being offered to show that Dr. Parker was told there was a gun.
Mr. Rogers, anything further?
Again, the truth that there was, that's what he's saying, there was notice, that's a very important fact issue in trial. So Dr. Parker, for the truth, there was a warning.
Mr. Jenkins.
I am offering it for the truth that there was a warning. I mean, absolutely. But I'm not offering it to prove there was a gun. And also, Judge, it's a present sense impression. If the court were to find that it's hearsay, which I certainly would argue that it is not, it's also a present sense impression. It's an excited utterance for that matter. It's not offered to prove the fact that there was a gun. It's offered to prove that she was told there was a gun.
Let's pull up the hearsay rules.
Judge, if I could direct the court to a particular rule and section,
You may.
2801, subsection C, which reads, hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at trial or hearing that is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So this does not meet the definition of hearsay for two reasons. First, we are not offering it to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And second, the declarant is testifying at the trial. The declarant in this case is Ms. Kovac.
And respond to the defense.
Your Honor, I'll say, hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at trial. Anything that was said outside of her statement on the stand is a statement other than while testifying at trial. So if she said something about Dr. Parker that's other than while testifying at trial, she can testify to what she observed, but she cannot testify to something that she said to somebody else.
So the court's ruling is that it is admissible. There is an exception to hearsay, not only under Rule 2:801, but under Rule, because hearsay and hearsay is what the children told her that she didn't relate to somebody else. So under 2:805, hearsay within hearsay, it's not it's part of the statement can come in under another exception. So the children's statement comes in under the excited utterance, so therefore it can come in as hearsay within hearsay. So I will overrule the objection, which means the jury can consider the response. Repeat your question, Mr. Chair.
Very simply, what did you say to Dr. Parker?
I went to Dr. Parker and I told her that two girls came to me and said that JT had a gun in the bag. And I told her that, that's what I told her, that I was warned that he had a gun in the bag. I told her what I did in the classroom, that I sat in the classroom with him, that he was acting very weird that day, out of character.
Okay, and so you relayed that information to her. Is ultimately, was there a discussion about any additional action that would take place related to the bag?
I told her that when they go to recess, that I was going to go back and check the bag.
Okay, all right. So what did you go check the bag?
At that point, I left. We were doing makeup state testing, so I went to my office, which is past Ms. Warner's room, and Ms. Warner had texted me at that point.
Okay, I'm gonna have you hold off right there. So just jump with me. Okay, did you at some point go to the room?
Yes.
Okay, and
yes.
what did you do?
When they were at recess, I went back to the room. I checked his bag. Inside his bag was a puzzle, a math book, a little coin token, and then a calculator in the front pocket.
Okay, and what happened next?
After I checked the bag, I went back to Dr. Parker's office to let her know that I checked that bag. I told her the same items that were in the bag that I had seen.
Okay, and what did you do next?
After that, I went back and I went back outside to Abby and the class that was outside of
Among the teachers.
There was only her outside with her class at that time, and then I came outside at that time.
Did you and Abby talk?
Yes.
And had you and Ms. Werner, again, without saying what the content was, had you and Ms. Werner also communicated by text message?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a result of those communications, again, it doesn't matter what was said. What did you do next?
So, from the result of the text, I then went and checked the bag. I then went and reported a second time to Dr. Parker. Then I went outside to speak to Abby to see if he would come to me because of what she had said in the text. So he was behind the rock wall, did not come to me. And then I told her again.
But wait, you told who?
I told Abby.
Okay. Are there two conversations with Dr. Parker?
There were two times I reported, and then one time I was in the office, and then Dr. Parker had told me that I could tell Abby an action to do if he misbehaved.
Okay. What prompted the first time you talked to Dr. Parker briefly?
The report of the gun.
From the girls?
Correct.
Okay. Briefly, what prompted the second time you talked to Dr. Parker?
The message that I received.
Understood. In the second conversation with Dr. Parker, what did you advise her of?
I advised her that the weapon in discussion was now in his jacket pocket.
And that was your belief?
That was my belief.
Okay. You mentioned that you had been at recess. At recess, did you have an opportunity to see JT?
I did not.
Okay. according to your understanding at the time, what was the protocol for teachers or faculty members to follow when they believed there was some sort of crisis developing?
According to the Rich Neck handbook, we were to report to our administrators.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay, talking about something in the handbook, it's not true.
Response.
Your Honor, I just asked if she knew it, and it is knowledge that she had. She's not reading from anything. She doesn't have the handbook, so she's just saying that she has that knowledge of the policy.
I will allow them to overrule.
Ms. Kovac, I want to take you to the moment on January 6th that a gunshot has happened. Do you recall that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your first thought and what did you do?
My first thought was, he had a gun, he shot it, and I walked in that room. He hit me
By in that room,
in Abby's room, room 11.
okay.
He
And-
hit me.
Okay, hold on. Let me walk you through it. When you walk into the room, what do you see?
I walk into the room, Abby is to my left, and I see blood on her leg, so I know she was hit. To my right, the children are running out and screaming, going across the hall to the open door. And he was standing right in front of me, arms crossed, legs spread, and cocky.
Okay. At that stage, do you see a gun anywhere?
I do. It's on the left, my left, slightly under the reading table.
Did you go to Justice?
I went
I'm
straight-
sorry, JT.
I went straight to him. He did not resist me. I took him by the wrist because I knew he shot left-handed. He's left-handed. I didn't want to ruin the gunpowder, watch the nut shows. I took him to the front of the room. I sat in Abby's chair. I put him in between my legs and my arms, and I picked up and I called 911.
Okay. And then after you did that, do police eventually arrive?
Eventually, it felt like eternity.
Yeah. So when they arrive, what position are you in? Are you still that same?
I'm still in that same position. So we were facing, like the phone is here, and we were facing as the police were coming in.
Okay. And as the police are coming in to the room, what is going on with JT? What is he doing?
You're not going to object to relevance at this point. It's not relevant to the proceedings at this point. What happened after the gunshot, or whether Dr. Parker is looking at anything. We've gone beyond what's up in this presentation.
Your Honor, the statute contemplates the event. I'm sorry, there couldn't be anything more relevant. The event of the shooting and its immediate aftermath is precisely what Dr. Parker is charged with. The effect of her omission is what we're hearing right now. And so this is the very circumstance. It is the immediate shooting and its aftermath, and its after effects for these children. And what she's describing is a present sense impression of something that is occurring as it's occurring.
So I will overrule the objection in terms of it's part of the incident and the immediate aftermath. Now the ongoing effects, there are going to be some limits on it. We can't talk about, I don't expect to talk about things more than 2 hours after this incident. Are you going past that?
Not with this witness, Judge, but with children and families that experienced ongoing effects from the neglect, but not with this witness.
Okay. And we'll take that up at a later point. But yes, you may continue with this witness and objection overruled.
When police arrive, that's the part we're talking about. What is JT doing?
He is in my arms, and they asked me if I was okay, and if he was okay, and we were both okay. He became more agitated and cussing up a storm, and eventually, he was just spewing cuss words, stating, that he.
I'm going to again object to relevance here, and also the fact that his testimony is really more prejudicial than appropriate with any element of defense.
I think the court has already ruled on that.
We didn't talk about prejudicial versus probative. You want to respond to that portion of the objection? That's a new objection.
Sure. All of the Commonwealth's evidence is prejudicial by definition. The question is whether it is probative. Probative is another word for relevant. Dr. Parker is charged with neglect of children that caused a shooting, and the testimony is about the shooting and its immediate after effects while there is still a gun on the floor, while police are arriving. So it is relevant, it is probative, highly probative, and therefore admissible.
So to the two-part objection from the defense, the court overrules it. The first part I previously ruled, so I know your continuing objection. As to the second part, prejudicial versus probative, it has to be, I think, substantially outweighed according to the admissibility standards in this case. Therefore, I rule it. I'm going to allow the testimony. You may consider it. Do you need him to repeat the question?
No.
Okay, you may finish your answer.
Okay, he was in my arms, he was getting agitated, he was cussing. I told him Mrs. Kovac does not like that language. He turned, gave me the finger, and then when I turned my head back, he punched me. My glasses went off, and I said that I was done, and I turned him over to the police.
Okay, and at that point, did you leave the room?
At that point, I did leave the room.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Kovac, if you know, were police wearing body cameras while they were in there that day?
I knew that the one police officer said that he had the body cam on and got the whole transaction and my assault on the body cam.
If I were to show you a still picture from that, would you be able to recognize yourself and JT?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to ask permission to show that to the witness at this time.
Okay.
And you approaching the witness stand, or you want to just lay it on the television?
First, I'm going to show it to defense counsel, then approach the witness stand until I've laid a foundation to show it.
Oh, yes, sir, thank you.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Just going to ask you to take a look at that. Can you see it?
Yes.
I'm going to return and ask you some questions.
Okay.
Ms. Kovac, having had a chance to look at that still frame, does it depict you in the exact setting and circumstances that you've just testified to?
Yes.
Does it appear to you to be a fair and accurate representation as a still of a moment of that interaction you've just described?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I am going to move to admit this into evidence as Commonwealth's 1. It is a video that is approximately 2 minutes and 51 seconds. It depicts the things about which she has testified.
She's not showing video. She was showing effectively a picture that showed her sitting with this child in her arms. There's no way, based on that just seeing picture, that she can properly authenticate that video. So what we need to do is exclude the jury, let her see the video, and then she can testify that what that video exactly describes what her did. Right now, just based on a picture that doesn't indicate, that doesn't indicate the video.
Additionally, I believe the video is cumulative. And again, it's just shown to prejudice Dr. Parker. Is the prejudicial value substantially outweighs any probative value that a video of the interaction would have.
I'll address the first one. It sounds like it's an authentication objection. I was hoping we would avoid sending the jury out, but counsel is right. If we, to authenticate the video, I need to show her the video and let her authenticate it. So.
Oh, yes, you said still photograph.
That's right.
We're talking about 2 minutes, 51 seconds. I mean, if you could just play it without the volume, if that's adequate, I don't know, then she can just watch it.
For her,
Before we publish it.
yes, without the audio for her purposes.
But yes, if that's sufficient for authentication, and again, I don't know, I haven't seen it.
That's sufficient for me.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then what was the second objection, prejudice versus probative?
And cumulative, Your Honor.
And say, I didn't hear you.
Cumulative.
Cumulative, okay, so I overrule on both of those, and Mr. Jenkins, are you able to play this?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so again, he's gonna approach and play it pretty silently. Yes, ma'am. We're still having trouble. Still having trouble hearing me? Okay, Mr. Rogers, I don't have a microphone, I don't know what we can do, they still can't hear you.
Nobody ever has trouble hearing me.
And we're just gonna sit quietly while this. And while she's watching that, should she be able to state that it's a fair and accurate representation, are you gonna put it on the TV?
That is the
Is the podium turned on? It takes about 2 minutes to warm up.
It is on. I tested it earlier.
Get it started, it's not started.
It looks like someone has changed the TV since I tested it earlier.
Okay, so
That's-
find the right source.
Okay, great.
That's it.
Your Honor, can I just add to our objection to the video? Your Honor, our findings that we started with 8 counts of abuse and neglect of children. What happened to Ms. Warner is tragic. And the behavior that Ms. Kovac had to endure on that morning after this shooting event, that was tragic also. But I believe she testified that the shot was fired. She turned around and went to the room, and as she was going into the room, the children were leaving the room.
What's your objection?
There were no children present. They weren't at the moment that she's about to testify. There were no children that were subject to abuse.
Okay, it sounds like a motion strike, so I'll hear that then. Okay.
May I approach her?
You may.
Ms. Kovac, you've just watched a video. I'm sorry, is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Does that video fairly and accurately show what happened in those moments that you were just describing in your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Judge, I do move the video into evidence as Commonwealth Sworn.
Defense, we already objected, so there's so noted, no rule, and you may play the video. This will be marked, you said Commonwealth Sworn?
Commonwealth Sworn, Your Honor. And for the purposes of media coverage of this video, we have muted the name of JT and to provide what the court has ruled to be Commonwealth One. It is a USB drive inside a envelope labeled Kovac JT in classroom. May I approach?
You may, and so marked and so received.
Thank you, Ms. Kovac. I don't have any more questions for you, but please answer any questions from defense counsel.
Your Honor, before I start our cross-examination, you can take a brief recess?
Okay.
Or can I just step out?
Yes, you can step out, we'll just be quiet, yes, sir. All right, please do.
Okay. Name is Amy Kovac?
Yes,
And I believe you testified that you have been a reading specialist for 16 years?
13,
13 years? And how long have you actually been a teacher?
33 years.
A lot of experience in the school system.
Correct.
Is that entire time with Newport News City Schools?
No, the first 10 years were in King Queen County. I've been with Newport News for 23 years.
Okay. All right. And would you agree that you had actually spent a lot of time with JT prior to this incident?
On a modified schedule, yes, so from October through January.
So you were used to his ups and downs, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. He had good days?
Yes, with me.
Okay. And obviously, even prior to this day, he had some bad days.
Correct.
Would you agree that the Wednesday prior, just immediately prior, he had a bad day?
Correct.
Were you there to see and observe his behavior on Wednesday?
In the classroom,
After the classroom incident?
I was in the office when he was brought up.
Okay. All right. And are you aware who brought him up?
Mr. Ross,
Okay. All right. Do you know why he was brought up?
he didn't tell me then. I called for the buses at that point.
Okay. But you knew there was an incident in the classroom, that he was brought out of the classroom, is that correct?
I knew that he was in an incident and was carried to the office.
Okay, all right, okay, good. All right, so would you agree that it's the teacher's responsibility, primary responsibility, to make sure that the students in their classrooms are safe and protected from any harm?
It is the teacher's responsibility to teach the children, to have a schedule for the children, and to handle disruptive behavior, not excessive behavior, is my understanding.
Okay, so you would agree that if there's a disruptive student in the classroom, the teacher has the authority to remove that child from the classroom?
She can usually call for help. That's what I would do.
So you're saying no, a teacher cannot remove a student from the classroom for disruptive behavior?
I mean, to another classroom. It just depends on what the classroom plan is and the school's rules are.
So yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. All right, have you ever removed a student from the classroom for disruptive behavior?
In my classroom as a general ed teacher
Sure,
or as a reading specialist?
a general ed teacher.
Yes, I moved into another classroom.
Okay. All right, you would also agree that a teacher has the ability, if a student is disruptive, to take them down to the administrative office?
If there's someone to watch their class if needed.
All right. So obviously, you don't want to assign any blame or responsibility for the classroom teacher for JT's behavior on the day. Is that correct?
Objection. This calls for speculation. Is an opinion about whether she wants to assign something to someone.
I'll let the court rule on it.
What was cross-examination? He's allowed to vet the witnesses.
It's not my place. I mean, I don't know it. I can't think for somebody else. I can only think for myself.
Okay. All right. So let's start when you first became aware that there may be a problem with JT. Okay. I believe it was the incident with the two young girls. Is that correct?
For that day?
For that day.
No, that was not the first time.
Okay. What was the first time that you had any kind of indication that JT was having a bad day?
When Ms. Warner came in to report that he had been acting up in the lunchroom, and she was reporting to Ms. Parker. Myself and Ms. Harris were in there because it was testing. We had just returned our tickets. Dr. Parker did not look up at her, did not acknowledge her.
Okay. You did not observe this behavior yourself. This was just something.
I did observe that behavior.
What observed? What?
Not Justin's behavior.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about JT.
But Dr. Parker and Adam's behavior, I did observe.
Okay. All right. And then you had the encounter with the two young girls. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And so it sounds like, based on your testimony during direct examination, that you believe the girl's assertion that JT had a gun. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So obviously, if JT had a gun, then he presented a danger to the students in his classroom. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. So you went to investigate that. Is that correct?
I walked into that classroom to speak with him
With the belief that he had a gun. Is that correct?
with the belief that it was a possible weapon.
Okay. All right. And you observed that he was acting off. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You, along with his teacher, had the authority to remove him from the classroom. Isn't that correct?
We had already told her that the.
I'm talking about your authority. You had the authority, along with Ms. Warner.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. But even with you indicating that you believe that he had a gun, you spent some time with him, and then you left him in the classroom, even though you believe that he possessed a gun. Is that correct?
I left the classroom to report as required by my school.
If a student had a gun, don't you believe it's required that you separate that student from the other students so he doesn't present a danger or harm to those students?
Objections and asked and answered 3 times now.
Response.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to make sure that she clearly indicates what her responsibilities are regarding the safety of the children.
Yes, one last time. For the safety of the children, I did not remove them at that point.
All right. So then you said that you actually spent some time on the playground when JT was with his classmates. Is that correct?
I went out to the playground, did not spend time. I was testing and had to get back.
But you believe that he had a gun on the playground. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure what kind of gun, I'm not sure what kind of weapon. I had not seen it myself. I only heard the reports and I reported as required
But you said you believed it was a gun. Is that correct?
because the girls reported.
And you believed them.
Any report of a weapon in a school, I'm reporting, and I did it
All right. Is there
more than once.
a possibility that you thought it was a toy gun versus a real gun?
I mean, my personal thoughts are my personal thoughts, so.
Did you express to anybody that you thought it was probably a toy and not a real gun?
Yes, after the incident, the police had it on police cam. That was my thoughts while I was in shock.
Okay. So you believe there was a real gun, and then you left the other
I did
student.
not know if it was a real gun or not. I was in the room with him.
So you didn't believe that he had a gun.
Objection, Your Honor. He's misstating her testimony over and over within his questions.
Response, Ms. Rogers.
Your Honor, she's trying to have it both ways. She indicated on direct examination that she believed he had a gun. Now that I am assigning her responsibility to her, she's trying to say that, well, I don't know. What I believed at the time, she's acknowledged that she did tell somebody that there was a toy gun. So I'm just trying to narrow down whether or not she believed it was a gun or not.
Okay, your objection, flushing that out is what, Mr. Jenkins?
It's that she has already said the answer. She has already said that it could have been any kind of gun she didn't know. And he keeps restating her testimony differently than that. He keeps saying, you believed it was a gun. And she keeps saying, I didn't know if it was a gun.
Well, I think it switched to her stating something different purportedly on the body cam. That now it's a toy gun. And again, strong cross-examination, vigorous cross-examination is fundamental of our justice system. So overruled, you may proceed, Mr. Rogers.
Your Honor, may I address one other issue?
Yes.
I'm hearing in the courtroom gallery commentary for coming over my right shoulder. I just think the gallery needs to be informed that there's
Okay, and I can do that. And I heard something, I just took the direction. I asked.
Malika, that's what I've been sitting here thinking about, girl. I mean, you know, I had asked the question before all this testimony started, right? I had posed the question because I was wondering. I was like, actually, the teacher that got shot, she was testifying. And I was like, because see, so many people, I'm going to say several teachers, including the teacher that got shot, knew that this kid had a gun before the principal knew. Now, don't get it twisted. Do I think that vice principal or assistant principal or whatever should have moved when they told her? Should she have reacted? Yeah, but by the time she reacted, according to them, they kept telling her, and by the time she reacted, the kid had took the gun out the bag. But all the teachers that knew before the principal knew, like, I was thinking to myself, like, is it a rule or something in that school that the principal is the only somebody that can search a child or go in the bag and get the gun out the bag? Because so many other people knew before that principal knew. Now, this is Newport News, and I don't know if all of y'all know about Newport News, Virginia. I know a little bit about it. I know a little bit about it. I got this thought and I got this feeling about what I think and why I think this woman was charged and sued. But I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it because I don't want to take it there. But it's weird to me that she's the only one being held responsible when she was probably one of the last people that knew that the kid had a gun. Other teachers knew the kid had the gun. And nobody took it. I guess they felt like since she was the principal, whatever, she should have been the one. But if I'm a teacher and a kid in my class got a gun and I know he got a gun, I think I'm gonna search that bag. I think I'm gonna get that gun because by the time I make it to the principal to tell the principal that the kid got a gun, all kind of shit could happen. You know what I'm saying? That's just me though. That's just me. But we're gonna keep listening. We're gonna keep listening.
Silence from participants in the courtroom. We cannot comment, we cannot bolster, we cannot suggest our opinions in any way. Please govern yourselves accordingly. This is an open public proceeding. If people are disruptive, they will be asked to leave. Comments are considered disruptive, and I can't close this courtroom. So I'll ask everyone to govern themselves accordingly. And I think the sheriff will start keeping an eye out for that when he was. So sheriff, if anybody make a noise, please escort them out. Thank you. All right, please proceed, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Your Honor. So it sounds like now you're saying that you weren't sure if he possessed a firearm. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is, the girls reported that there was a gun.
And you believe them?
And I
Let her finish her response, Mr. Rogers.
I acted on the report. Children were 6 years old, first grade. I acted on the report. I went to see what was going on with him. I did not look in the bag. I did not touch the bag. I was in the room. When I left the room, I went and reported to my administrator.
Did you leave that?
Are you finished your response? Yeah. Okay, next question.
Did you leave that room believing that there was a gun?
I left that room believing that there was something in that bag.
Something that potentially presented a threat of harm to those children.
This is ask and answer, Mr. Rogers.
All right.
Next question.
All right. All right. And then let's talk about the playground. Same thing, right? You knew that JT was out on the playground, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You said that you didn't visually see him yourself, but you knew he was present. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was out there with his classmates. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Miss Swarner, his teacher was out there. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There was nothing that prevented you or Miss Swarner on that playground to separate JT from the rest of his classmates. Isn't that correct?
No.
All right. So you said that you searched his backpack. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. After you searched his backpack, did that dispel any fears that you may have had that he possessed a firearm?
No.
Okay. So you continued to think that he potentially had a firearm. Is that correct?
Something. He had some kind of weapon.
When you say some kind of weapon, are we talking? Are
We're
you?
still talking gun because that's what the girls reported. I did not know what was in that bag.
So are you holding out the possibility that it's a toy gun?
I'm not sure what it was.
Yes or no?
He could have been, yes.
All right. So if it was a toy gun,
We still report and we still investigate.
I got you, but it's not a toy gun is not a threat of harm to the children. Isn't that correct?
If there is a report, it is required by the state that you report.
Do you understand my question?
I do understand your question.
Okay. Does it?
Hold on, for everybody. We're gonna lower the temperature in the room. So the objection would be non-responsive, because she did not answer your question. She answered a different question. Can you repeat your last question, Mr. Rogers?
Do you believe that a toy gun presents a threat of harm to those students?
He couldn't. Yes, yes, it could.
Okay. Explain how in the world a toy gun could present
A BB gun, a water gun.
I said,
any kind.
my question was,
She answered the question. What's the next question?
so you consider a BB gun as a toy gun. Is that correct?
It's a gun. You report for any type of weapon. I report it.
All right. Just going back a little bit, when the girls made this report to you, did you take them down to the office to speak to administration?
I did not.
All right. Do you think it may have been important to take them down to the office to?
I did the actions that I did in that day, and I cannot look in retrospect.
Okay. Who gave you the authority to take the backpack?
According to the crisis plan, we are allowed to. We just cannot check their body without permission from the administrator.
Okay. So did Dr. Parker give you the authority to check the book bag?
She acknowledged when she heard that I was going to do it. She could have gotten up and done it herself if she wanted to.
Okay. So let's talk. You said you're a part of the crisis. Is the crisis management team?
I'm not part of the crisis management plan. I said in the crisis plan.
Are
that
you?
The district holds.
So you're not a part of the crisis management team or any kind of crisis team at the school?
No, I am the reading specialist, and if the principal and administration gives me another duty, then I do that.
Okay. But nobody told you, Dr. Parker or otherwise, that you did not have the authority to remove JT from the classroom. Is that correct?
No.
All right. When the police arrived and you were holding JT, were there any students in the classroom?
No.
Okay. At what point did the students leave the classroom?
When I was walking in, they were coming out.
Okay. So by the time that you took a hold of JT and sat down with him, there were no students in the
There were
classroom.
students in it.
Can I have a moment?
Okay.
After the firing of the firearm by JT, one of the steps that you took.
Was I helpful with it?
Okay, so that phone was readily available to contact the police?
It was her school office, her school phone.
Okay, were there also walkie-talkies that could be used to communicate with administration?
There is, but I did not have my phone or my walkie because of testing. It just finished. The state testing, we did not have that. So I had none of those.
But you did have the classroom phone that you could have easily called down to the administrative office, isn't that correct?
After the shooting, I did call. I was busy the whole time.
All right, so before then, you took no steps to call the police, is that correct?
Correct.
And okay, so, but you did communicate with administration face to face, is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Several times.
All right. After the incident, did you have communications with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
Okay. You understood that she was very upset about the things that occurred on that day, is that correct?
Well, first of all, I was in shock that day. I did speak to her. We were considered work friends. So I checked in on her. I asked her if she called her husband. I asked her if I could use her phone to call my husband.
Okay, and you indicated to her that the events that occurred on that day were unfortunate.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, so go ahead, finish your entire question, and then I'll move on with that.
You indicated to her by some communications, by text or in person, that you believe that the events that occurred on that day were not foreseeable. Is that correct?
Okay, and hold on, that's what I'm looking for. And your objection is what, if you touch that a little bit more, Mr. Jennings.
So he's asking about an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter. He's asking about an out-of-court statement that she said to Dr. Parker. So, and it's yours.
I'll submit to the court.
So, all right. So, I'll do that. Next question, Jenny.
Okay. And so just briefly going back to the backpack. So you searched it, didn't find anything that you believe presented a danger. Is that correct?
Not at that time, correct? Yeah.
Okay. Did you observe at all JT on the playground? Did you observe what he was wearing? You know, anything
No.
that he may have had in his pockets?
No.
All right. All right. Now I'm going to check with co-counsel one more time. You know.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just want to return to the backpack again. When you asked JT to search, to let you look into his backpack, and he said no, was that alarming to you?
I mean, his actions were alarming to me.
Okay, but
Words that come out of his mouth, it's hot and cold every day. So
you're saying you didn't take that seriously?
I took it seriously because I reported 3 times to the administrator.
Okay, but not seriously enough to say, let's take JT to the office, or let's get his classmates out of this classroom because I think they're.
Objection, asked and answered.
Talking about backpack now.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
All right. So not enough to take JT's classmates out of that room for any potential harm.
I did not know what his next actions would have been at that moment, and to keep the children safe if there was something, because a weapon had been reported and no administrator did actions.
Okay, so you could have taken some steps to keep them safe.
I did, as what I could at that time.
Okay, so that's all you could have done is reported to the administration. You couldn't have taken JT out of the classroom. You couldn't have taken the students out of the classroom.
In retrospect, maybe, but I did what I did.
All right, that's all the questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
And this with the status in terms of being sequestered, excused.
I would request the same with all of our witnesses. I'm asking that she remain sequestered, but be able to leave. Certainly, she is subject to recall by either party.
I agree.
Okay, so Ms. Colette, you are welcome to leave the building, but you are still a sequestered witness, meaning you cannot discuss this case until the trial is over. And it's my intention that attorneys have your number, so if they call you back for subsequent testimony, please be available. All right, thank you, ma'am. And then you're welcome to leave or stay. Okay, we do another witness. Got about 20 minutes before we break for lunch. We start with another witness.
Judge, I have one witness that we could do, I think, very quickly.
Okay, who would you like to call, please?
Deputy Blythe.
Blythe?
Blythe, BLYTHE.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff Deputy Blythe, please. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Please stand up. Clerk, get sworn in.
Do you swear affirmatively you're about to release the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Okay, please take the witness stand. Watch your step. You may adjust the chair and microphone. Counsel.
Good afternoon, sir. Please tell us your name.
My name is Thomas White. I'm a retired deputy from Newport News Sheriff's Office.
And were you working as a deputy on January 6, 2023?
I was.
And on that day, did you have occasion to go to Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News?
I did. I responded to a radio call of an active shooter at the school.
All right. And did you go to the school?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived?
Pulled up in front of the school. Head Deputy Briggs about a half second behind me. We went to the door, tried to get in, but the intercom would work at the door. There was nobody to meet us. Everything was locked up. We were joined by a couple of Newport News police officers. All four of us pounding on the windows, yelling, trying to get somebody to open the door for us.
Okay. Did you observe an intercom system of sorts on the door on the outside?
There was an intercom on the door. It didn't appear to be working, or at least nobody was answering it.
Okay. Eventually, did someone let you in the door?
After about a minute, it was I think it was a janitorial staff.
Okay.
Opened the door for us.
And roughly how long were you out there prior to a janitorial staff opening the door?
I think by body camera was about a minute, maybe a minute and a half.
Okay.
Felt like in turn.
Yeah. Were you armed and willing to go in and
We were
confront?
in full uniform, armed, responding to what we thought was an active shooter.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Please answer any from the defense counsel.
No question.
Thank you. Does the detective like me to remain?
No, I actually, if there's no objection, I think he could be released. Yes, so we would like to release him from recall.
Okay, we confirm the position.
No objection to him being released.
Okay, so thank you, Secretary, for your testimony. And being released means you are welcome to stay in the courtroom or you may leave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next witness.
Judge, my remaining witnesses may take a bit more time than that one. Do you want to go?
I would like to start. Yes, please.
Sir, I'll call Breonna Foster, please.
Breonna Foster, Ms. Foster, please. Good afternoon, to stand in front of you, be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, you may let my phone.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name?
Breonna Foster.
And Ms. Foster, back in January of 2023, how were you employed? Okay, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit. It can be kind of hard to hear. Did you say that you were did you repeat?
Yes, and I was employed at Newport News Public Schools as a principal.
Okay, and what school were you a principal at?
Richmond Elementary.
Okay. Ms. Foster, if you know, had your school at Rich Neck Elementary adopted a crisis and emergency management plan?
Yes.
And if I were to show you the plan, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, just may I approach?
You may.
Yes, yes. May I approach?
You may.
Just take a look at that document there, and I'll ask you some questions about it. You don't have to say anything about it this way.
Kind of getting ahead of this, if they're going to have anything out of that document, it's going to be offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and then we step into that document. That's it.
All right, I'm good at that time. And when it comes right, I'll be ready to hear the objection.
Ms. Foster, just let me know when you've had enough time to look at that document. My question is going to be, is that a fair and accurate copy of the Rich Neck?
Can I answer that before that? Remember that. Very accurate.
Understood. I'll take that. At the time that you were working on January 6th of 2023, were you aware of the crisis management plan?
Yes, I do recall that we had one.
Okay, and what was the plan at all?
We were just required to, every school was required to have one.
Okay, was it your intention that you would follow the crisis management plan in a crisis?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention then to January 6th of 2023. On that day, was there a crisis incident that occurred at the school?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in brief?
Later that afternoon, I found out that there was a student, it was reported that a student had it.
Okay. At any point, was there a critical incident that required police to show up?
Would you mind clarifying what you mean, how?
Did something huge happen on January 6th of 2023? That's the whole reason we're here? Okay. And what was that?
That a student shot his teacher.
Yes. So I want to ask you, prior to that moment, the moment of the shooting, had anyone...
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to her response to the question, but she actually observed the incident. I don't think that she was present when that occurred. So she testified to what she observed, but she has made a conclusion that I don't think she can really testify to.
Response.
But it's the incident for which we're here. She's the principal of the school. She knows what happened at the school that day. I'm just trying to orient her in time so that I can ask a question.
So all will in this receiving that posture as to why are we here in court today, the incident that we're in court today. Not that she observed it or anything further than that without further questions and testimony.
Thank you.
What's your next question?
Prior to that event occurring at your school, did anyone tell you that JT or anyone that there was a weapon on campus?
Yeah.
Any hint from anyone that there was a weapon on your campus prior to that?
Yeah.
Roughly how many students attended Rich Neck at that time? And I don't mean on that day, but just the total number of students that would have been in the school. And you can give us an estimate.
I truly not recall, but if I had to give you a number, maybe 500.
Okay. I want to talk to you about a student named JT. Are you familiar with who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. We're not using any student names at all. So any students that you mentioned, please don't use their name. Had you personally, prior to the incident on January 6th, so earlier that year, had you personally had any issues with JT's behavior that you saw?
Yes.
Definitely not, yeah.
Okay, what's the judge not here?
No, that's yeah.
Right. Okay, response?
If she handled a discipline issue with JT that the defendant knows about, then it's relevant, as all of those are.
We've allowed those in previously, so I'll allow this in to be consistent. So you may proceed. You can answer the question. Do you need him to repeat the question? Yes, please.
So the question was, in the time before, the days before the shooting, had you personally been aware or observed behavior of JT that was a discipline issue?
Yes.
And could you just describe that?
To my memory, earlier that week, there was a situation that took place between him and his first grade teacher involving her cell phone.
Okay, and did that situation come to you?
Yes.
And who appeared to you to
I
inform
actually think it was 2 people that came to me. I don't remember if it was his teacher.
Okay.
I'm sitting here trying to think back exactly how I knew about it, but I remember calling his mother that evening.
Okay. So as a result of that incident, you did contact his mother?
Yes.
Okay. Any other specific instances, discipline-wise, of JT that year that you remember? If you don't remember, that's fine to say that.
Not in detail, but there were other instances that took place.
Okay. If you know, did the school attempt to do anything to try to moderate that behavior?
Yes.
And what was it that the school did to attempt to control the behavior?
I don't remember the name of the process that was in place. However, the event was a scheduled number of, like, let's say, weeks or throughout the month, where they would meet with the teacher, assistant principal, parent, and just go back to go over his progress, academics, behaviors, and plan, essentially progress monitoring how he was doing it in school.
Okay. And I just have one last question for you. Is it true that you were working at the school hand in hand with Dr. Ebony Parker?
Yes.
Okay. And is Dr. Parker in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Okay, could you please just describe what she's wearing and identify her for the judge or point her out?
Yes, she has brown and black hair. If I'm mistaken, she doesn't be blue.
And does medical recognize she's identified the defendant? Thank you. I have no further questions for you. Please answer any questions of the defense counsel.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. How are you? Just a few questions. There was a crisis management plan in place. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. So there was a crisis management plan in place. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And if there were any type of crisis at the school, had you instructed any of the teachers or staff not to come to you with that crisis?
No.
Okay. Was it the policy of your school for staff members to bring problems to Dr. Parker, and if whatever she said goes, or were you ultimately responsible for the safety of the students at your school?
To my knowledge, it's a joint. In my previous positions, it's hard to say, like ultimately I am as a principal, yes.
Okay. So would you expect your staff members, if they weren't satisfied with whatever was brought to the assistant principal, that they should bring whatever that crisis or problem to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did that occur on January 6th of 2023?
No.
All right. Could any teacher who had a disruptive student in their class, could they have brought that student to the administrative office?
Yes.
Okay. Would you expect them to bring that student to the administrative office?
Yes.
If any teacher or staff member had the belief that there was a firearm possessed by a student, would you agree that that student should be separated from the rest of his classmates?
Yes.
Would you also agree that law enforcement should be immediately notified?
Yes.
Before the shooting, as far as you know, did any of those steps take place?
To my knowledge, no.
Can I have a moment? Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any three correct?
So on January 6th, during that day, what were you doing and where were you in school?
Do you have a timeline of that?
As much as you remember, it's fair enough that you don't remember. You can say you don't remember, but just as much as you remember, where were you and what were you doing that day?
That day we had some interviews in the morning. I subbed for a game teacher break so she could get a lunch herself, personal lunchtime.
Now, when you were doing the interviews, where would you have been in the school?
The main office
in your office. Okay. And then the second thing you said you did was what again?
relief teachers, she had lunch break.
So that would have been in a classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Then what?
Then I remember we had a family and military life meeting with a new partnership that we were forming
Okay. Where did that occur?
in our conference room.
Okay.
And then after that, during that meeting, I remember emailing our lead custodian to ask about, I think I walked through an email our lead custodian, maybe Dr. Parker, asking about space. They wanted to know about space and I couldn't remember off the top of my head really good with them. And then after that meeting was over, Dr. Parker and our lead custodian came to my office, in addition to students who were leading to speak with me came to my office.
Okay. And while you're in your office, what's the first signal you get that something is wrong?
I think the words I heard were, he has a gun, or she's been shot.
Okay.
And then
What did you do?
from there, I slammed my door and I took the two students who were in my office and everyone else and I shoved them into the bathroom and tried to barricade them in. I called my direct supervisor and 911 and was telling everyone in the bathroom that I'm going out. And I remember someone saying, you can't, I have to. And then when I went out, Miss Warner was on the ground and there were staff. And I remember saying, please put the school locked down. And Miss O looked up, I looked up and Miss O said she had already put the school locked down.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything further for you.
You don't have time to follow.
Thank you. And the status of this witness.
I would ask that she be constructively sequestered and subject to recall.
No objection to that.
Okay, so Ms. Foster, what that means is, they're going to testimony for now. They may recall you to come back to the witness stand, but you don't have to physically stay in the building. So you may leave the building, just make sure that the contact information is good. So they need to recall you as a witness, they can. You cannot stay in the courtroom, and you cannot discuss the case until it's over. For the remainder of this criminal trial, until this trial is concluded, you cannot discuss your testimony. You are a successful witness, but we are not going to require you to remain in the witness room. So you can go about your day and be available when you call you back. And they'll let you know when the trial is ended. Okay, so with that, when your sequestration ends. Okay. All right, thank you very much. And at this time, can we break for lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so it is 1:05.
Judge, can we let the witness?
Yeah, okay, come on down when I'm talking. So we'll break for lunch. Is there anything, any motion that we need to take up? Time of the jury to come back.
Nothing.
Nothing.
So let's come back at 2:15, which means I need all the jurors to report at the room downstairs, or back here by 2:10. We need all the jurors to come back at 2:10. I'm giving you an hour, and we will resume at 2:15 p.m. Again, jurors, do not discuss the case, do not research the case, and you're welcome to leave the building and or there's food back there in the jury room if you want to stay in the building. Okay, we are in recess. Thank you.
Please stand for the jurors. If you leave it, someone will come.
Into office. We need to take up for bringing her back.
Nothing from the Commonwealth.
I'll Chair, please bring her back.
Please stand for the jurors. I have 14 jurors in the box. You may be seated.
We're ready to resume the case. We have all 14 jurors present. And come with another witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Lawanda Rusk.
Captain, no ma'am, if you stand in front of Madam Clerk and be sworn.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Watch your step.
Next, ma'am, if you need to adjust the microphone, you can. Please answer questions the attorneys may have.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name?
I'm sorry,
Could you please tell us your name?
Lauren Sample Rusk.
Thank you, Ms. Sample Rusk. We have a court reporter taking everything down today. Would you mind spelling your last name for us?
SAMPLE-RUSK.
Thank you. I want to remind you that during your testimony today, we're not saying the names of any children, only using initials if we need to refer to them, including your own grandchildren or children. We'll only use initials or refer to them as your grandchildren, if anything, okay? Let me ask you, Ms. Sample Rusk, on January 6th of 2023, did you go to Rich Neck Elementary?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason that you went there?
I went to Rich Neck to pick up one of my grandsons.
Okay.
First grader there.
And you have how many grandsons that attended Rich Neck at the time?
2.
Okay. And when you got to Rich Neck, did you go into the office area?
Yes, I did.
And if you remember, who was in there when you first arrived?
When I went to the office, it was the 2 receptionist secretaries. And there was a student sitting to the right when I got in the office.
Okay. Do you know the names of either of the secretaries?
I believe one was a substitute there because the other was on vacation. I'm not sure, but the other one was there all the time. And she goes on Miss O.
Miss O.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's I don't know if that is.
That's okay. Thank you.
We always call Miss O because that's what my boys call her.
Okay. Now, while you were there in the office, did something happen that took you by surprise?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what it was, what you saw happen?
I was in the office for a little lengthy time because I was speaking with the receptionist. We were talking about cruises and different things. I'm sorry.
You can take a minute, take a deep breath. It's all right.
We were talking. And then a employee of the school, I don't know her name, I believe it's Miss Harris, I'm not sure. She ran into the office and she said, she yelled something about a gun or shooting or something like that. So I was still on the side of the counter where I should be as a visitor in the school. The receptionists were still at their desk. But when the teacher ran in, she ran in and went straight to Dr. Parker's office and closed the door.
Okay, so the teacher went into Dr. Parker's office?
Yes, the entrance from the office.
Okay.
Because there's an entrance to Dr. Parker's office from the main office.
Understood.
So, and to the principal, vice principal's office is from the main office.
So after that happens, what's the next thing you see happen right there where you are in the office?
As she ran in to shut the door, we didn't have any information. And then, I didn't, I can't recall exactly, I can't recall the data, but we found out it was a first grade class.
So you don't need to tell us what you heard, but really, or what you thought was going on, but just describe it visually. Like, what's the next thing that happens in the office where you are?
Miss O jumped up, got on the phone, and she called whatever code they call out to the teachers over the intercom to let them know that there was something going on.
Okay.
I was a little hysterical because when I found out it was a first grade class, I was ready to go down the hall to find out what was going on because that's my kids down there. So
Now, at some point, does another teacher come into the office?
after that, we called the police, everything. Then, just as I took I was wearing a crossbody purse, just as I took it off and set that in my keys on the counter, I was gonna go down the hall. Before I could get out the door, Miss Werner comes into the office and she's holding herself like this. And I see blood on her hand. And so, by that time, when Miss Werner came into the office, I had gone behind the main desk that we were supposed to be on. I was getting back there where the employees were there. I had stood behind there because I didn't know what was going on. And I took the little boy that was in the office, took him back. I said, look, he needs a hi. I said, hi. I said, my name is Miss LaWanda. I got you. I said, you hi. It gets so good, I couldn't even find him after I really looked for him. But he was back shoved up under the one of the big copy machines.
So let me ask you a question. So while you were telling him to hide, and where are you when you're telling him to hide?
I went to him. I walked from behind the counter, walked to him, took his hand, let him know. I said, my name is Miss LaWanda. I have a grandson here. I said, you're gonna be okay, but I need you to hide until we find out what's going on.
Yes.
So I made sure he was secure. And then when I didn't see him, and I didn't walk in the office, I knew he was secure.
So at that time, after he got secure, where was Miss Werner, if you know?
Okay. So I secured him before Ms. Werner came into the office.
Thank you.
He did not see any of that.
Thank you.
I
So
got him out of the way because I didn't know what was going on. He did not see any of that.
I understand. So let's pick it up from that moment where Miss Werner, he's hidden and Miss Werner comes into the office. What do you see?
Ms. Werner comes into the office and, well, before she came into the office, we locked the office door. After the teacher came in and went into Dr. Parker's office, we locked the door. We didn't know what was going on. I locked the door, I ran locked the door. Then so when I saw Ms. Werner, she came to the door and I had to unlock the door for her. She came in and she was holding herself and she said, I've been shot. She was very pale. And then, as she walked into the front office, to the right, immediately, like side by side with the end of the counter, there was a principal's door. Ms. Werner fell there. Okay, when she fell, I lost it. But I'm trying to keep my composure because she fell out. When she went down the wall, there was blood on the wall. So I went to her. Well, the secretaries were doing what they were supposed to do, whatever protocol is. I don't know. I'm not an employee. I cannot speak on that. They were doing whatever they were supposed to do to make everybody aware, get law enforcement there, whatever.
Right, I'm going back to this. We are here again regarding Ms. Dr. Parker's actions and inactions on that day. This is beyond the time when Ms. Werner had already been shot by JT. I don't see the relevance here.
Dr. Parker's inaction caused exactly this that's being described. This is exactly the same as the prior ruling regarding Ms. Kovacs situation in the classroom. This is the shooting's aftermath, and it is the result of Dr. Parker's willful inaction.
Okay. Again, how is that relevant? You started child endangerment, and we're talking about the medical response and the response to the people that see that in the office. Is there still child endangerment? That is your legend?
Absolutely. There is a result of the child endangerment. There is a prong of the statute that requires proof that the child was in danger and possibly deadly danger. And we have a grandmother who is shuttling a child to safety in that office as the event is unfolding. This event is entirely precipitated by the child neglect. But for it, none of this would happen.
So let's streamline it. It's going into narrative where she's just giving a narrative and not answering the question. Can you ask another question, please?
Yes, and if I may just sort of inform the witness, I'm going to need to ask you questions. So just pause with me for a moment and we'll walk through it step by step, okay?
Okay.
At the moment that you have described where Ms. Werner fell down to the floor, can you tell me at that moment, you said you were with her, do you know where the office receptionists were?
Yes, she was on the phone.
Okay.
Was on the phone.
All right. And do you know where Dr. Parker is?
I didn't see Dr. Parker.
Okay. And do you know where the principal, Ms. Foster, is?
I didn't see Ms. Foster.
Okay. And so while you're there with Ms. Werner, and at the time that you let Ms. Werner into the office, did you see Dr. Parker or Principal Foster?
No.
Okay. And so after you have seen Ms. Werner slide down to the floor, what's the next person that comes to the office? Who is the next person that comes to the office is not a leading question.
I think technically it's presumed that somebody else has come.
Well,
so can you refer to who was the next person to come to the office? Any.
Did anyone come to the office after that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I honestly don't remember.
Did you ever see a police officer?
Okay, no, I can speak on who came, but as far as the next person,
Okay.
I want to be very specific
That's
with my answers to make sure I'm answering this correctly.
Absolutely. Let me ask you a specific question. Did police officers come and attend to Ms. Werner?
Yes, there was one officer I remember, I believe he was a sheriff's agent.
You don't have to tell us any more about it. That's good enough. And at some point, do you find the child who had gone into hiding?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point later that day, are you reunited with your grandchildren?
yes, I was.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Please answer any questions from defense counsel.
Okay.
One moment, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Sample Rusk. All right. You mentioned that when you were in the office, you heard a teacher, or you saw a teacher go into Dr. Parker's office and close the door, correct? And so you don't have any personal knowledge of anything Dr. Parker said or did at that, before that point, or after that point, right?
Well, I did see Dr. Parker after the police and everyone got there.
Understood. Yes.
She saw him come to the office, and the principal as well. But in reference to Dr. Parker, no, I didn't see anything. I didn't see her at all until the end.
Okay. So you don't know what was going on in the office, right?
All I know is she closed that door and stood there and watched us.
Hold on. You said the teacher closed the door.
I did not see Dr. Parker at all.
Okay. So you don't know what Dr. Parker was doing in her office. You don't know what calls she was making or anything like that, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. You don't know what instructions she was giving, anything like that, right? Okay. Ms. Sample Rusk, is it true that you filed a lawsuit in this courthouse arising from these events on January 6, 2023?
Objection relevant.
Oh, it definitely.
Okay. Okay. You come from.
Okay. It's definitely relevant and it goes toward potential bias, Your Honor.
Okay. How's it not?
Well, whether she filed a lawsuit in the suit or not, I don't understand how that's relevant to whether Dr. Parker committed child neglect.
I think the law allows parties to cross-examine on a witness's interest in a case. If she filed a lawsuit, she may or may not have interest in the case. That's proper grounds for cross-examination. So you may proceed. You need to repeat the question.
Yes.
Repeat the question.
Okay. Ms. Sample Rusk, you filed a lawsuit in this courthouse regarding the events of that day, correct?
A lawsuit has not been filed yet.
Okay. Have you made any demands of Ms. Dr. Parker or her attorneys?
I'm not sure I understand that. Have I made any demands of her? I'm not sure. I don't understand. I want to make sure I answer
Understand.
correct.
Right. Regarding a potential settlement, or have you made any demands whatsoever of Dr. Parker or her attorneys related to that event, to that day?
I have not known. And as far as I know, there is not a lawsuit that has been filed yet.
Yet. Okay. Do you know whether one has been drafted?
No, I do not know that.
Have you retained an attorney?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is it your understanding that a lawsuit, whether it's been filed or not, would be against Dr. Parker as a defendant?
That is correct.
Okay. And before you came into that office that afternoon, you have no idea of anything that occurred before that point, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Can you read the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and the status for this witness.
Do you want her subject to be called? I would ask that we release her.
Okay, any objection?
Okay.
Oh, Councilwoman, that you are released. You're excused being a witness, so you may stay in the courtroom if you wish. Thank you very much. I have watched you step down.
The Commonwealth Index called Kelly Wells. Kelly Wells.
Clerk to be sworn. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, please step into the witness stand. Go to step. So watch your step. You can adjust the chair and microphone. Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name and how you're employed?
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Wells, Kellywells, and I'm a forensic specialist with the Forensic Services Unit of the Newport News Police Department.
And as a forensic services technician with Newport News Police Department, what is your regular job? What do you do?
I respond to major crime scenes, to include homicides, aggravated assaults, any death investigation that is unnatural or unexplained, and just anything else that is deemed needing forensics.
And when you get onto a scene, what do you typically do with physical evidence that you find?
Typically, I initially take photographs, and then I identify evidence that I see, and as well as search for additional evidence, and I collect that evidence and will either usually process it for fingerprints or swab it for DNA, and potentially send it to the lab at a later time, but it then is secured in our forensic services unit.
How long have you been doing forensics work?
This is my 21st year.
I want to direct your attention to January 6th of 2023. On that day, were you called on to go to Rich Neck Elementary School?
Yes, I was.
Is that here in Newport News?
Yes, it is.
When you arrived at the school, were you directed to a particular classroom?
I was met by my sergeant at the time, which was Sergeant Vanderhall, and he accompanied me to classroom 11.
All right. And in that classroom, did you look for any evidence?
I did.
In that classroom, did you see a firearm?
I did.
you just describe where it was and how it was positioned?
Sure. When I entered the classroom, it's rectangular shaped. To the right is the front of the classroom, so the desks were facing towards that direction. And then to the left, there was a table that was behind in the back corner, behind the student's desk. On the floor by that table, there was a Taurus 9mm firearm on the floor. And then just in front of that, there was a student's desk that had a black and white backpack on the floor. And there was a Win 9mm cartridge case on the floor as well.
Okay. So let's talk about what a cartridge case is, just in case some people may not be familiar with that term.
Sure.
What is a cartridge case?
A lot of times people just generically will refer to ammunition as bullets. But typically bullets, what you're thinking of is a cartridge. And the cartridge, which is ammunition, is comprised of a cartridge case, powder primer, and then a bullet, which is a projectile, all in one creates the cartridge. When the cartridge is loaded into a firearm and the trigger is pulled, the firing pin of the firearm strikes the head stamp of the cartridge, causing an explosion with the primer, causing the bullet to propel down the barrel of the firearm and out. And then the cartridge case that remains is ejected from the firearm. It usually gets back into the right.
So you have indicated you found one cartridge case. Where was that?
That was at the desk just in front of the table that was on the back left side. It was on the floor.
All right. And then with respect to the firearm, what did you observe about the firearm itself?
The firearm itself, I noticed initially that the slide was back partially. And the slide is the top piece of the firearm. And then I was able to get on the floor and look, and I could see at the opening that there was a cartridge jammed in the top of the firearm.
Okay. And would that have been an unspent cartridge? Could you tell?
Correct. It had not been fired.
Okay. And did you determine whether there were any other unfired rounds or cartridges in the firearm?
Yes. Once the firearm was cleared for safety by my sergeant in my presence, we observed, or I observed 6 Win 9mm Luger cartridges and the 7th from the chamber.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Please answer any questions from the defense counsel.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't have a question.
Okay, no questions. All right, the status of this witness.
To remain on call, Your Honor.
Any objection? Okay, so Ms. Wells, you're free to leave the building, but you're still suspected. You cannot discuss your testimony until you've received information that the case is over.
All right.
Okay, and they have your contact information, they can call you back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer West.
All right, thank you. Okay. Please stand for the Madam Clerk this morning. I'm gonna get called over right in front.
Raise your hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth?
And this was please answer the witness stand right here. And she'll go around the corner, there's a step, watch step. You can adjust chair and microphone. Please answer questions the attorneys may have.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you please tell us your name?
Jennifer West.
And Ms. West, how are you employed?
I'm a teacher.
Now, I want to take you back to January of 2023. Were you a teacher then as well?
Yes.
What school did you teach at?
Rich Neck Elementary.
How long have you been a teacher?
23 years.
And what grade did you teach at Rich Neck back in January 2023?
First grade.
Could you help us understand where, if you know, do you know where Ms. Werner's classroom was?
Across the hall from mine.
Okay. Taking you back to that January 6th date in 2023, on that day, based on, for whatever reason, did you end up observing a student named JT while he was at recess?
Yes.
And where was your class at that time?
Also at recess.
Okay. And while you were observing JT, could you describe, just as if it was a movie that we were watching, just the actions that you observed?
He and another
And I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I need to at this point, because I forgot to remind you, we're not using any names of students. You can say a student or you can use initials, but please don't say the names of any students.
He and another student kept going behind the rock wall and there's a large tree on the playground. They go back there and come back out, and I just was watching their interactions.
Do you know the initials of the other student?
RR.
And do you know the initials of the first? Okay. So describe for us what exactly JT and RR were doing in as much detail as you can remember.
It's hard to remember specific details, but I did write down notes the day of, and I reviewed those before coming.
When you reviewed your notes, did that help you refresh your recollection about what happened?
Yes.
Okay, well, then what happened?
They were staying together, very close together. They kept going behind the rock wall, going behind the tree, kind of being secretive, trying to avoid other people.
Okay. I'll agree that the trying to avoid other people part should be stricken.
So sustained, strike that part, trying to avoid other people, but you can't consider going behind the rock wall. Next question.
Ms. West, when recess ended, did you have a conversation with RR?
After we got back in the building.
Okay. And before I ask you to tell us what RR said, can you just describe his physical demeanor, how he appeared to you?
So I asked him to come speak with me to ask him about what we had observed at recess.
And before you tell us what he said, I just want to know his demeanor, how he appeared.
He was visibly shaken, nervous. I asked him what they had been doing, and he said,
Okay, hold on. Before you tell us what he said, I'll ask judge and counsel if we need to voir dire this witness. Just hold on just a moment, okay?
Your Honor, I think based on previous rulings that court will allow her to testify, but we're objecting for the record that these statements that she may have heard from RR are hearsay.
Okay, you're continuing. Your exception is noted. Thank you. Are you going to proceed, Mr. Jenkins?
Tell us what RR reported to you.
he first said he couldn't tell me, and I reassured that he could. And he said, I can't. He said that he would hurt us, that he would blow us up. He was just referring to JT at the time. And then he said that JT had a gun. And at that time, I asked him what it looked like to kind of confirm whether it was real or not. And he said that he saw the bullets. I said, well, what color? And he had RR come into my classroom.
And then once RR was in your classroom, did you place a call?
I did. I called the front office
And what was the purpose of that call?
to report what RR had told me.
Okay. And who answered the phone?
Mr. Sims, our music teacher.
Okay. Thank you. If you could give me just a moment. I want to now fast forward a little bit and jump forward. Later in the day, did some students come running into your classroom?
Yes, I think it was just before 2 o'clock.
Hold on. Can you back up from that for a moment and just walk us through what happened that you observed or heard in the moments before students came into your classroom?
I heard a gunshot and I immediately knew what it was. And I went to my classroom door, opened it, and Abby's students came running out, and I ushered them into my classroom. And I could see that Abby was standing. She had just exited her room, and I could tell that her hand was bloody and there was blood on the floor. Once the last student that was on their way out came out, I shut my door and proceeded to lock down, turn off the lights, and settle the students.
In as much detail as you remember, can you describe the behaviors that you observed, the demeanor that you observed of the students as they came in?
They were terrified, many of them crying. RR was situated behind me. I was sitting on the floor with the students around me, and he kept repeating, I told you. I tried to keep you safe. I told you. And I just kept reassuring. There were a few students who were trying to tell me what happened, but I didn't want my class that didn't witness it to hear all of the details. And I just kept reassuring them that we were okay.
Were some of the children were crying?
Yes.
All right. Ms. West, thank you for your testimony. I don't have any more questions for you right now. Please answer any questions from defense counsel.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay.
I understand that you're upset, and that's reasonable. Whose student was RR? Was that your student?
No, that was Abby's student.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with RR? Or?
I try to have relationships with as many students as I can. So yes.
Okay. And when you had contact with RR after recess, could you tell us again what prompted that?
What I was observing at recess was RR and JT kept going behind the rock wall behind the tree, and I asked him to come tell me what was going on at recess.
Okay. Did you, during that recess time, did you believe that JT possessed a firearm?
I was not convinced until I spoke with RR.
Okay. So while the children were out on the recess, you did not feel a sense of danger or imminent harm to the children. Is that correct?
I don't really know how to answer that. We were kind of observing. I had been told that Dr. Parker had been made aware.
All right, I'm going to object to that statement.
Objection to that. If this is a question that he asked, and moreover, just a moment ago, he asked the question, what prompted her to talk to RR? And she's entitled to answer the questions that he asks.
Okay, and so again, we don't know what the answer is going to be. It doesn't make it necessarily admissible. But that is hearsay that she was told. So at this point, you do not consider that unless it comes in under another exception.
Thank you, Ron.
Next question.
Okay. So based on your observations of RR, you weren't convinced that he possessed a firearm. Is that correct?
I was convinced they were hiding something.
Okay. Had you believed that he possessed a firearm, would you have taken steps to exclude him from the presence of the other students?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
All right, well, I'll ask it a different way. If a student possesses a firearm, should you take steps to exclude them from the presence of other students?
That's the administrator or security's job.
So as a teacher, you don't feel like if a child possesses a gun, you should take steps to ensure the safety of those classrooms?
If a child possesses a gun, I rely on people whose job is to check the child. And I'm
not talking about checking. I'm talking about protecting the other students.
I understand that, but it also could be protection of the other students by not exacerbating the situation.
Okay, so you're saying if a student possesses a firearm, it's better to leave that student in the presence of other students so the students won't become exasperated? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I would contact security and administration, and they will handle the student.
Okay, so you're essentially saying it's not your responsibility to protect the students.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. What you're saying is you're going to rely on somebody else to protect the students. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Did you have any conversations with Dr. Parker prior to the shooting?
Yes. Okay. It was, I don't know what I would call a conversation. It was an interaction that lasted about 5 seconds.
Okay. Did you tell her that you believe that JT possessed a firearm?
No, that was prior to my conversation with RR.
Okay. Did you possess any means to communicate with the office while you were out on the playground?
Based on my notes, there was a walkie-talkie. I personally don't remember having it in my possession at recess. I even can't remember what the protocol was that year because they changed so much. Sometimes there's one walkie-talkie per grade level. At this time, every teacher has a walkie-talkie. But I do not recall specifics of the walkie-talkie that day.
So you don't remember if you had one or if Mrs. Warner had one? Or...
I do not know.
Okay. Do you remember if anybody, you or her, tried to make an attempt to contact the office while out on the playground?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's fine. So you didn't observe Dr. Parker's behavior or interactions anytime?
Personally, no.
Okay, one moment, I'm sorry. So when I asked you the question about the walkie-talkie, I believe you indicated that when you looked at your notes, you saw that you indicated there was a walkie-talkie.
That I had one after recess. I do not remember the specifics of it before.
What do your notes say?
That I heard Mrs. Kovac on the walkie saying that she had the shooter.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. Rivera?
Yes, Your Honor.
At the time that you hear Ms. Kovac on the walkie-talkie, where are you?
In my
classroom with mine and Abby's class.
Thank you. We know, as you testified, you were observing RR and JT at recess. Without telling me anything that anyone said to you, was your reason for observing them based on things you had heard from other faculty?
Yes.
Your Honor, okay, one moment.
Please, back to what I'm getting into the testimony.
That
He's basically asking, did somebody tell you there was a problem? Which is hearsay, and he's asking for a response.
I'm not. I'm asking for her reaction to receiving information. This is exactly the same in 100 cases where we have asked a police officer, did you receive information that caused you to go to such and such address?
Okay, but there was leading in because you were leading her to a particular answer. So can you rephrase? I'm going to sustain that objection based on leading.
So did you go to recess?
Yes. I was later than normal.
Okay. Was there a reason that you were observing JT and RR?
Yes. 2 teachers told me that this was.
So Judge, if I don't point the witness to something, that we're going to encounter this. So we can't have it both ways.
Why can't you say without telling me the reason? Was there a reason?
Because the last time I tried to phrase the question that way, it was ruled leading. So I will rephrase the question. Ms. West, without telling me anything that anyone told you, what caused you to observe JT and RR at recess?
Okay, that was not a question. Did I? She's observing them based upon a reason. And then what would be the next question? When she says, I'm
What is the reason?
Somebody said to me. Then what would be the next question?
That's the whole question. If she says, I'm observing him based on what someone said to me, I'm done. That's what I'm trying to get out of her. That's it.
Okay, so that's my question. The proper question is, without telling me what was said to you, what was the reason that you were, why were you observing him?
I think that's what I just said, but the judge has asked the question.
Okay, but you have a question to say.
No, I'm confused.
Okay, was there a reason you were observing JT?
Yes.
Okay, and without making this word somebody said, what was the reason?
There was concern that JT had something that he shouldn't have.
Thank you, Judge.
Any recalls?
Sure. So based on your observation, you did not conclude that there was a danger to the students from JT. Is that correct?
No, not at recess.
Okay.
It was following recess.
All right. And that was, your concerns came to fruition after your conversations with RR.
Yes.
Okay. So there was nothing to prevent you from excluding JT from his classmates. Is that correct?
Nothing to prevent me from.
Yeah. You could have, if you perceived that there was a danger, you could have excluded him from his classmates. Is that correct?
But if I suspected what I had been told about, that could have made things worse.
Okay. Did you attempt to take RR to the office?
No, I called the office and reported what RR told me.
Did you attempt to take JT to the office?
I did not.
Okay.
My last interaction.
Okay. Did you yourself attempt to contact the police about your concerns?
No, I called the office.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
And status of this class as a witness?
I ask that she remain subject to recall and trust this assessor. Same.
So Ms. West, you are still a witness, you are still sequestered, you may not discuss this case until this trial is over. But you do not have to remain in the building, you do not have to remain in the witness room, you are free to go about your daily life. And if you get a phone call that you need to come back to give further testimony, please come back. All right, thank you, ma'am, you may step in. Thank you. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we take a break, and there is something that we need to discuss with the court.
All right, it's been about an hour, which is a good wake up stretch break after lunch. So we'll ask the jurors to retire to the jury room while we take up the motion. Judicial proceedings at 8:30.
8:30. You're at 8.
As a jury, I think that's going to be tomorrow. Okay.
Ron, I prefer to go ahead and take up the whole matter at once.
So deal with it tomorrow. Yes, okay, so we'll start at 8:30, not 8 a.m. With that being said, I'm just trying to think that's going to take. And let's try to do any other motions and objections so we can get rolling. So do I ask the jury to come at 9 or 9:30?
I'm going to have our witness that would authenticate that video be here at 8:30.
Okay,
So
sir.
we could get going on dealing with the admissibility of it at 8:30.
Okay.
You want to say 9:30? Just.
I'll push it.
Okay, well, 9:15. Okay. Well,
Okay, so we'll resume the judicial proceedings at 8:30 to take up the anticipated objection. I will ask the jurors to report at 9. Usually it still takes about 5 to 10 extra minutes to go from that to actually in the box and ready to go. All right, anything else we need to address today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, and then Sheriff will let the jurors know that they are adjourned for today. I'll go back and, nope, let me bring them out to give them the reminder of sequestration, just on the record. Okay, thank you, Sheriff. Bring the jurors out, and everybody please stand as the jurors come out. Okay, and this is gonna be quick, jurors, so you all can stand in place or you can have a seat, but this is quick, up to you if you wanna sit or stand. But we'll wait till all 14 are in the box. And you can sit or stand, this will be quick. You want me to sit or stand, this will be quick, up to you.
14 jurors in the box.
Thank you. Not to do my triple check, it's like, you know. Based on witness scheduling, we don't have any other witnesses available to provide testimony for today. So we are going to adjourn and take our evening recess. It's about 3:22 p.m. So we would like you all to report tomorrow to the jury room about, let's say, 9 a.m. And then we'll get going and go promptly from there. Any issues, any questions that we need to address before we take our evening recess? Okay, yes, ma'am.
I have a question, but I don't think this,
Okay.
I don't know if we should ask now or what.
Okay, so I'll give you a chance to ask the bailiff a question, and then he'll bring it to me, or ask him.
It was about some of the, everything that went on, some of the questions.
Okay, you want to ask a question? Okay, so write it down and bring it in the morning, and we'll address that question in the morning. Because jurors can ask questions. It's not typical or normal procedure, but it's not prohibited by law. So I'll address your question in the morning. And please remember your sequestration. Do not discuss this case. Do not allow people to approach you to discuss it. Do not research it. And I'll see you more. Yes, sir.
In the event that there is an objection and we are not clear on what part is to be omitted, may we ask for that clarification?
So, and everything I respond to in terms of discussing jurors, I have to consult the attorneys to their responses proper procedure. So I will answer that for you in the morning to the best of my ability. So this is the rule of law, and we follow the rules, and I'm constrained by those rules. But to reiterate what's been stricken, what you can't consider, let me get your input, and I'll answer it in the morning. All right, anything else? All right, so Sheriff will escort you out. Thank you very much. Okay, and the attorneys can research that, will give you your position in the morning. Yeah, they will. And I take them home, and then, they'll be secure here. I know we have at 3 p.m. we get a shift change at Dale's. But yeah, leave them there. Thank you. Leave it over in the morning. Thank you. All right, anything else before we recess? Okay, anything else before we recess?
No, Your Honor, I will let the court know that I do have some concerns at this moment. We can talk about it tomorrow. It seems like the jury members are aware that some of them, or one of them, or some of them have questions. It sounds like there may have been some discussions that I'm very concerned about.
Okay, we'll address it in the morning. And then one wanted to ask a question, but we don't know what her question was. And we'll get your positions on how we want to treat that. And then the other gentleman wanted to know if he can have clarification on the objections when it's overruled and stricken or sustained, and what he can consider and cannot consider. So I'll give you positions in the morning, time to research it, and we'll address it in the morning. All right, anything else before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're taking our evening recess. See you all in the morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, y'all, that was the end of day 1, which was yesterday. So since we still early at this thing here, we're gonna go on to day 2, which is actually taking place like right now. But we're gonna start from the beginning, of course. Okay. From when they
shown contains 3 different clips joined together.
The video that we saw here.
All right, that's real time. We're gonna go back to the beginning. So this is once again, y'all, this is day 2, which is going on right now. All right. All right, let's get into it.
Yes, good morning. Yes, sir. Please approach. Good morning to all parties. We are now ready to resume day 3 of Commonwealth versus Ebony Parker. For the record, the Commonwealth attorney has tried to prepare legal Ms. May. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
We have defense counsel present, Mr. Rogers and Mr. T.
Yeah.
Good morning to you both. And we have the defendant, Ms. Ebony Parker, present at council table with attorneys. The jury has not been brought out. I believe we had an objection motion to take up and 2 matters with jurors that we need to address. And anything else you all would like?
Your Honor, as to I think the court stated as the objection, I would ask that the efficient way to handle this is for it to be the Commonwealth's motion in limine to admit certain evidence. And there will be 3 things outside the presence of the jury that I'll seek to establish are admissible with 1 witness, Dr. Parrish, who is here. The 3 things that I'll seek to establish that are admissible are parts of the Newport News School District Handbook, parts of the Rich Neck Crisis Management Plan, and a video interview that Dr. Parrish did with the defendant. And so would court and counsel like to proceed on that matter first?
All right, and then Dr. Parrish, are we saying P as in Paul?
F-A-R-R-I-S-H. Yes,
That's right. All right, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay, defense response.
Your Honor, of course, as the court has prevented me from making motions post our previous to do that, he's going to try to get these documents in. I'm going to obviously be objective to them coming in. I really don't have a problem fleshing that out before the jury.
Okay. And so I guess the defense response is all motions in limine and things of that matter were to be handled in a pretrial fashion. And we had several days prior to the scheduling of this trial to deal with those matters. Why are we dealing with it now?
Because the defense is objecting, and I must lay a foundation for 2 exceptions to be met. And those exceptions would be the public documents exception and the business records exception. And those are evidentiary issues that without an objection, I would never have known to file a motion in limine on. So they had to tell me they were objecting to those business records.
Okay, and to the business records, and the other exception was?
The 2 exceptions that apply to the documents, I think both exceptions apply, are the public documents exception and the business records exception. And of course, I'll provide more detail on that if the court wants me to go ahead with the motion as a motion in limine.
And to the 3 things you would like to introduce into evidence, do the 2 exceptions apply equally to all 3?
No, as to the video, it is a statement of a party opponent. It is an interview of the defendant by the witness who I will have here on the stand. So the business records and public documents exceptions, I wouldn't seek to apply to video, but I would seek to apply to the policies of Rich Neck.
All right, thank you. To Mr. Rogers. So what is your position now? They're seeking to introduce it.
Your Honor, of course, I would have liked to have seen this motion in writing so that I could properly respond to each of those stated exceptions to the that it applies to these documents, so that I would be able to have statutes and case law to defend against having those things admitted. Regarding Mrs. Parrish's testimony, the testimony is from the testimony. I believe the Commonwealth is going to have a problem with indicating the video, so she can testify as to what she saw and observed, but regarding the plain of the video, that's I wouldn't be objecting on the authentication basis.
Okay, so let's break this down. 2, portion of the Newport News Public School Handbook, which Commonwealth is seeking to introduce. Let's not call this a motion to eliminate, but they're seeking to introduce it. What's your position today?
Your Honor, my objection is going to be it's hearsay. It's going to be offered for the truth of the matter. So.
Okay, so let's deal with that. So there's a hearsay, and Commonwealth has already responded that they believe it falls into the exception of public documents and business records. What's your position?
My position is it does not. It's not a public record. It's a internal document that governs policy of the important school system. And regarding a business record, if I could just.
Yes, please. Okay, and let me pull out my rules book. And Ms. James, if you could point me to this section in the rule of the Supreme Court.
Your Honor, I have several citations that relate to the admissibility of this, and I'll have to lay a foundation with Dr. Parrish to meet the requirements, but I'll be happy to.
Okay, I'm still at the Newport News Public School Handbook. That's what you're referring to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but give me just the public documents here, say exception, statute and or rules number and business records.
Yes, Your Honor. Both the public documents and business records exceptions are codified under Virginia Supreme Court Rule 2803.
And reading the public records and reports section of Rule 2:803, paragraph 8, public records and reports. In addition to categories of government records made admissible by statute, records, reports, statements, or data compilations in any form prepared by public offices or agencies setting forth A, the activities of office or agency, or B, matters observed within the scope of the office or agency's duties as to which the source of the recorded information could testify, if called as a witness, generally excluding, however, in criminal cases, matters observed by police officers and other law enforcement personnel when offered against a criminal defendant. And business records, Ms. Jenkins, are you going under 6 in records of regularly conducted activity?
Let me check the number. Yes, Your Honor.
And reading that, so same section Rule 2:803, paragraph 6, records of a regularly conducted activity, a record of acts, events, calculations, or conditions if, paragraph A, the record was made at or near the time of the acts, events, calculations, or conditions by, or from information transmitted by someone with knowledge. Paragraph B, the record was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted activity of a business, organization, occupation, or calling, whether or not for profit. Paragraph C, making and keeping the record was a regular practice of that activity. Paragraph D, all these conditions are shown by the testimony of the custodian or another qualified witness, or by a certification that complies with Rule 2:902, paragraph 6, or with a statute permitting certification. And paragraph E, neither the source of information nor the method or circumstances of preparation indicate a lack of trustworthiness. Okay. All right, so again, we're back with parts of the Newport News School Handbook. Counsel seeking to introduce and defense is objecting. Would the defense like to flesh out their objection?
Your Honor, I'll start with the records of regularly conducted activity. I would say that those handbooks are definitely not. This contemplates records that are basically very from day to day, indicating the daily activities, business transactions of that business. That's not what we have. We have basically a policy and procedures book. A says the record was made at or near the time of the acts, events, calculations, or conditions. That's definitely not met. So the record was made and kept in the course of regularly conducted activities of the business. Your Honor, these are one-time documents gets produced once or once a year, maybe once every couple of years. And the making and keeping of the record was a regular practice of that activity. This isn't a record. This is a policy and procedure handbook, and it doesn't qualify as a record of a regularly conducted activity. So all of those conditions have to be met, which is calculated in paragraph D.
Okay, and with respect to paragraph 8, public records and reports.
All right. Regarding the public records and reports, I would submit that policy and procedure handbook is not an exception based on a statute, municipal statute, and it's not a record report or statement or data compilation. So I would submit that it doesn't qualify under that paragraph.
Okay. Anything further from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can move on one by one.
Okay. So with respect to the manual being a business record, I'll start with that one. I'll ask the court to rely on the case of Carmody v. F.W. Woolworth. Carmody is C-A-R-M-O-D-Y, the F.W. Woolworth, W-O-O-L-W-O-R-T-H company. It is 234 VA 198. In that case, an employer's employee manual was admitted under the business records exception to prove what a particular employee's duties were. And the court held that it was properly admitted under the business records exception. And so that case establishes a business records exception. And the Supreme Court has said that an employee manual, if kept in the regular course of that business, is admissible under that exception. I'll turn to the exception for public records as well. Actually, Judge, as to public records, give me just one moment. As to public records with the school handbook, the policy handbook, it is a report prepared by a public official, that being the school board, pursuant to the nature of their office. So it requires that they, by nature of their office, produce policies that relate to the schools under their direction. And given that, it's admissible under Williams v. Commonwealth, that's 213 VA 45, 1972, among 3 or 4 other cases about public documents. I will have a different argument on that related to the crisis management plan.
Anything further as to the Newport News Public School handbook?
Right, could I have just a moment to look at that Williams v. Commonwealth?
Yes, sir.
Did you say Williams v. Commonwealth or Woolworth? Site was 213 VA 35.
I cited the last Williams v. Commonwealth is 213 VA 45.
I'm not sure if the court has had a chance to pull up that case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it really does not support the Commonwealth's position. But it is a case where the Commonwealth is attempting to gain information from the Central Criminal Records Exchange, and it's the rule that it's referring to. It says it's generally recognized. It is a generally recognized rule that records in court prepared by public officials respect for a duty imposed by statute or required who have the nature of their offices are admissible as proof of the facts they give. Because I'm saying, mere fact that a record report qualifies as a public document does not automatically come through. Say objection. I'm sorry. Unless the document relates facts or events within personal knowledge and observation of the recording official to which he can testify should be called a trial. That's not what we have here. So that does facilitate.
The plan is a document that the school board is directed to require individual schools to create and to update annually. This comes from Virginia
Code 22.1 279.8D. It produces a plan, reviews it annually no later than first, and before the for school that get done. The report is a plan required by statute. The content of the plan generally is it outlines how faculty are to respond, and employees, faculty and employees, are to respond to all various manner of crises that could occur in a school building, not just violence, but just any sort of crisis, a fire, a natural disaster is covered. Many things are covered.
Are there scenarios that are factually close to the facts report, in this case, covered in the crisis management book?
Specifically in the crisis management book, there are instructions both on what to do if a suspected weapon is in the building and what to do if an armed student may be in the building. Okay. And let me just add, Judge, exactly in both of these documents that I'm seeking to admit, my plan is to just admit the portions I believe are relevant via the testimony. And I wouldn't even seek to introduce the entire document. However, if the defense wishes for completeness to introduce the whole document, I would not object to that either.
Okay, well, and then you said you had additional argument on why this is admissible. If you'd like to go into that now so that they can get their cases together and be ready to respond.
Yes, Your Honor. For the crisis management plan, the strongest argument for its admissibility is the public documents exception. And that's because they are required to do it by statute. And that's one of the requirements of the public documents exception, is that either it be required by the nature of the duty or it be required by a statute. And here it is required by a statute. That statute is 22.1-279.8D, where the creation of the management plan and its annual updating is required by law. Given that, it qualifies as a public document, and we should be able to authenticate it by use of the custodian of records who is here. It is also a business record, I believe, Judge, for the same reasons that the manual is a business record, but I believe the stronger grounds for its admission is the public documents exception.
Yes, Mr.
Your Honor, regarding the handbook and this, the manual that was just referenced by the Commonwealth, the issue with these documents coming in is that it's going to be very dangerous and can confuse the jury. This is a criminal case. The handbook and the manual cannot set a criminal standard here. They're containing, as Dr. Commonwealth has stated, there's a plan in place for what is supposed to happen in certain situations. I believe that the jury may confuse that with a criminal standard. This is a criminal case, it's not a civil case. The criminal case, the criminal standard is much higher than any, and it's not governed by the Newport News public schools handbooks or manuals. So while they may be relevant to the standard of care by Newport News, they cannot be used in the analysis of criminal code. Additionally, the manual and the handbook presuppose supports that were not present at the Richneck Elementary School that day. In the manuals, they contemplate that there is a school resource officer in the building. That is not present here. So there are supports in those manuals and handbooks that are assumed that are not present in this case. So we object to the admission of those.
May I respond briefly, Judge?
Yes, sir.
The arguments of counsel just now are fair arguments for him to make as to the weight of this evidence, but those arguments don't go to admissibility. The admissibility is defined by the rule in the case law, and I understand counsel's position that there's little relevance is what it sounds like, but there's certainly enough relevance that it should be admitted, and that argument that we just heard could be made to the jury.
So now, in respect to the Richneck Crisis Management Manual, the board does find that it qualifies under the hearsay exception of public records and reports. I will say that, because it is required by statute, doesn't make it admissible by statute, but it meets all other requirements of the public records requirements education. I do not find that these will qualify neither the public school handbook or crisis management manual under the records of a regular conducted activity, as it has to be established that it was made at a later time of the acts or events or calculation. Annual manuals are different from a receipt, a purchase receipt. That's time can't say I bought this item then, which is a business record made at only the time of events. That has not been established, so it would not come under that exception, but it does come under the other exception. All right, the third matter is the interview with Dr. Farish, the video interview. Now, I don't know what this is. I don't know what it's purporting to put in evidence. I don't know when it was reported. So if you could talk to me some of that, and then we'll get into why you believe it's admissible and why they're objecting.
Yes, Your Honor. The video was recorded as part of an internal school investigation by Newport News Public Schools Human Resources. The interview was conducted over Zoom. On the recording of the Zoom, you can see that Dr. Nina Farish from Newport News Public Schools, the HR director, is asking questions of the defendant, Dr. Ebony Parker.
The video, I don't remember its total length, but in the video, the HR director is asking several open-ended questions about the incident at Rich Neck Elementary, and Dr. Parker is answering those questions about the incident.
Okay, and do we know the date or when was that taken in relation to the incident, to January 6th? I believe it was 2023.
Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to look that up, I think I can. Fine. Your Honor, if I may, what I can tell the court myself is that the the HR director was assigned to do this report and began her investigation on January 9 of 2023. As to what day she interviewed the defendant, I don't know, but she is here, and I'll be happy to have her testify to that.
Okay, if we need to get to that point. And you believe this is admissible, you said, under admission by a party opponent?
Yes, exactly as any criminal defendant's statements or confessions would be admissible. It's really both party opponent, and a statement against interest.
Okay, all right, and let me read those into the record. So again, under Rule 2:803, paragraph 0, admission by party opponent. A statement offered against a party that is A, the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity, or B, a statement of which the party has manifested adoption or belief in its truth, or C, a statement by a person authorized by the party to make a statement concerning the subject, or D, a statement by the party's agent or employee made during the term of agency or employment concerning a matter within the scope of such agency or employment, or E, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy. And give me the second one, Mr. Jenkins. What paragraph am I looking for?
Judge, I called it a statement against interest, but I think that that really is encapsulated in the Virginia rules as an admission.
Okay, yes, the other one has to deal with property only.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, next.
Your Honor, regarding the statements that my client has made, there's really, I have no reason to object to any of her statements. Again, the problem that we're having is the video, indicating the video, that Ms. Parrish testifies, that's her statement that my client made. Can't object to that coming in. But as far as playing the video without proper authentication,
Okay, understood. And all of these are still subject to all the other rules of evidence, especially regarding authentication. But we're just trying to get those out of the way. Okay, so then we'll interview with Dr. Parrish. Again, assuming it meets other admissibility requirements by law, it comes in. All right. Anything else we need to take up other than juror issues?
No.
Your Honor, Mr. Teague has also advised me that we definitely have concerns regarding the actual interview, the coercive nature of the interview that I said felt like she had a right to not give those statements. Your Honor, we definitely believe that as far as the video is concerned, playing that for the jury would have a profound prejudicial impact on the jury, and we would ask that even though it's relevant, that the court exclude it based on the prejudicial nature of the statement.
Okay. And did you receive this in scope?
I did.
Okay. Why didn't we deal with that in the pre-trial motion?
I'll submit.
Okay. So, you made your position for the record. It is going to be allowed in. Okay. So we have two juror issues. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
You say it's going to be her statement's going to be allowed in, but at this point,
again, it still has to meet other rules of admissibility. But in terms of you saying that she didn't have counsel, she didn't know that she didn't have to participate, those things could have been done prior to trial and were ordered to be done prior to trial, and they were not. So I'm not considering anything else regarding that. Now, we had one juror say she had a question, and we had one juror indicate he would like some clarity regarding objections to stricken evidence. My position was to have the juror who had the question write it down with the juror number, and we read it out here on the record, and then I'll ask attorneys how they want us to respond to it. If you all prefer to proceed in a different format.
That's fine for the comment.
Okay, and again, they are not to be deliberating. So do you want to have just that one juror brought out here and write the question down so that it's not in front of the other jurors, or do you want the question asked in front of all of the jurors, or just pass us a sheet of paper?
I'll defer to the defense on how they want that.
Your Honor, we have no problem with her just writing it down, not being viewed by the other jury members, and then go.
Okay, so sheriff's object, and I don't know her juror number, but it was the young lady who sat in the first row far left. If we could have her write down, I'm asking her to give me a sheet of paper with her juror number and to write down her question and hold it out so that the other jurors can see it, and you'll bring it out and read it on the record. Thank you very much. While that is happening, we did receive several media requests for copies of Commonwealth One, the video being played, and it has not been sealed to this point. The parties have a position to that. So that would have been the video of Ms. Kovac having JT and Bear hug, which was not played, but I just want the parties to know the media is asking for it. As of now, it's open and not sealed.
Judge, I would ask to seal it because a minor is depicted in the video.
That's my position.
Right, I support Commonwealth.
Okay, so Commonwealth One will be marked sealed. Thank you. You need anything else? Can you sign that?
I will let downstairs.
Okay. Oh, did he bring up a question?
He did, he don't have the juror number on.
Thank you. All right, juror number 38. What is written on this paper reads as follows. What are the 8 felony counts? The time from recess to shooting. Did VP make 911 call? So I have a part of the court service call. And I'm happy to pass. Sheriff, you can pass that down. They can see the sheet.
I believe that the court should instruct us, jury members don't have to rely on the memory of what they perceived evidence was.
I think that's true, but I think also that they have to rely on their memory, and because the trial is still ongoing, that they have to rely on their memory and any evidence the court admits during the course of the trial.
Okay, and again, the court concurs, so that juror will be instructed to rely on their recollection, but wait till the conclusion of all evidence. There will be more evidence presented, and to not start deliberation until the case is given to them. So, yes, Mr.
On that point, Judge, I feel like it is incumbent on us to voir dire the jury members, both based on her question and the gentleman's question as well.
Yes, the gentleman, absolutely. But you want to voir dire her as well regarding if she spoke about this with other jurors?
Yes, only for that limited purpose, whether she's spoken about it with other jurors. I certainly don't want to ask any questions about these 3 things she mentioned.
Okay. Defense position, if it.
I agree that should definitely be voir dire.
Okay, and so that we have a game plan when she comes out here. We're just going to keep this to has she, are these her questions alone? Has she discussed any of the case with other jurors?
Yes, and I would submit that the court can do the inquiry.
Okay, I just want to, okay.
And I would ask that the court inquire, has she observed any other jury members discussing anything pertinent to the trial?
Okay, those will be the 3 questions. All right, thank you. Okay, so Sheriff, you can bring out just juror number 38, please. Marshall come out, again, I don't know who the gentleman was, his number yet, but absolutely, we will call him individually, for his question. Yes, Good morning, yes, you have seen the jury box, thank you, good morning to you. Good morning. Okay, and I do want to remind you, of course, you're not being recorded, you're not on video, you can have a seat. Your face and information will not be displayed to the media. Okay, so first, I did receive the answer to your questions, and I have 2 responses, and my responses are required by law. One, you have to rely on your recollection of what the evidence is, and 2, evidence is still being presented to you. So please don't make decisions or deliberations until the case is given to you for deliberation, and that would be at the conclusion of all of the evidence. And I can't, you have to rely on your recollection because the court doesn't want to give undue weight or influence or suggestion to any one piece of evidence over the other. That's why I'm not answering your specific questions. So I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but you have to rely on your recollection. So now, we had 1 question for you, or maybe 2 questions. Are these your questions alone, or have you discussed this with other jurors?
Yesterday, we had it, and it was like, and I guess I missed some of that information when it was given, because I wasn't writing everything down. I wanted to listen to everything that was going on. So I may have missed if there was answers to some of that.
Okay, understood. And have you observed any other jurors discussing the case? Because they're not supposed to discuss the case until it's given to them for deliberations.
No.
All right, thank you, juror number 38. One moment, let me see if the attorneys have any follow-up.
I don't.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Yeah, you can go back to the room, and we have 1 more thing to do, and then we'll get started with evidence today. Sheriff, the gentleman in the back row far right, you know who it is? Oh, okay, yes, so bring him out, I don't know his number. Oh, good morning, sir. You're welcome to have a seat. Thank you very much. And you can give me your juror number.
Juror 33.
Thank you, juror number 33. All right, and again, I do want to remind you, your face is not being filmed and your information will not be released to the press. Yesterday you had a question, and so we would like to hear your question, and then we'll decide how to respond, and then we may have a question for you. So yes, sir, juror number 33, what was your question?
In this case, so far, there have been a number of objections and information we've been told to omit from our consideration. In the event that while we are taking our notes and trying to recall information, we are unclear about what information is to be omitted, are we allowed to ask for clarification from what point in a witness testimony or from what point in conversation we are to omit from?
Okay, and I'm now going to turn to the attorneys. My position is by law that we give the response of you have to rely on your recollection as best as you can to come up with a different response.
No, not on that issue, Judge.
This defense wish a different response. And I understand we're going to ask some other questions about the lead part. But Mr. Rogers, just to can the court clarify the objections and what was stricken and not stricken?
I don't have a problem with the court clarifying.
Okay.
As before.
What, giving the same response or offering clarity? Giving the response that he has to reply, the jurors have to rely on their independent recollection.
That satisfies the defense.
Okay. Ms. Steve?
Yes, Your Honor, I think my clarification that not only do they rely on their own recollection, but again, to instruct them that anything that you have ruled that should be stricken or should not be taken into account should be just done just so, considered or handled just so. They cannot consider it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so juror number 33, and that is the response that the court is required to give by law, is that jurors have to rely on their independent recollection of what the evidence is, and they cannot consider something that's stricken. Now, I understand your point. Well, what if I don't remember what was struck or not, and I got confused in the sustained overruled, you can consider this, you cannot. Again, you have to rely upon your recollection as best you can. The fundamental principles in the Supreme Court law regarding that are that I don't want to, they frown upon the court giving emphasis to certain evidence over another. So that's why we don't try to verify. You have to receive it and make your best judgments. Because if I point it out for you, that can give it undue weight. Now, you use the word we several times. Why do you use the word we, and are you discussing that? Have other jurors expressed the same confusion?
The other jurors have not expressed that confusion to me. I posed that question to the other jurors and none have an answer.
Okay, and other than that question being posed to other jurors, have they discussed the case? Are you observing anyone discuss the case?
No.
Okay, And the reason I ask is because they're not to discuss the case, which is deliberate, until it's formally given to you at conclusion of evidence. So there have been no discussions about the case.
Okay.
Okay, all right, I'm going to turn to the attorneys to see if they have additional questions for you.
We don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Jacobs.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, juror number 38. You can retire to the room. We have one more thing to take up, and then we'll start the case.
Quick correction.
You have a question?
No, quick correction. Just now, we referred to him, the court referred to him as 38.
No, 33. Thank you, thank you. 33, juror number 33. I'm sorry, thank you. You can retire to the room, you just. Okay, anything that someone would like to address before we bring the jury out?
Your Honor, can I just step up for a quick minute?
Yes, sir. I'll get it back. Keep your seats.
Direct questions about whether they discussed the issue or discussed the case. Several times he used the word we, indicating that there had been deliberating before a discussion of the case between the jurors. He stated that he asked a question about the objections and what they're to consider and what they're not to consider. And nobody could give the answer to that question. That indicates that there was discussion about the issue that he raised with the court. Moreover, the issue or the questions raised by juror number
Was that the young lady?
Yeah.
38, she's 38.
38. Your Honor, frankly, I think those questions were improper and have, kind of aided the time with knowing what's important to the jury in real time as the trial is going on, allowing them to potentially shape their ongoing examination of their witnesses. And so, Your Honor, for that reason, we believe that we make a motion for this trial.
Can I just move?
Yes, sir.
Judge, with respect to the issue with number 33, sort of announcing this question to the panel, I share the defense's concerns about that. It sounds to me like the question almost suggested to them that they should be confused about it and started to start them reasoning over the evidence. So I share their concerns about 33. I don't share the concerns about 38 that were mentioned because I can't change what my evidence is based on what they asked. Like I couldn't suddenly admit a 911 call because no 911 call was provided in discovery. You wouldn't be allowed to do that, for example. However, and while I know number 38,
I feel like number 38 has, begun to form conclusions in her mind about the case as well. And given that, I think I have to agree with the defense's motion.
I will recess to consider this. Again, we also have 2 alternates. So we could release jurors 33 and 38 and still have 12 jurors. But I do understand your concern that, again, let's parse stuff. Juror 38 were her questions alone and were not shared or disseminated with the other parties. So if there are concerns about juror 38's questions, juror 38 could be released as an alternate, and we still have a constitutional jury panel. Juror 33 did ask his questions of the other jurors, and we're all grateful the other jurors didn't respond and follow the cautionary instructions that the court did give not to deliberate until this case is given to you for deliberation. Let me add to this. The sheriff has indicated juror 33, the gentleman does have a notepad back there that was not a notepad court issued, but we don't know what's in the notepad. Let's bring him back out again and see what's in the notepad. Well, hold on, Sheriff. Yes, Steve.
Just for the record, regarding juror number 33, his testimony, from what I recall, was not that they did not answer him. He said that they didn't have.
Oh, they said, yeah, right. They didn't know.
Right. So there's, to me, that indicates.
So let's follow up on that. Okay, bring juror number 33 again, please. Okay, and you have seat juror number 33. Okay, 2 questions of clarification. I do understand you said you asked your questions of the other jurors, and if you could give me the detailed verbatim responses you received, whether it was they did not answer you or they said words, if you could give me the your recollection of those conversations, and with how many jurors?
My recollection of the conversation was when there was a question from officer here, he said he could not answer it, which was sent to you.
And you post questions to who? Okay, gotcha, the sheriff, okay.
Yes.
And he said he could not answer.
Could not answer those questions for the judge. And he stepped out. I said, I'm just curious about making sure that our information is accurate. Trying to remember verbatim the responses. But generally, it was it. I apologize for not trying to log it. I don't remember any particular responses as much as that might be good to clarify. It would be good to know. The conversation moved on, I believe, to traffic cameras. So, I believe that was the extent of the conversation. I'm sorry, I can't be more.
So your memory is fine. And, so did anybody, were there responses or did they reach you with silence? Did you receive responses to the question?
The only responses I can recall to any extent was a general assent. That clarification would be good to have.
Okay, and how was that general consent, that clarification would be good to have conveyed to you? Was it a physical gesture? Was it a verbal?
Verbal responses to the extent of something to the effect of, oh yeah, that would be pretty good.
Okay. How many would have shared that, if you can approximate?
Maybe 3 or 4 people.
Okay, and those are my questions for you, but again, as procedure, I'm going to turn to the attorneys and see if they have additional questions.
So you just sort of passed and mentioned that the conversation moved on to traffic cameras.
Yes.
Sorry. Was it like?
Trying to remember because it's going between considering my question, sipping my coffee, and generally paying attention to traffic. So I apologize if this is not really specific. We're trying very hard to not discuss the case in any capacity. So we're finding other topics of the conversation. People were discussing time has been clocked by traffic cameras.
Okay, so sure. So it wasn't in relation to is there traffic camera evidence in going
no, not at all there.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Okay, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Teague. Okay, no additional question. Okay, and then juror number 33. It was mentioned to me that you had an extra notebook. Are you reporting any notes from the trial in that extra notebook?
The extra notebook was the initial notebook I brought in. I was unsure if notebooks would be provided to us. I left it here with the other one. I believe it just simply says jury notes and the date. And when I heard that we were not allowed to make other notes, the notebook was placed down on my feet and has not moved from that position.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And so again, let me, because I changed the topic, I'm going to turn to the attorneys and make sure they don't have any additional questions.
None from the Commonwealth?
Okay, thank you, juror number 33. And again, you are not in trouble, but we just have to make sure everything is perfect. And it's very important that you can retire back to the jury room. Thank you very much. Okay, anything additional before I take a recess to research and consider the issue? The mistrial motion made based upon juror number 33 having a conversation with the other jurors.
My position remains the same. No,
My position remains the same, and just want to note that the juror seems to not remember, not remember exact conversations that went on regarding the issue.
So again, I'm going to retire for deliberations. Just for human planning purposes, it probably be at least 15 minutes. So if people need to use the restroom or go to the car or something, please feel free to do so. I'll be honest, I'm trying to deny the motion, both parties have made it. As the question for clarification, did you understand that? And the responses, I think will be harmless, but let me research it and consider it in detail. And I'll be back in, let me see, it's 9:54. So let me try to check in at 10:15. And then Madam Chair will make sure jurors have extra snacks and whatever they need. If they didn't have one, good hour and 15 minutes later. Okay, I will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
In response to the mistrial motion made regarding juror number, any other parties want to say before the court announces a ruling?
Nothing, Commonwealth.
Okay, all right. We are ready to resume the case of Commonwealth versus Parker. All parties are present in the courtroom, minus the jury, and there was a mistrial motion made. The court has had an opportunity to consider it and research it. Anything else parties want to say before the court announces a ruling?
Nothing, Commonwealth.
Just for purposes of the record, I just want to clarify the motion as it relates to juror number 38. She submitted a series of questions, which again, we're arguing that helped to, I believe, would aid the Commonwealth in planning out the rest of their case directly in response to her questions.
Thank you. In response to the mistrial motion made regarding juror number 38's question, the court will deny that on the legal principle that jurors in this matter are actually the triers of fact. And under law, they can ask questions of the witnesses. Now, of course, our courts aren't set up to do that. We don't encourage it. We don't normally do that. But it is not prohibited. And all the evidence has not been presented in this case. And both sides can adjust accordingly based on those questions. But again, jurors are the trier of fact in this case, and they do have the ability to ask questions and can actually question witnesses. So that's the legal principle there. Regarding the motion to mistrial based upon juror number 33, asking questions of other jurors, which means discussions prior to the case being submitted to them for deliberation. The defense has moved for a mistrial. The Commonwealth has joined. The court is going to deny the motion for a mistrial, and the case will proceed. The court's rationale is as follows. The determination of whether a mistrial is warranted depends on whether the juror misconduct probably resulted in prejudice to the moving party. The burden of establishing this probability of prejudice lies with the party seeking the mistrial. The standard is abuse of discretion, and to succeed on a motion for mistrial, the moving party must demonstrate a manifest probability that the misconduct is prejudicial. The allegations of juror misconduct arise, or if, the allegations of juror misconduct arise, the trial court may be required to investigate the matter to determine whether the prejudice occurred. In this case, the defense, which is the moving party, has not established a manifest probability of prejudice. The court did investigate the juror misconduct. Again, Virginia courts have delineated between misconduct inside the jury room and outside of the jury room. In this case, this would have been not outside, such as unauthorized communications with third parties or introduction of extraneous evidence, but it was misconduct confined to inside the jury room, specifically premature discussions among jurors. And case law has indicated that is less likely to result in a mistrial unless it demonstrably affects the fairness of the trial. And in this instance, juror number 33 had questions about procedure to other jurors, not questions of fact. And I also want to make that distinction here. In addition, Virginia statute does provide a mechanism for addressing juror misconduct, and that is 19.2-262.01. So in summary, the misconduct here was not prejudicial, or is not prejudicial as found by the court, a legal decision. And a curative instruction can be given, and I will again bring them out and tell them that they are not to discuss the case, ask questions of each other about the case until it is submitted to them for deliberation. The case law that the court is relying on is Robertson versus Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, Reiner versus Commonwealth, Caterpillar Tractor Company versus Holby, and Bidet versus Commonwealth, in addition to the statute cited. All right, so with that being said, motion is denied, and we're ready to move forward. Can we bring the jurors out?
Judge, I understand that the defense has an objection to the authentication of the video that the court has already considered, and that objection is going to require me to lay a foundation by showing her the video and asking her to authenticate it.
Okay, so we want to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
I think so, and we'll hear her both sides.
Mr. Rogers.
That is correct, Your Honor. Instead of bringing them out, then having to exclude them again, so we could lay the foundation and authenticate the video. I think it's for judicial economy, just go ahead and bring it out, authenticate the video, and if the court believes that the authentication is proper, go ahead and present that to the jury. Now, I do have another concern. That is, at the beginning of the trial, the court ordered that all witnesses be sequestered back in the witness rooms. I think there's at least 3 rooms, and I think there's multiple witnesses in each room. So they may be discussing the case, and they have heard discussing that. And so I'm concerned that the court's ruling on sequestering witnesses may have been violated, and it's been violated.
Okay, and again, I believe there are over 20 witnesses in this case, and we don't have the physical space to give them their own separate rooms. But of course, they are sequestered, and it's only attorneys to identify them and to instruct their subpoena witnesses as to the rules. Do you have a basis for believing that they may have discussed the case?
No, I'm just believing that's a probability, of course.
Probability just because they're sitting in the same room.
And they're talking, but of course I'm not in there. I don't know what they're speaking about.
All right, without more specific information, that the court's going to deny your motion, but feel free to voir dire them regarding that when they take stand. Okay. And tell us witness that we're going to pre-clear the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Nina Farish, Dr. Farish.
Okay. Bring out Nina Farish, please.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Watch yourself. There's a chair, and chair and microphone are adjustable. And Ms. Farish, we're going to take some of your testimony outside of the jury. You'll get any objections and evidentiary issues, and on the ruling, we might bring the jurors out, and then redo it. So I just want to explain to you procedurally what's happening right now. If the attorneys have any questions, we'll start with time. Yes, Ms. Rogers?
Before the video, that was white, wanted her drug deal prior to her having.
Okay, and I don't know what order Mr. Jenkins was going in. Do you want to start with the questions, Mr. Rogers?
Judge, may I propose that I lay an authentication foundation, not play the video, let the defense counsel voir dire as appropriate, and then the court will rule whether she can watch the video to authenticate it.
Okay, yes, please.
Good morning. Could you please tell us your name and how you're employed?
Nina Farish, Human Resources Director with Newport News Public Schools.
Were you employed in that same capacity in January of 2023?
Yes.
And as part of your official duties as the HR director, were you required to conduct an internal investigation into the shooting at Rich Neck Elementary School that occurred on January 6, 2023?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you have occasion to interview numerous people?
Yes.
And technically, how did you conduct the interviews?
The majority of them I did via Zoom.
Okay.
Recorded.
And did you conduct an interview with someone named Dr. Ebony Parker?
Yes.
And what was, prior to January 6, 2023, what was Dr. Parker's title with Newport News Public Schools?
Assistant principal.
Okay. And do you see Dr. Parker in the room right now?
Yes.
Could you please just point her out for the judge?
Okay.
I'd ask the court to recognize she's indicated the defendant.
So noted.
You've indicated I'll ask it again because I'm not sure what your answer was, but did you do an interview with Dr. Ebony Parker?
Yes.
All right. And was that was that interview conducted in person on Zoom or some other way?
Via Zoom.
Okay. If you were shown that video or clips from that video, do you believe you would be able to recognize it as the one you created?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. For now, I don't have any other questions for you, but defense counsel, I think does.
Good morning, how are you? Great. So regarding any video that was produced, did you keep, or were you the sole custodian of that Zoom video?
Yes,
Okay, and where was that video maintained?
on my computer,
Okay. Did anybody else have access to your computer, or was it just you?
just me.
Okay. Did you provide a copy of that video to anyone?
Yes, when asked by the attorneys,
When you say the attorneys, what attorneys?
the ones that represented the school district.
Okay. Did you provide a copy of that video to Mr. Jenkins at Commonwealth?
No, I'm trying to remember the name of the law firm because
So
as I recall,
so the civil
Mr.
attorneys?
Jenkins was not the original attorneys.
The civil attorneys?
Correct.
Okay. So have you gotten a chance to review the video that's in the possession of the Commonwealth?
Yes,
When did you review that video?
I reviewed the copy that I still have and I reviewed it to refresh my memory.
Okay, I want to make sure that you understand my question.
Okay.
A copy of the video that the Commonwealth has, have you reviewed that?
I'm not sure how to answer that question because if I didn't give it to the Commonwealth, I don't know which video then you're referencing.
That's right. So you did not personally give the Commonwealth attorney a copy of the video, and you're not sure that the video that the Commonwealth has is an accurate copy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the video that the Commonwealth has, you don't know if it's actually been altered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't know how many hands that video has gone through before it actually came to possession of the Commonwealth. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you really can't verify the accuracy of the Commonwealth's video.
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this recorded video, is it stored in your office, or is it stored in the cloud someplace, or is it stored on Zoom's the Zoom app, or how is it actually how is it reserved?
It's on my laptop.
Okay, so you actually have a copy of it on the laptop.
I would call it the original because I've never accepted when subpoenaed. Made a copy.
Okay, and again, you provided that to the civil attorneys, but not to the Commonwealth.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, I'm going to just keep that again.
Good morning, Ms. Ferris. Regarding the video that you're saying that you recorded, did you record it or did the Zoom platform record it?
Well, I guess recorded, but it was the Zoom platform that's recording.
Okay, so you did not actually record it with your own device or anything like that?
No.
And so the actual video was something that you downloaded from Zoom or was provided to you later via Zoom, correct?
Repeat that question.
You said, I believe your testimony is that Zoom recorded it. You pressed record on the Zoom platform.
Correct.
And Zoom recorded it.
Yes.
And then you were able to, I'm assuming, download it in some way, or how did you get it onto your computer?
I have the Zoom app, so then I just reopened the recording
Mhm.
and it can play for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and one moment, Dr. Parrish, any further questions before we?
Just arguments at this point.
Okay, your arguments are towards the video?
Your Honor, she testified that she cannot verify the accuracy of the video that Commonwealth has. She hasn't viewed it. She testified that she cannot verify that the whatever video the Commonwealth has not been altered in some way. There's all sorts of ways to manipulate a video. It could have been run through artificial intelligence and altered. She testified that she can't. She's not in a position to be able to verify it.
Do I have permission to play the video?
Yes. And Ms. Rogers, did you want to say something?
Your Honor, what I don't want to happen is that she's already testified that she cannot verify a video that's in possession of the Commonwealth is accurate. So what I don't want to happen is for her to see the video and just sign off on it without actually having it examined ahead of time to determine its accuracy.
Judge, if I may.
Right.
The two things I need to say about this. One, the video I'm going to show consists of 3 clips that I intend to admit from a larger video that defense counsel received in discovery back in November. So it has been altered in the sense that I'm only showing the parts that I seek to admit into evidence. Also, it has been altered to mute the name of JT. But if we want to use the original, I have no objection to that. It's just longer and contains what I believe to be pretty irrelevant, but I wouldn't object to it. I'm happy to show it to her now, and we will see whether she recognizes it as being clips of the interview that she conducted.
All right, and the 3 clips, are you able to give me a duration of each clip?
Because they are in one file.
If you can't, that's fine. I just know if you can.
the total duration of the three is, let me make sure before I say it. 16 minutes and 36 seconds is the total duration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Yes, Ms. Rogers?
Kamala has already admitted that the video has been altered. So with that admission, she can't predict it. Kamala would say minor alterations. But Your Honor, I'm not comfortable with just giving clips. She needs to authenticate the whole video, and if part of it comes in, I think all of it's
Okay. Do you have any authority for that position, Mr. Rogers? I'm unaware of the authority that if she is able to say that this is an accurate, fair and accurate representation of the interview she conducted, what authority indicates that it can't be redacted to the relevant parts and that you cannot mute sensitive information such as the names of minors involved? What authority do you have for that that makes it inadmissible?
No, I don't have any authority regarding the muting or the name of a minor, but I'll just cite Diaz versus Commonwealth. And I've got a copy of it before.
And regarding clips, 3 clips versus the entire video.
It doesn't directly address that. It doesn't.
Okay, but the other thing you're saying, if they get parts, I want the whole one. How do you wish to do that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to just a part of it because of the importance of context. If some of it comes in,
and come up if you're not objecting to that. So what I'm asking you is how you want to, and let me back. How long is the entire interview?
Oh, I'll have to look at that.
That's my answer, Mr. Rogers. Are you asking him to play the entire interview?
Yes.
Okay, that's one. How long is the interview?
The whole video is 28 minutes and 58 seconds, I show. Let's see if that's right.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, all right. So we'll play the whole video for the jury should it meet the other notification things. Anything else, Mr. Rogers? Okay. So Mr. Jenkins, what are you prepared to play now for the witness?
Well, I can play the whole video if that's what it's going to take to authenticate it. If the defense counsel would agree.
Mr. Rogers?
So I'm going to ask that she be shown the video, but then when it comes down to the presentation of the evidence, then I suggest come up with a show clip at that point. But I want the jury to have the whole video. I want the whole video to be there.
I think I understand that the defense is wanting to admit the entire video into evidence on a disc so that the jury could see the whole unedited, unredacted video and only play for the jury the clips, the 3 clips with the redactions in place. And if that is what the defense is suggesting, I do agree to do that. I think that's fine.
If the court feels that it hasn't properly.
Okay, all right, so we agree to proceed in that manner, except she doesn't need to watch the entire thing. Ms. Perry, she's going to show you portions of the video and answer you questions about it. But in terms of the entire video, if at any point you say that that's not accurate, please let us know.
Your Honor,
yes, Mr. Dixon.
Just before we start, I would note that Ms. Commonwealth has indicated that all of the 3 clips have been melded into one file, so they've been joined together, which I think obviously would mean that it jumps from clip to clip without the context in between. So I do believe that there may be some issues with playing just those 3 clips, especially if they're one melded video that's combined into one file. I don't think that would be fair to Dr. Parker because it would leave out. I'm assuming that he's jumping. Had I not have seen the video, the splice on, it jumps. He's saying that he's joined 3 clips together into one file that plays change.
Okay, well, let me hear from Mr. Jenkins.
Judge, the 3 clips that I'm playing are melded together, so to speak, as defense counsel says. But I am happy to tell the jury, and I'm sure Your Honor may as well, that I am showing clips and that they will have in evidence the full unedited, unredacted video. And the jury can know that up front, and I see no problem with that.
Okay, and to the 3 clips, because they're spliced. In between the splicing, is it obvious on the video that this is a splicing? We're going to jump forward in time and hear another portion, and then we're going to jump forward in time.
it makes a small jitter or jump is all, but it doesn't, fade to black and come back up.
Okay, so there's some kind of visual signal that something is happening.
Admittedly, you have to be kind of watching closely because it just jitters, the people move oddly, and that's when the new clip starts.
Understood. Okay, so what is the next motion? Because Mr. Rogers says it's okay to play, but just want to take the entire video for deliberations. Mr. Teague is saying play the entire video. We're talking about 12 extra minutes.
Yes, sir, I think that, that's an operation that goes beyond people's names and putting, making splices that are obvious to the jury. I just don't think that should be.
Given that, Judge, here, I am offering that into evidence. That is what I'm offering, the clips. And the counsel is free to offer whatever they'd like. They have a copy of the video.
No, we don't agree to admitting a spliced, altered video as evidence. We just don't.
Okay, give me the authority that indicates that that's not admissible. I'm not aware of it. Okay, Mr. Rogers, what case law have you handed up?
This is Commonwealth, Supreme Court of Virginia, December 19th of 2024. And so I will begin but the rules against paragraph 1819, probably like 6 pages back. It says, beginning back here, it says, photograph or video, which is verified by testimony of the witness as fairly representing what the witness has observed is admissible in evidence, and it need not be proved by the individual who made it. And then I'm just going to go on down. It says, a silent witness or a witness that speaks for itself, video, photograph evidence is admissible and given an adequate foundation showing the accuracy of the process of producing. Obviously, this splice video is not something that she's going to be able to verify the accuracy. And so, going down to paragraph 22.3, focusing the authentication clause on one truth known as two more to bear on the genuineness of the video as a whole. And then going down to paragraph 24, it says, so what is the fund that video accuracy? So concern for video is not by everyone, but it's so what is the fund video represents what transpired based on the witness's observation. So, Commonwealth has made this video in form obviously the Commonwealth is going to be presenting video that points more to Dr. Parker's guilt than innocence. So, in the form, it's highly prejudicial to Dr. Parker. We also believe that this whole bill should be presented as Commonwealth has a certain video. Obviously, Ms. Ferris has not seen clips in the form, and so she can't verify that the process of how we don't need these clips were produced.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
So the court is going to allow the Commonwealth to play the 16-minute clips of what the relevant portions are to the Commonwealth in their perspective. Again, the evidentiary rules are about reliability. Is the thing what it purports to be as proclaimed by the proponent? Are the legal principles involved? And is it a fair and accurate representation? Once those are satisfied, it comes in. I know the defense's exception. Mr. Rogers also brought in word prejudicial. I don't think he's laid an adequate basis for why this is prejudicial. So you may proceed with your attempt to authenticate this, and then we can get moving with the jury trial.
Okay, Your Honor, given the court's ruling, the video that I'm about to play is the video that the Commonwealth would seek to admit into evidence that has the 3 different clips.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, before we go, so there was discussion about if that video was admitted, presenting the complete unredacted copy to the jury. Was that still?
That's still a defense request, and Commonwealth is in agreement with that.
Yes.
We're just talking about parts that you all were not able to reach an agreement. Okay. Yes, sir, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So Dr. Parker, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm here to first ask if you are giving permission for me to record this session to discuss the incident that occurred in Richmond on Friday. Yes. Okay. So as part.
If I may, Judge, ask the witness, does what I've shown so far appear to be the interview that we've talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I can keep playing a little more, or I believe she's laid a foundation that this is the interview. So
Right.
She's only seen my client's face. She's verified that's I just want to ask her for purposes of identification. No way she can verify this. What's on this 16-minute clip is that what she got to see?
Ms. Jeffries, if you just jump to 2 other sections, if you're able to,
Mhm.
and play about 10 seconds and ask the same questions.
Okay, I can.
Oh, sorry. I'm seeing at the bottom of the screen a date and time stamp, and those are military hours. So those will move as you move your cursor?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor. So I can make a record of those.
Okay, and I didn't know if that's on video or if you have another cursor mark on your laptop that's showing the different time stamps.
So I have on the laptop, it is in absolute time, meaning 0 to the end of the video. But what I believe is on here is in the date and time it was
Oh,
recorded.
understood. Okay, yes, please. Okay, proceed. Thank you.
So I'll resume playing the video from 15:38:28.
And he left. But those are the only 2. Okay, so help me understand.
And Dr. Ferris, does this still seem to be your interview with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
Okay, I'll jump forward a bit more. I've now jumped ahead to 15:47:26, and I'll play from there.
I was following her. So I said, okay, she called back, was not in school Thursday. And then when he came back Friday, those were the events of Friday. Okay, all right. So just to be clear.
And Dr. Farish, same question. Does this still appear to be portions of your interview with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
Judge, with that, I think we've laid a sufficient foundation for authentication purposes in this video.
Anything additional from the
No, just to try to stress the whole point of application is to verify inaccuracy. Your Honor, this is going to be the first time that she's going to see these clips as the Commonwealth has prepared them. We don't know what type of manipulation has occurred. She didn't give this right to the Commonwealth. She gave it to other attorneys. We don't know what kind of manipulation occurred in the direction of those other attorneys or IT professionals, any other person between the chain from first, the other attorneys and not the Commonwealth. Just showing her those very few seconds that she's not verifying the accuracy. She's verifying that essentially that's her talking to Dr. Parker. That's it. She's not verifying the accuracy of the content of that.
So again, the defense will continue to note their objection for the record. The court, again, is going to allow this video to be played to the jury for the rulings it's previously made. But again, the defense exception is noted.
Judge, may I please request to make a quick record related to that? Thank you.
But the court is also going to give a cautionary instruction to the witness. At any point when this is played, if you see something that is not accurate, please immediately say so we can address the matter. All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to quickly, in response to, for the purposes of the record, Rule 2901, requirement of authentication. The requirement of authentication is satisfied by evidence sufficient to support a finding that the thing in question is what the proponent claims. It is not about accuracy. It's about is what it claims. The arguments counsel has made about chain of custody and accuracy of the video, those go to weight, and he is free to make those arguments to the jury. They don't go to admissibility. Thank you for allowing me to do that, Judge. I think we're ready for the jury.
Sheriff, you kindly bring the jury out and do as all parties stand while the jury comes out. If you're able.
Your Honor, I'm going to step out.
Step out, Mr. Rush. Yes, sir. We'll wait till you come back. I'm sorry, everybody. Get your knees in your back stretch. That's a good stretch for it. Let's stretch. There we go. Okay, all attorneys are back in place, and we will bring the jury out. Thank you, Sheriff. Again, let's tighten it. Let's all stand. Let's stretch.
jurors in the prosecution.
And so much everyone to take their seats, please. Do you mind adding to your account? Happy Wednesday to everyone. Thank you for the time. This time this morning, I know you've been here about 2 hours. We're working on some motions. So hopefully keep a swift pace through the day. As usual, we'll try to break around 1 and try to include around 5 for evidence for the day. And if you need any breaks, let me know. Now I have asked the parties, the jury box as a whole, but we had that cautionary instruction not to research this case outside of what's presented to you in the courtroom, not to discuss it with others, and somebody approaches you to inform the court. Does anyone wish to report any potential misconduct or issues? Okay, and there is nothing being said, and for the record purposes, parties were shaking their head in the negative. And again, I'll give another cautionary instruction, again, amongst yourselves, please do not discuss the case or ask questions until this case is given to you for deliberation. That's a specific legal moment and legal procedure. You can talk about the weather, talk about family, but just don't talk about the case or questions amongst yourselves until the case is given to you for deliberations in that moment. Okay, with that being said, we are going to proceed with evidence today. The witness has already been sworn in the Commonwealth will start the direct examination. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Would you please tell us your name and how you're employed?
Nina Farish, Human Resources Director for Newport News Public Schools.
And Dr. Farish, how long have you been in that role?
For 4, going on 5 years.
And so you were you in that role on January 6, 2023, and in the month of January 2023?
Yes.
Do you know someone named Dr. Ebony Parker?
Yes.
And was she employed by the school system?
Yes.
How so?
As an assistant principal.
Okay, and is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Could you please point her out?
Yes.
And Judge, I'd ask the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
So noted.
After, did you become aware of an incident occurring at Rich Neck Elementary on January 6, 2023?
Yes.
And after that incident, were you called upon to investigate it?
Yes.
Generally, what was the nature of the incident you were told to investigate?
A student shooting at Rich Neck Elementary School.
Understood. As part of your investigation, did you conduct interviews with many people?
Yes.
Did you conduct an interview with Dr. Ebony Parker?
Yes.
And technically, how was the interview done?
Via Zoom recorded.
Okay. If I were to show you different clips that have been edited of that interview, would you be able to recognize those clips as being the interview that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, with the court's permission, I'll publish this to the jury and indicate as well that this is 3 clips from a larger video that we will enter into evidence as well, and that the audio on this has been muted wherever a child's name was spoken. May I publish to the jury?
You may, and for the jury, defense has objected, and of course allows that the video will be played. I don't think it requires dimming, but do either of the attorneys want the courtroom to be dimmed?
Not necessarily.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay. So Dr. Parker, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm here to first ask if you are giving permission for me to record this session to discuss the incident that occurred at Rich Neck on Friday.
Yes.
Okay. So as part of our internal investigation, I have some questions for you. I do ask that you please answer the questions honestly. Also ask that you please keep our investigative conversation confidential so that to maintain the integrity of the investigation, because I do have several people I need to speak with. Okay? Okay. So Dr. Parker, let's start with Friday. Were you given any knowledge prior to the actual shooting that the student had a weapon?
I was told that students reported that the student had a weapon in his backpack. So, Ms. Kodak, what are these names, right?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, so Ms. Kodak is the one who informed me of this. And she said that she had already asked the student, is there something in your backpack? And he said no, but she had brought it to me. The class was about to go outside to recess. So I said, well, when they go outside to recess, we can check his backpack. I was in the midst of the winter road assessment, printing off tickets and stuff. So I didn't go into the classroom with her. When she came back, she says, there's nothing, I didn't see anything in his backpack. And I said, okay. And she says, but what about in his pocket? And I said, well, I don't know. Are they going out to recess? She said, yes. She was also my person that was helping me with testing. So I don't know if she went outside or not, but there was a comment that said, well, we watched him closely. Assuming she meant herself and the teacher. And I said, okay. and then I went on with testing.
So was all of that conversation from Ms. Kovac all at the same time, or did she come back to you with the comment about we watching him?
She came back.
Okay. So, do you remember approximately what time it was when she reported to you, the students reported that he had a weapon?
They were going outside for recess at 12:20, so it was right before that. So I don't know how far between that, but I know from the time that she said it to the time that they went outside for recess, it wasn't very long.
Okay. Did you report this to Ms. Foster?
I did not. She was in a meeting with a military counselor that we were supposed to be getting, and I was supposed to be going into that meeting at 1. That was at the meeting was at 1, and I didn't make it into that meeting. But because I was in the midst of testing, I don't leave my office when we're in testing to maintain the testing tickets and the security of that. And so I had not spoken with Ms. Foster.
Okay. So can you tell me, did anyone else come to you before the shooting to tell you that the student had a weapon?
So after we checked his backpack and there was nothing there.
And you say we?
Well, I say we because I said check it. So but Ms. Kovac went in to check it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But I said we because she came to me to ask, should we check his backpack? Should we check his backpack? Mr. Rawls, after that situation was settled, came back into my office and he said, hey, did you hear what they said about? I said, yeah, I heard. I said, but we checked his backpack. And again, I'm still using we, but it was Ms. Kovac. I said, his backpack was checked, we didn't see anything. And he says, oh, okay, did you check the person? And I said, oh, no, we didn't. And I remember looking at the clock and it was 1:40. And this was supposed to be on a modified schedule. So I said, his mom is due to come here soon. So when his mom comes, we need to inform her of what was said, what we did, and then she can, we'll let her go through the rest of his things and check it. He nodded his head and he left. But those are the only two.
Okay. So help me understand, what is your understanding of what should have taken place from the first notification that you received about the student from Ms. Kovac possibly having a weapon?
What we did. In previous times before, we had 2 other students who also reported to have a weapon. And we, asked the student, if you have something, they say, no, we do have someone else come in with us to look in the backpack. But we never searched a student. So because we didn't, Ms. Clark didn't see anything in the backpack, then we didn't do anything from there. His mother does come in every day, and we have a conversation every day. So I was waiting for mom to come in.
So in the past protocols of what you've done, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've brought the student into your office, and you, along with who else?
So the first time it was Mr. Rawls, and then the second time it was an incident of a parent had already called the police because the report was given to her from her son. So she had already called the police. So the second time it was the police was at the school.
Okay, all right. Had Mrs. Warner on that Friday come to you and express concern about the student, about the student's behavior, or did she express that she thought the student had a weapon?
No. So Ms. Warner never said that she thought that the student had a weapon, and she never said to me directly that it was reported to her that the student had a weapon. So I was about to get the PM session of the testing started, and she came into my office and she said, is being extremely defiant today. And she says, if he hits me, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I acknowledged what she said, and I said, okay. And then she left. So I told Ms. Kovac, because they were going to go back as the kids, I said, if she feels that he's being, uncontrollable, she can't control him, tell her to call his mother so she can come and pick him up early, is what I said. But no, Ms. Warner never came to me and said anything about her fearing that the student had a weapon or that she felt unsafe. She didn't say that to me.
Okay, all right, take your time. Had Ms. Warner, prior to Friday, ever expressed to you that she had concerns or felt unsafe with this particular student?
So has been on a modified schedule since the beginning of the year. his acting out was he's extremely defiant, and he does the exact opposite of what he's asked to do. And it was making it difficult for her to do instruction in the classroom. So we sat down and we made a modified schedule. We had things in place. So somebody was getting the bus. He was going to Miss McBurnett's room to do a social story. He was then transitioned to Miss Kovac for a 15, 20-minute small group session before he spent time in his classroom. And Wednesday, he had asked to come to the office, and he said no. Ms. Warner said no, he couldn't come to the office. And he took her phone and like threw it down. So it cracked her screen. Ms. Foster and myself, I sat in a meeting, but Ms. Foster had, facilitated the meeting that afternoon with Ms. We told, hey, no, the damage that it is to the teacher's phone, we'll let you know. She understood that she was prepared to pay for it and everything. So in hindsight, that evening, I spoke with Ms. Foster and she said, I really think I'm gonna call Mom back because he should have gotten a consequence for what he did. And I said, well, yeah, but I was following her. So I said, okay, she called back, was not in school Thursday. And then when he came back Friday, those were the events of Friday.
Okay, all right. So just to be clear, at any point in time prior to Friday, did Ms. Warner have a report to you that she had concerns about the student or about her safety with that student?
No. The concerns were around the student and his behavior. Never has she said, I feel unsafe.
So when she made the statement to you, if he hits me, I don't know what I'm going to do. Can you tell me where that came from?
So that Wednesday, where I feel it came from was that Wednesday when he took her phone and threw it down, he went to a buddy classroom, which was Ms. West. And what Ms. West reported to Ms. Newton was that he was like pinching at her, but I did not get I didn't get the full report of that incident. So when she said that, me knowing that was what was reported Wednesday, that's where I think that came from.
Okay. Was there ever a comment made to the teacher that she was overreacting to the student or his behavior?
No.
Okay. Prior to Friday, had anyone, Ms. Warner or anyone reported to you their concerns about the student or about their safety or possible safety of others in the building because of that student? Okay. So staff stating that administration knew, what is your response?
Your Honor, could you pause?
Yes, you can pause. Yes, sir.
Can I have just a moment to talk to Councilman? I think I have an objection.
A brief moment.
There's a lot of, I'll say hearsay statements that are being propounded by Ms. Harris, things that other people may have said. And so I understand the video is coming in and it should come in during my client's statements. But any statements made by Ms. Parrish, to quote about Ms. Hearsay, any statements that she is alleging was made or declared by another party, I would say this is hearsay. I would ask the court to instruct the jury not to consider statements of Ms. Parrish or what somebody else may have said, but only consider my client's responses to this question.
Judge, I would ask that we continue playing the video for now and make a decision about whether there needs to be some sort of curative instruction after that.
So I will, again, continue to play the video, but I will grant the trustee motion that will give a curative instruction. So we'll prepare that when it's time for instructions. But whose testimony they can consider in this video and the hearsay. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Chief.
I don't know.
Judge, may I back up just a little bit to give context?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to start back at 15 hours, 50 minutes, and 0 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Administration knew. What is your response to that?
I don't know. I don't know because what I did and what we did in the moment with how to support with him is what I thought the teachers, Ms. Warner was asking for. Like, just, I can't get instruction done. He doesn't sit down in his space. He won't follow directions. Those were the things that Ms. Warner were reporting to me.
Okay. I want to go back real quick because I want to make sure I'm clear on something. Ms. Kovac, check the bag. What's Ms. Kovac's title?
She's our reading specialist.
So help me understand why Ms. Kovac why did you direct Ms. Kovac to check the bag?
So in the midst of testing, I don't remove myself from the office. And when the conversation we had was, should we check his bag? And the reason why we waited till they went out to recess is because I couldn't leave to go and check the bag. So it was my director that said, Ms. Kovac, when they go out to recess, check his bag.
Okay. Did you talk to your resource officer that day?
She was not there.
Okay.
The resource officer, the actual, I didn't call because, I didn't call. And our security officer, Ms. Lee, she leaves every day at 2 o'clock.
She leaves at 2, so Ms. Lee.
I'm sorry, not 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock. And she comes back after McIntosh's dismissal, for our dismissal. So she works in the morning from 9 to 12. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Dr. Parrish, was what you just a fair and accurate depiction of some clips of a longer interview that you did with Dr. Parker?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would seek to admit into evidence a USB thumb drive and an envelope labeled HR Interview Parker that contains the clips that have just been shown to the jury. I would move to enter that as Commonwealth's 2.
I so introduce those defense's previous objections, which were made considering being marked as Commonwealth 2.
And Judge, at some point, I will need to take a moment to get the full and complete video saved to a drive, and at that time, I will move the full video into evidence as well so that the jury will have access to it.
Yes, sir. Any additional questions for this witness from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Parrish, do you serve as a custodian of records for the purpose of providing things pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
And you do that for the school district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention to any publications that the district makes that are official. Is there a rights and responsibilities handbook?
Yes.
And is there one in particular that contains a student code of conduct and also is for the year that was applicable, the 2022-23 school year?
Yes.
Do you have that document with you today on the stand?
I do.
Would you mind pulling it out? And did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to that document. And specifically, if you would look on page 28 of that document, let me know when you're there. I'm going to just direct your attention to a paragraph that begins principals and school. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you to read just that paragraph into the record, please.
Principals and school security officers, under the direction of a school administrator, may search students and student property, including automobiles and other vehicles. Yes, what's the objection?
Ms. Ferris is not the author of this document. She has not established that she has authored it or was otherwise familiar with it. She testifies that she responds to subpoenas and things of that nature, but she has not made that the proper foundation has not been made.
The court has already ruled on that. It is
We ruled on hearsay, we didn't rule on foundation.
Okay, well, she has testified that on hearsay, we had a ruling that this was a public record. She testified that she is the custodian of records and that what she's reading from is in fact an authentic record of the Newport News Public Schools. She brought it with her here today herself and that it was in effect on the time in question. So that's all the foundation that is needed for her to tell us the content of that document. It is admissible.
The court rules the proper foundation has been laid. If you would repeat your question of what you asked her to read.
Yes, Your Honor. So thank you, Dr. Parrish. This is page 28, a paragraph that begins principals and school security officers. Could you read that paragraph, please?
Yes. Principals and school security officers, under the direction of a school administrator, may search students and student property, including automobiles and other vehicles, when there is reasonable suspicion to do so.
Students should understand that they have no expectation of privacy to their lockers, personal property, or vehicles allowed to park on school property. Consistent with applicable legal requirements, school division personnel may use search techniques such as metal detectors and use other lawful search techniques.
Thank you. I want to ask you now about a different document. Does the public school system require individual schools within the district to create a multi-hazard crisis and emergency management plan?
Yes.
And during the course of your work, if such a plan is subpoenaed in litigation, are you the custodian of records that would provide it?
Yes.
Do you have with you, or have you brought with you to court here today, the Rich Neck Elementary Multi-Hazard Crisis and Emergency Management Plan for the 2022-23 school year?
Yes.
And is what you have here today with you a fair and accurate copy of that plan?
Yes.
Okay, please give me just a moment. I'd like to direct your attention to page 18.
Yeah, I'm going to request some body on this, her foundation, now regarding this about this particular document.
Okay.
If the voir dire is going to admissibility, is going to be allowed, we will have to remove the jury from the room. Admissibility is not a factor for them.
Yes, sir.
And what's the basis for this again?
I don't think the proper foundation has been laid regarding her familiarity with this document itself. Again, he says that she responds to subpoenas and produces it in response to subpoenas. That does not mean that she has familiarity with the document, knowledge of who created it, or anything of that nature.
So I'm not going to allow this one here at this point. Mr. Jenkins, can you try to lay a better foundation?
Okay, Dr. Ferris, let's back up. Is the multi-hazard crisis plan for 2022-2023 required by law to be created by the schools?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and are the plans records of the schools?
Yes.
Official records?
Yes.
Okay. And is what you've brought here today an official record of the school that was in effect at Rich Neck on 2022-2023 school year?
Yes.
So I'll direct your attention to page 18. Do you see the heading that begins imminent warning signs?
Yes.
18. And also, I want you to just look over to page 19. Do you see the heading that says mitigation?
Yes.
I am going to ask you to read everything between those 2 points, stopping before the mitigation heading.
Okay.
And also, the court reporter is writing this down, so if you could read relatively slowly to make sure.
I'm sorry, I need to let
I'll provide it, Judge.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Unlike early warning signs, imminent warning signs indicate that a student is very close to behaving in a way that is potentially dangerous to self and or to others. Imminent warning signs require an immediate response. No single warning sign can predict that a dangerous act will occur. Rather, imminent warning signs usually are presented as a sequence of overt, serious, hostile behaviors or threats directed at peers, staff, or other individuals. Usually, imminent warning signs are evident to more than one staff member, as well as to the child's family. Imminent warning signs may include serious physical fighting with peers or family members, severe destruction of property, severe rage for seemingly minor reasons, detailed threats of lethal violence, inappropriate possession and or use of firearms and other weapons, other self-injurious behaviors or threats of suicide. When warning signs indicate that danger is imminent, safety must always be the first and foremost consideration. Parents should be informed of the concerns immediately. School communities also have the responsibility to seek assistance from appropriate agencies, such as Child and Family Services and Community Mental Health. Immediate intervention by school authorities and law enforcement officers is needed when a child has presented a detailed plan, time, place, method to harm or kill others, particularly if the child has a history of aggression or has attempted to carry out threats in the past, is carrying a weapon, particularly a firearm, or has threatened to use one, or exhibits other threatening behaviors.
Thank you, Dr. Parrish. I'm going to direct your attention to just one more section of that same document. We're just going to page 60. And on page 60, you see the heading Weapons Threat.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read only that section that falls under the heading Weapons Threat.
If a student or other person makes a threat with or about a weapon, gun, knife, or other weapon, evacuate the area, evaluate the perpetrator, isolate, consider lockdown, notify law enforcement, remain calm, get help, avoid heroics, do not threaten, keep a safe, non-intimidating distance, avoid abrupt, sporadic movements, look for an escape route.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. That's all the questions that I have for you. Please answer any questions from Defense Counsel.
You may.
Still morning. Good morning again. All right, a lot to unpack. So just to go over again, you are the HR director from Newport News Public Schools, and you conducted an independent investigation of this whole incident. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in your investigation of this whole incident, did you have access to the videos from school property or any other videos that?
Objection. This goes beyond the scope of the direct exam, and is also asking about the investigation and other things that I didn't go into.
It wasn't elicited on direct. That's one of the first things that she testified to. Is that was her responsibility to do a complete investigation of this incident.
Okay, so, and that was one part of your question, but there were other parts. So I'm
So I was-
trying to figure out where the scope of objection lies.
So I'm asking her about how she conducted the investigation. I think it's a fair question, man.
And what part was your scope of objection towards?
The concerned judge is getting into the findings of the investigation, but as to did she conduct an investigation and what did she observe in the investigation, I wouldn't have an objection to that.
I hadn't gotten to the point where I was asking for a conclusion at all. Just,
All right, okay, but if you claim to get there, I think he's going to object.
we'll see what happens as we go along.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. So you did conduct a complete investigation of this from the beginning of the incident to the end. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, did you do the videos that may have been taken, produced on Newport News School Systems surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also look at videos that may have been produced by Newport News Police Department?
Not by the police department, no.
Okay. So could you describe how many different positions video cameras are placed at Rich Neck Elementary School?
You want me to describe? You're not asking me how many.
I'm asking you how many different positions are. Is it?
I don't recall how many.
Okay, well, let me ask you a different question. Would you say that you could pretty much do this video surveillance, monitor most of the activities that occurred at Rich Neck Elementary School?
Most, yes.
Okay. Were you able to see what things occurred in the hallways?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. We're getting into the content of things that he's not planning to show. He should be required to produce those videos if he's going to ask her about those videos.
Response?
I don't think I'm required to show anything. She's testifying. She's producing evidence. I don't have to cooperate that by video.
And what objection is this? What legal principle is invoked here?
Lack of foundation.
Your response?
Your Honor, she's testifying as to what she observed. So she looked at videos. She's testifying as to what she observed on these videos. So I'm not asking to introduce these videos. I'm just asking what she observed on these videos.
And are you going to ask her to describe what she observed on the videos?
She is probably. I'm going to ask her to summarize what she saw in these videos. Yes.
How is that admissible?
How is it admissible? It's something that she observed. I mean, she can testify as to what she observed.
Okay, so that goes back to his objection. Why isn't the best evidence rule implicated at that point, or other evidentiary rules? I guess what authority exists to allow her to testify as to what she observed in the video without the actual video? And is this video admissible in and of itself? So if the video is not admissible, how can she testify as to what she saw on video? How would that also be, by analogy, admissible?
Obviously, we have already submitted video into evidence.
Well, one video, are you talking about that video or this
No,
video?
no, I'm talking about the surveillance video, and I think the court and even the Commonwealth is well aware that videos are considered to be silent witnesses of whatever events that they record. If I had the videos, I can, I guess I can ask the court to take a recess so I can show her several videos that the Commonwealth just released.
Two questions, or I guess one, yes, she cannot testify to what she saw on the video. Second, are you asking to introduce evidence in the Commonwealth's case in chief?
Obviously, evidence is coming into the Commonwealth's case in chief.
I'm saying, is the defense asking to introduce defense evidence in the Commonwealth's case in chief?
Not at this particular time, other than the testimony, Your Honor.
Okay, so again, my ruling is that she did not testify as to what she observed on the video. I sustain Commonwealth's objection. My next question.
Okay, so I'll continue to ask the questions, and then the Commonwealth can object and the court can rule.
Yes, sir. And again, to the attorneys, I know there's been a lot of objections. There were a lot of objections yesterday. It swirls all over. And sometimes I might be grumpy, but I'm not going to give the attorneys, and they're doing their job, so don't hold that against them. That was a cautionary instruction in the beginning. It is their duty to object, to make sure the rules are followed, and we analyze the rules of evidence. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Rogers.
Okay. Other than Dr. Parker, were you able to determine the conduct of any other employees that were at Rich Neck Elementary on January 6th?
Okay, don't answer. So your question was, she able to
observe the conduct behavior of other parties, other staff members at Rich Neck Elementary School?
Okay, in reference to this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your objection is what, Mr. Jenkins?
Authentication, that she's testifying to that, what she would have seen on a video. She wasn't there. She can't authenticate the video, and she can't describe a video that counsel's not produced. It's the same objection.
Your Honor, if I don't have the videos to produce right now, so she conducted an independent investigation. Obviously, she observed a lot of things by video. If the court believes that she should not be able to testify as to what she observed by video, then I'll prohibit it.
So I sustain the objection because it's the same thing we just discussed.
Right.
Again, if it can't come into the front door, it cannot come into the back door. Next question.
All right, I'll go to the, let me first talk about you being a custodian of records. Have you testified as a custodian of records for Newport News Public Schools previously?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're the custodian of this document, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. If you'll turn to page 17 of this document.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it talks, I guess, about halfway down. It says teacher removal of a student from class.
Yes.
Actually, let me start at the very top. It says disruptive students in the classroom. Could you read that first paragraph, please?
Under the disruptive students?
Yes, ma'am.
The code 22.1-276.2 provides statutory guidance related to the initial authority of a teacher to remove a student from class for disruptive behavior. The code 22.1-276.01 defines disruptive behavior as a violation of school board regulations governing student conduct that interprets or obstructs the learning environment. The provisions set out below are supplementary to and are not intended to replace the authority of a teacher or administrator to discipline students according to rules described in this handbook. It is the school board's intent that the process of working with students and parents should be focused on seeking solutions to eliminate disruptive behavior in order to improve student achievement and student citizenship.
Okay. So would you agree that this paragraph, which cites Virginia Code 22.1-276.2, gives a teacher the authority to remove a disruptive student from her classroom?
Objection, that's improper opinion testimony. She's not been qualified as an expert to answer that.
Response.
Your Honor, she is here as an agent of the Newport News public school system. She can advise whether or not she believes that Virginia Code allows a student to be removed by the teacher. It spells it out pretty clearly there, but I just want her to verify.
Just rephrase it. I think you can rephrase it as not to what her opinion is, but as to what's in the manual.
Does this manual, which cites the Virginia Code, give a teacher the authority to remove the student from the classroom?
Yes.
Regarding your investigation, was JT ever removed from the classroom?
Objection, Judge, this is getting into the findings of her investigation now, which is the province of the jury to decide.
Wow.
And your response.
Your Honor, I'll submit that to you. I'm not asking for a finding. I'm not asking for a conclusion. I'm asking for a fact. I asked her to determine if something actually occurred or did not occur. That's not a finding.
Okay. So again, legal conclusions are problems for the jury, but how does the finding of this school investigation not come, well, how is that not relevant in the school?
Judge, the investigation is findings of fact that lead to a legal conclusion. And we have a jury who are the fact finders for this trial. So any findings of fact that are based on her investigation are the province of the jury. And beyond that, Judge, this is beyond the scope of my direct. I did not ask Dr. Barish opinions or ask her to give any conclusion about any aspect of her actual investigation, because that's the province of the jury.
I'm going to allow it in open the Commonwealth objection. The court's rationale is the Commonwealth introduced the school handbook, policy procedures, and the crisis management. And there's been a lot of evidence and questions for was that followed on that day. What the school found in all the school policies can come into evidence. We can have a careless instruction later parties want that the school findings are not legal findings and legal conclusions for this case. And that is for the fact Congress, and that is to the criminal charge of child abuse and neglect and endangerment, not to whether or not the school procedures were followed. So that finding of that investigation is not a legal conclusion. So if that's the court's basis, I'm allowed in. You may proceed, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. So Ms. Kovac, if she was having some problems with JT, if he was being disruptive, there was nothing that prevented her from removing him from the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with Ms. I think I mentioned the name Kovac. Annette Swerner. So Annette Swerner, to answer the question in regards to Mrs. Swerner, she could have removed JT from the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Ms. Kovac had contact with JT and thought that he was being disruptive, she could have removed him from the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If Ms. West had some contact with JT on the playground as a teacher, she could have removed him from the playground. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So regarding the multi-hazard crisis and emergency management plan, this is a plan for each individual school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you who's responsible for producing this document, if you know?
That would come under our safety security department.
Okay. Prior to this incident happening, were you familiar with this document?
I know that the schools have them. If you're asking if I'm familiar with this particular one prior to that incident, no.
Okay. And so you have become familiar with this document since this incident has occurred. Is that correct?
Correct. And when you say familiar, again, the custodian of records, it was presented to me. I was not the writer of the document.
Okay. So you said it was presented to you. Other than testifying here today in court, had you read through this document?
To the entire document, no.
Okay. So your familiarity with this document, was it in preparation for this trial?
For the previous one and this one.
Okay. And would you agree that the policies and procedures in this document apply to everyone that is a employee of a particular school?
Yes.
Okay. So this document would also apply to the teachers in the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
It would have applied to Ms. Kovac as a reading specialist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Rawls in his position. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so based on these two documents, was there anything in these two documents that prevented Ms. Swerner, Ms. Kovac, Ms. West, or Mr. Rawls from removing JT from the classroom?
No.
Okay. Is there anything in these two documents that prevented any of those four individuals, Swerner, Kovac, West, or Rawls, from removing his classmates, JT's classmates, from his presence?
No.
So I'm going to actually go to the page 60 in the multi-hazard crisis and emergency management plan, which the Commonwealth directed you to. Okay. Did you hear what I said so far?
I heard you say you're going to go to page 60.
That's correct. Okay. And even when he directed you specifically to a weapons threat. It says if a student or other person makes a threat with or about a weapon, it has bullet points. Are you testifying that each one of these things should occur?
Say that last part again, I'm sorry.
Are you testifying that each one of these things under this weapons threat should occur?
Objection, Judge calls for an opinion.
Mr.
Your Honor, this is the policies and procedures of the school. She's here as an agent of Newport News Public Schools. She can tell us whether or not it's the responsibility of Newport News Public Schools employees.
That wasn't your question. She can ask you what does the manual say, but your question was whether or not it was applied to following the circumstances. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, so I'm going to ask it in a different way, if I may. Ms. Warner, Ms. Kovac, Mr. West, and Mr. Rawls, was it their responsibility to follow these procedures?
Objection, same objection. He's asking for an opinion of whether they should have followed certain procedures.
All right,
All of them, a few.
Response.
I can rephrase it to make it more clear, I guess. Are they obligated to follow these procedures? And I let him say this objection.
Okay, do you object to that phrasing?
It's been asked and answered, but I don't object.
Oh, you can see that specific phrasing.
Okay, thank you. So you would agree that if they thought that there was a weapon, that each of those individuals should have evacuated the area. Is that correct?
Correct.
For each of those 4 individuals, if they believe that there was a weapon, they should have.
Objection, Judge. This isn't the question that the court. He proposed to ask her, are they required to follow these policies? That was the question he proposed. That's the non-objectionable question. He's asking for whether specific people should have followed them at a specific incident or time, and that is an opinion. She has not been qualified as an expert in school security or any such thing, and she should not be offering it.
An opinion is she's testifying as to their rights and their responsibilities, Your Honor. So I believe she can testify to that.
Get your question.
Was it their responsibilities when presented with?
Whose responsibility?
Ms. Warner.
That's the same question, yes, that I sustain the objection to. Next question.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ferris, Dr. Ferris, are you familiar with the training that Dr. Parker or anyone else may have had regarding the rights and responsibilities that are contained in this handbook?
No, I am not.
Okay. And would your response be the same to this document? Are you aware of any training that Dr. Parker or any of the staff members may have received regarding?
No, I am not.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to relinquish this witness to my colleague.
Your colleague, Mr. T? Okay, Mr. T.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to object to bouncing back and forth between attorneys for a single witness and
It's not ideal, but I don't have any authority that says they cannot. Understood. And I think you got something, Mr. T.
Oh, thank you. Good morning again, Ms. Ferris. Are you Dr. or Ms. Ferris?
Doctor.
Dr. Ferris. You were shown a video of about 16 minutes earlier during your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At certain points of the video skips forward, correct?
The entire video, I didn't see a skip, but I saw a muting in certain sections.
Okay. So are you aware that the entire video is 28 minutes or 28 to 29 minutes?
Based upon the timeline I saw,
Okay. And you were shown about 16 or 17 minutes, correct?
yes, as I recall.
And is it your understanding that the video clip that you were shown contains 3 different clips joined together?
The video that we saw here
Yes.
was the whole video except the end. It stopped before the very end. So I'm not aware that it's in snippets. It's the whole video.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up the video, the actual video, the whole video.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. I don't know what the relevance of this is.
Okay. And I'll give him a moment to respond to relevance.
I'm going to ask the council not put that up on the screen until we've addressed
That's
it.
fine.
Okay, he's objecting to
relevant or is the defense response?
It's relevant. The witness has testified that she does not believe that the video has been cut up and, certain parts edited out.
Did she say that, or did she say she wasn't able to see that?
She says that she believes that the entire video was shown except the end. That's what she just testified to.
Okay. And what are you purporting to introduce and under what legal admissibility rule?
So best evidence rule, the Commonwealth has spliced the video, and he's cut out and skipped ahead in the video.
Which we acknowledge.
We acknowledge. So I would like to play more of the video that gives fuller context to the testimony that Dr. Parker was giving in the video.
Okay. And then we agreed that the jury would get the whole video for deliberations. So your objection, and what you're gonna play is a part of this whole video.
Yes.
Okay. And so what's the objection?
Well, Judge, it is going to be in evidence. I've already fully stipulated that the version we showed is an edited version and that the full video goes into evidence. Now he's wishing to introduce evidence. We don't have that video, the full video in. So the defense is about to introduce evidence that he has, which they can certainly introduce evidence in their case, but this is still the Commonwealth's case.
So the legal principle here, when we start with my rule, I'm going to allow it and over the Commonwealth's objection. The basic thing is the whole video is going back there to the jury room for deliberation, and it's offered by the Commonwealth. The opposing side gets the right to cross-examine that, and to have it go back there with the ability to cross-examine is not a legally sustainable principle, does not apply to case law. So he gets the opportunity to cross-examine on anything that's going back there in the jury room. So that's his court's basis. You may proceed, Mr. G.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr.
Judge, I'm sorry, I just want to advise that the full video many times contains the name of JT.
Okay, the whole name, not initials.
Correct, the
Okay,
whole
but
name.
how are we dealing with that, Mr. G?
Your Honor, I don't intend to play any portion that gives the name. I can ask some additional questions if we can. I can try to avoid
We're
it.
talking about, again, audio and press coverage to the world.
I understand.
So
Yeah.
you're able to not to play portions that do not state and the names of any minors.
Yes.
Okay, you may
But just to be safe, I'll just try to listen to testimony from her directly, and then if I need to, I'll play the portions that I need to.
playing video or not?
It would just depend on her answers.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay, but understand we had that
I
cautionary
understand.
instruction. We were not releasing the names of any minors. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Farish, during the narrative that Dr. Parker was giving you in the video of what occurred that day, her actions, did she also mention that in the midst of all of this, she was also attending to 2 other students that were acting out?
Yes.
Okay. And that was not played in that video that you heard earlier, was it?
I'll just refer back to my notes.
Dr. Parker was not just in her office ignoring the rest of the school during the testing, correct?
Objection, it's an opinion about something that she did not observe.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. From Dr. Parker's testimony to you regarding the events of the day, she mentioned that there were 2 other student issues that she dealt with in the school, correct?
Objection, that was the most recent question. It's been asked and answered.
I want to narrow down and go down the path of asking about these 2 other.
Okay, repeat your question again.
During the day, during the narrative that Dr. Parker gave you, Dr. Farish, of what was going on regarding her conversations with Mr. Kovac and Ms. Werner, she also mentioned that there were 2 other student issues that she dealt with regarding misbehavior, correct?
Okay, hold on, that's the question. What's the objection, Mr. Jenkins?
This is the second time he's asked that question. Her answer is yes.
Also, just ask and answer.
Yes.
Okay, you can ask one more time. You can ask. It's overruled.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat the question, Dr. Farish?
Yes, she responded to other issues.
Okay.
Students' issues.
Okay. And one of them being a student was trying to elope from the school, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Or a student who was an eloper.
An eloper.
Something that happened.
Right. And that was prior to the shooting, according to your interview with Dr. Parker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Farish, you are an agent of the Newport News Public Schools, correct?
Yes.
All right. And where that the Newport News Public School System is named in civil lawsuits stemming from this event, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so your employer has a direct financial interest in these proceedings, correct?
Explain that a little more to me.
Would you, as far as you understand, would your employer benefit financially from having Dr. Parker be the one to blame for the shooting?
Objection, Judge. Hold on, objection. That calls for a legal conclusion. She's not an expert in litigation or how that works. And the question assumes facts that are not in evidence regarding another matter of time.
And the foundation for having that knowledge or information, so sustain.
Okay. You interviewed Dr. Parker within 2 or 3 days of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And she gave you permission to interview her and be recorded, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she cooperated fully with you, correct? You also told her to keep the conversation confidential, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever tell her that she had a right to have an attorney present before speaking to you?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell her that anything she said could be used against her in a criminal proceeding?
Objection, Your Honor.
A basis for your objection?
Judge, we're going to need to address this at sidebar.
I'm asking her what she advised Dr. Parker during this interview.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. According to your interview with Dr. Parker directed Ms. Kovac to search JT's backpack, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as what Dr. Parker told you, Ms. Kovac did check the backpack and found nothing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Kovac also told Dr. Parker that they watched him closely, correct?
If I remember the phrasing is that they were watching him.
Watching him closely.
Correct.
Okay. So is it your understanding that Dr. Parker had been told that there was no gun in the backpack and also that he had been closely watched during recess?
Objection. Can we clarify that what we're asking her is about the statement, not about the facts of what happened, but about the statement of Dr. Parker?
Sustain, can you rephrase, you clarify what you're referring to?
Okay. Well, I've already asked the questions. I'll move on. Dr. Parker also stated that JT's mother would be coming to the school to get him shortly, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There's something in the background, some noise. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Somebody's cell phone or, but if we could take care of that bridge.
Yes, I keep hearing it and it's distracting.
Okay, well, Chair, be on top of that. And I'm hearing TV, I will work on it. All right, thank you. And it's 12:23, we'll keep going again, we'll try to go to 1 for lunch, between New Jersey and break. Okay, they're good, okay, I'll proceed with your cross.
Thank you. Dr. Parker also testified to, or said to you during the investigation that Ms. Werner never stated that the student had a weapon, right? May I ask what you're reading?
It's a transcript of the video.
Okay. Do you have any independent recollection of
I
what?
don't remember her saying Werner said the student didn't have a weapon. I asked her, did Mrs. Werner ever say she had concerns about the student and the student being a threat to her or feeling unsafe?
Okay. Do you recall when the video was played here in the courtroom?
That's what I was trying to remember if Mrs. Werner said that. I remember Ms. Kovac saying she did not see anything in the backpack.
Do you recall the video today where Dr. Parker was speaking to you in an interview and she stated that Ms. Werner never came to her and said that the student had a weapon?
Then, yes.
Okay. And everything that Ms. Werner related to Dr. Parker was about behavior of the student, correct?
Correct.
She also mentioned that they had, prior to this incident, that they had 2 incidents at the school where there was a potential weapon possessed by a student, correct?
You're referring to 2 other times?
Prior to January 6, 2023.
Correct.
Okay. And she also mentioned to you that they've never searched the student without the parents' consent, right?
They never search students.
Okay. And she was also managing state testing that day.
Correct.
Okay. Based on your investigation, did you conclude that this was foreseeable? the shooting specifically was foreseeable?
No,
Right. In fact, you came to the opposite conclusion, correct?
that is true.
In fact, you said that this is something that none of you could have ever imagined, correct?
I'm going to refer to my summary.
At any point, did you say something to the? Oh, okay.
I just asked for a moment to refer to her notes.
Okay.
I do not recall making that specific statement.
Okay. But you do agree that this is, based on your investigation, that this is not something that was foreseeable?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever make the comment in the civil trial of this matter that this was something that you could never have imagined?
Objection, hearsay.
It's her own statement.
Correct. It's her own out-of-court statement being offered here for the truth of the matter. You can ask her what she believes today, now, but not what she said out of court.
I thought you said from the civil trial. Does that make it in court, or am I missing something here?
It's out of court because it's not within this proceeding. Yeah.
She says that she could not at that time recall making a statement, and I believe I was asking her about the actual report itself that she created.
Okay, well, then rephrase, because that's not the question as I understood it.
Okay. Did you ever make a statement during the civil trial that this was not a foreseeable incident?
Okay, hold on for your answer. So, assuming she says yes, but I don't know what her answer is going to be, are you going to ask her to then give that statement?
I'm just wondering.
You just want an affirmative or a negative response?
Yes.
In your position, Mr. James.
He's feeding her the statement and just asking her to say, didn't you say at the civil trial? He's going to give her the statement and he expects her to say, yes, I did say that at the civil trial.
I just asked another question. I said, did you ever make a statement to the effect that it was not foreseeable? That was my last question.
Exactly, to the effect that it was not foreseeable. At the civil trial, that is hearsay.
Okay, yeah, understood, and your response to that, Mr.
Your Honor.
Admissible, what exception applies?
I can ask her about her statement. This goes to the foreseeable. You know what? I will try to question, Your Honor. She's already answered that she has determined that it was not foreseeable. So I'll withdraw the question. Okay. No further questions.
Any reason?
Yes, sir. Dr. Farish, much has been made about your investigation. Do you have, as part of your investigation, did you complete a Rich Neck investigation report?
Yes.
And do you have that report with you right now?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Q&A?
Sure. I believe you have a copy. Judge, I've provided to the defense counsel a copy of the plan. Do I need to wait?
Review what you're presenting to the witness.
Of course.
To make sure that it is the same. Okay.
Is it?
Okay, you may approach.
Thank you. Could you just take a moment to just look at each page of that, compare it with the one you brought with you, and let us know if it's an identical copy?
Yes.
All right, so is that a fair and accurate copy of your complete, full report of your investigation?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I move to admit that as Commonwealth 3, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the investigation, confidential Rich Neck investigation report that contains hearsay from other parties. It's not admissible.
The court's ruled otherwise already. Counsel has been allowed to elicit her opinion, the results of her investigation. Counsel has cross-examined her about the conclusions that are in that document. We have had a full interrogation about the facts found by her investigation and her conclusions. To not give the jury that document now is misleading. And so for the rule of completeness, the defense has been allowed to go in and talk about cherry pick little pieces that they want to talk about. And I'm seeking to admit the whole document so the jury can see it for themselves.
Mr. Chief?
Your Honor, we are on cross-examination about to ask anything we want to ask about. It's launched sort of the direct examination. This is a report that contains hearsay statements from other parties. Just as the court has ruled that the jury cannot consider the statements of other people that were mentioned in the video. Giving them a full report, complete with hearsay, is beyond legal. It's not.
Let me see the document.
Of course, may I approach the, oh,
You may.
the deputy has it. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Appreciate your work.
Your Honor, I would add that Dr. Ferris has not been qualified as an expert.
The court will allow a redacted version in, so I will sustain the defense objections as to some of this are not permissible based on rules of evidence. The court's position is that page 1 and page 8 come in. So the cover sheet and the last page come in, the middle does not. I will remove the statement myself. And the Commonwealth wants the portion removed to be Commonwealth rejected.
Yes, please, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're not correct. Commonwealth is where 3, Commonwealth 3. Rejected one, rejected Commonwealth 1. Okay, you may proceed with your reading. Sure.
Judge, may I retrieve Commonwealth 3 from the court to bring to the witness?
Yes, and I'm going to ask. Your statement was worth as good as my statement. Don't be able to make a mess. Oh, yes, sir.
Dr. Parrish, for the purposes of these questions, I'll just ask you to refer to Commonwealth 3, which I have just handed you after it's been marked and entered by the court. There is a section on the second page of the two that were marked called Summary and Conclusion. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Could you please read it?
An investigation was conducted to review internal processes and establish if there were any deficiencies. From interviews, several employees were told that the student had a weapon. All instances were reported to Dr. Parker, assistant principal. An inquiry was made to Dr. Parker if the student could be searched.
Again, I'm going to hearsay. Those are statements coming from other people.
You asked the finding to be in evidence, the findings in evidence. So noted your objection, overruled.
Please continue.
The book bag was searched independently by Ms. Kovac. Permission was never given to search the student. At no time was the principal, Ms. Foster, notified of any communications about the student and the alleged weapon. Dr. Parker never left her office to investigate the situation with the student. Dr. Parker never spoke to Mrs. Foster, although they communicated about other school business prior to the incident. Dr. Parker admitted to handling a prior search situation with another student earlier in the school year, where she brought the student into her office to conduct a search. Although she says previous students' persons was not searched, she admitted that these students were pulled into her office to search their belongings at a minimum. This process was completed with the police or another adult present. Dr. Parker never left her office on the 6th to pull JT into her office. Dr. Parker responded that she could not leave her office due to testing as the reason for responding personally to the report of the student possibly having a weapon. Mr. Warner, Ms. Kovac, Mr. Rawls, Ms. West, Mr. Sims, and Dr. Parker all had knowledge that the student was in possession of a possible weapon before 2 p.m. Root cause, failure to follow a process and to appropriately detain a student and conduct a proper search once first notified that a student has a possible weapon, lack of urgency and attention to multiple notifications, lack of training and knowledge of the staff on how to handle this type of threat.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'll retrieve Commonwealth 3 after this and return it to the court.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Farish, previously when I was questioning you, and then again with defense counsel, you were asked to read various sections of the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, including that section on page 28 about principals and security officers under the direction of school administrator may search students. Do you recall that document?
Yes.
All right, and that document is an authentic manual that provides all the policies that were in place at Rich Neck in the 2022-2023 school year?
This, the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook for the district for 22-23.
Yes, that's an official document of the district?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit that document in whole into evidence as Commonwealth Court. I will have to retrieve it from the witness.
Okay, you may approach.
Before that's admitted by court, can I have a moment, please?
Yes, sir. You can still retrieve it, Mr. Spencer, and you can pass it to Madam Clerk. I won't receive it until I get you to the council.
Court already ruled that the comments are.
Oh, all right, so this is my Commonwealth Court.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Dr. Parrish, could you take a look at what I just handed you and identify it?
Yes, this is the Newport News Public Schools, Rich Neck Elementary 2022-2023 Multi-Hazard Crisis Emergency Management Plan.
And is that a copy of the same document that you have that is the emergency management plan that I have asked you about and defense counsel has asked you about?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit this in whole, unredacted as Commonwealth's 5. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I just want to make sure our objections don't continue.
Yes, yes, continuing objection, which was previously ruled on for the record was made contemporaneously.
And I have no further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. May we recross?
Yes, sir.
Okay, briefly.
Briefly, Dr. Parrish. Again, the portion of the report that was just entered into evidence, your investigative findings, you were conducting that investigation on behalf of Newport News Public Schools, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as your findings, you were not assessing or giving up any opinion on whether Dr. Parker's or anybody or any other employee's conduct was criminal in nature, correct?
Correct.
You also mentioned in your root cause section of your report a lack of training and knowledge of the staff on how to handle this type of threat, correct?
Correct.
And you're referring to the staff as a whole, correct?
Correct.
And according to your report, all of the, I'll just name them specifically, Ms. Werner, Ms. Kovac, Mr. Rawls, Ms. West, Mr. Sims, and you say Dr. Parker. Your finding is that none of them responded adequately, correct?
Objection, Judge. I think that misstates the evidence.
Responded adequately. I do think it's a mistake. Can you rephrase?
Okay, all right. In your root cause section, you write, failure to follow a process and to appropriately detain a student and conduct a proper search once first notified that a student has a possible weapon. Does that apply to all of the people I just named? Ms. Werner, Ms. Kovac, Mr. Rawls, Ms. West, and Mr. Sims, and Dr. Parker?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, John.
I have a follow-up, Judge.
Yes, sir.
In the root cause analysis section, is there a phrase that cites the failure to search?
Yes.
And according to the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, what does it say about who may conduct a search specifically? We took it away from you. Can I please retrieve Commonwealth's 4? The Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. And I can give you a page study. I'll direct your attention in Commonwealth 5 to page 28, the paragraph that begins principals and school security officers.
Principals and school security officers under the direction of the school administrator may search students and student property.
All right. So given the root cause analysis that involves the failure to search, who was authorized by the district's rights and responsibilities to search?
The school under the direction of the school administrator.
Okay. And are teachers that work in a school considered school administrators?
No.
Are reading specialists that work at a school considered school administrators?
No.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, please.
Okay, so this, so that paragraph, it starts out principals and school officers, and then it, comma, under the direction of a school administrator.
Objection, I object to counsel reading whatever he's reading from. The witness should be the one reading from the exhibit that the witness has.
Are you reading the same thing the witness has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then go ahead. You may proceed overruled.
All right, so I'll read it again. Principals and school security officers, comma, under the direction of a school administrator. So would you agree that when it says under the direction of a school administrator, it's referring to somebody other than a principal or security officer?
The verbiage we use at the school district for administrator includes principal and assistant principals. They are administrators.
Okay, but as this is read, it seems to indicate that they need to have the direction of somebody above them. Do you not see that?
Under the direction of the school administrator.
Principals? Okay, so if I take out, it says principals, I can take out and school officers. So principals, comma, under the direction of a school administrator. So that seems to indicate there needs to be some authority above the principal. Do you disagree with that?
Same, Mr. Jenkins, same. Next question, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, the status for this witness, may she be excused or does she need to remain sequestered?
I ask that she remain constructively sequestered, but of course able to.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so Dr. Pierce, that means you are still a witness for purposes of this trial. You cannot discuss the case or discuss your testimony until you receive information that the trial is over. But you do not have to remain in the building or the witness room. You can go about your day, be available by phone if we need to call you back for your testimony. Okay, it will be informed when we receive question and answer and we will release from the witness application. Okay, thank you, ma'am, and right accept that you stepped in. Thank you. All right, can we do another witness in about 10 or start with another witness about for 10 minutes or so? I just want to use up our time.
Before we call another witness, I would step out.
Okay, okay, yes, Mr. Jenkins.
If we're going to need to take a break here, it doesn't make sense to call it. The break will take 5 minutes and then we'll only have 5 minutes of a witness.
Okay, so it is 12:51. We will start our recess for lunch. For the attorneys, are there any motions or objections that we need to take up before we resume evidence? Meaning, I'll tell the jurors to report back at the jurors at one time, and I'll tell you all different times we need to work out issues.
There's nothing from the council.
Okay, now to keep a tight schedule, jurors report back at 2, attorneys report back at 2, and we'll get going. And there should be much back there again, jurors. Your recess instructions: do not discuss the case, do not research the case, do not allow anybody to discuss it with you. I will check it when we return. You are welcome to leave the building. I think we have something for you today if you wish to partake or of your own lunch. All right, Chairman Gill, escort them to the jury room, and we are in recess. Thank you.
We draw to the jury.
And the media can come to turn on their audio.
Please rise to the jury. Jurors in the box.
Thank you so much. You want me to have to take a seat? Jurors in the box. And jurors with any issues to report to the court. Okay, nothing has been said. All right, next witness, Mr. Jenkins.
Commonwealth calls Mark Garcia.
Come stand in front of Madam Clerk, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, sir, take a witness stand, please. Watch your step. Okay, you can adjust the microphone and please answer questions the attorneys may have.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please tell us your name? All right, sir. And I know that I mentioned this to you earlier, but just as a reminder, we're not saying the names of any children at all today. You're welcome to use initials or refer to them, like my son, for example, but no names. I want to, do you have a son?
Yes.
And what is his initials?
MJ.
Right. Did MJ attend Rich Neck Elementary School?
Yes.
Was MJ in attendance at Rich Neck on January 6, 2023?
Yes.
How old was he then?
7.
On January 6 of 2023, did you go to Rich Neck Elementary School? Well, first of all, let me ask you this question. Did you take MJ to school?
Yes.
So was that in your car? Did you personally drop him off?
Yes, I drop him off every day.
Okay. And on that day, did you go back to Rich Neck Elementary School sooner than you normally would?
Yes.
When you arrived there, I want you to describe what you saw occurring without telling me what anyone was saying.
Okay. Well, getting there it was a task because once you get to Jefferson, going down Rich Neck, it was kind of like cordoned off by the cops and a lot of people trying to go there. So we had to go to the adjacent road, which is Monroe. And we had to come down Monroe, and because of Monroe, we had to stop because there's a lot of cars. So I parked my car at somebody's house, and they said to park there, and I got out my car, and I parked my car, and I went down the road, and there's a church that's on the right-hand side, and that's where everything was cordoned off by the cops, and that's where all the confusion was going on because nobody knew what was going on.
So did you go to that church area where people were gathering?
We were in the middle of the street.
Okay. And did you immediately see MJ there?
No.
Okay. From the time you arrived, and I know I'm asking you to estimate, but can you give us an estimate? Are you able to give us an estimate of how long it was from the time you arrived at Rich Neck to the time you saw your son? This is the connection, Judge, that we have been talking about in this case between the shooting and the ensuing trauma to the children. And that came from a delayed reunification. And that came from, as we will hear in a moment, that came from the continued chaos leading to these children in a panic and a state of trauma.
I'm going to continue to object. Even his response to this is a narrative testimony from the jury.
What's the nexus to why we're here? And I guess I'm missing that. If you can expand on that, if not, it's sustained.
The nexus for why we're here. Let me look at the statute and read from the statute. 18.2, 371.1. Any person responsible for the care of a child under 18 whose willful act or omission in that care was so gross, wanton, and culpable to show a reckless disregard for human life is guilty of a Class 6 felony. As to how
Delayed reunification.
the shooting, Judge, the shooting occurred, and everything that has happened to these children is a follow-on from the shooting that establishes it is gross, wanton, and culpable behavior of Dr. Parker. It was the willful omission that caused these children to be separated from their parents in a state of chaos.
Next question, please.
Mr. Garcia, after you were reunited with your son, describe his demeanor, how he looked to you.
He can describe that out loud. Overall, you may answer the question, sir. Do you need him to repeat it?
Okay. My son looked confused. He was very scared and very shocked that all of this took place in his school, which he loved.
All right. And are there any ways that you've noticed as a parent that your son is was different after the shooting versus before the shooting?
Yes.
Describe what you noticed.
Okay, I didn't hear, leading and relevant. He can describe what he observed when he sees his son. Go ahead. Overall.
So my son, he's in therapy. He has to go to therapy now. He's still scared of the dark areas in which they have to be pushed into their safe room. He's not comfortable in certain situations like he used to be, like being talkative and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
Even regarding the statutes, I think the council has to prove this is the thing that he's testifying to is not a material fact that has to be proven or established to prove that Dr. Parker is guilty of this crime. He's testifying as to things that occurred afterwards, but nothing regarding Dr. Parker's conduct or lack of conduct. So it's not relevant.
Response?
Child abuse and neglect requires a showing that the abuse is so gross, wanton, and culpable that it showed a disregard for human life. The effects of the abuse are what he is testifying to. That is what is gross, wanton, and culpable. And we're there. This is as far as I'm going with this. But the fact that the child is different after than before is relevant to whether the choices Dr. Parker made were gross, or the omissions were gross, wanton, and culpable, because this is the after effect to the children.
It can end here, but again, I'll let you finish, Mr. Rogers. But as to where we are now, I'm going to overrule the defense objection. You can ask that one question. The gentleman may answer that question, but then we're going to stop. Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, Your Honor, I might agree with Mr. Jenkins that the Commonwealth had to prove some type of serious injury, but that's not what it's charged. It's felony abuse and neglect, but it's not based on it's based on my conduct and not any impact on these children.
Anything additional?
Not from me, Judge.
Okay. Do you need the attorney to repeat this question?
Yes, please.
Okay. How was your child different after the shooting versus before?
Yes.
Describe how he was different after.
Would you like me to describe before?
If
You
you,
had to answer the question
yeah.
that he asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after, again, my son, he doesn't like sleeping in the dark because of being in that safe room for however long they were in that safe room, being confined to an area, I don't know how much light it was, but he's scared of the dark, having added more light and going to therapy.
Okay. And were any of those things present prior to the shooting?
No.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. I just have a few questions. Are you familiar with any relationship that your son had with Dr. Parker?
No.
Okay. Your son was a second grade student at Rich Neck, correct?
Correct.
So he was not in Mr. Werner's classroom, correct? No. Okay. You mentioned something about a safe room. Isn't it true that your son was in the gym?
No.
Your son was not in the gym when you picked him up?
No.
Okay. Where was he?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No, we were told about the
Oh, well, I'm not asking you to tell me what somebody told you.
Okay.
So you don't know?
No.
Okay. You filed a civil lawsuit arising from the events on January 6, 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's filed here in this courthouse, correct?
Not sure.
You're not sure?
No, I have to talk to my attorney.
I'm sorry?
You have to talk to my attorney.
Okay. You have named Dr. Parker as a defendant in your case, your civil case, correct?
Right.
And you're seeking money damages from Dr. Parker,
I'm
correct?
not going to talk about that on camera. Really strange.
Judge, I am going to make a limited objection here in that any civil suits relate to the children. And I think what he's requesting is that we not be on the air for this discussion and the cameras not continue recording while he discusses his child. And I support that request and ask the court to do that.
Well, Your Honor, he just asked a series of questions about the child on camera. I'm asking about a civil case, asking him whether he filed a civil case. It has nothing to do with the child himself.
So the objection is overruled. Cross-examination, the questioner is allowed to examine the witness's interest in a case. And for the witness, we are not using names, we are using initials, as we previously did. So that is the protection to minors in this case. All right, you may proceed, Mr. T.
Mr. Garcia, you are seeking money damages from Dr. Ebony Parker in that civil case, correct?
Yes.
And a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker would assist in your civil case against her, wouldn't it?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have a financial interest in the outcome of this criminal trial?
Financial. What do you mean?
Well, you just stated that you believe that a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker would assist you in your civil case where you're suing for money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree you have a financial interest in the outcome of the criminal trial, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. When did the school first contact you about the shooting?
January 16th.
16th?
Yes.
Okay. So 10 days after the shooting occurred. Okay. And how did you get that notification?
I was called by the city, the Newport News Public Schools, I forgot the name of the downtown director of people, but I know her name is, I know her name, but she called me at 6 o'clock on 16th.
Okay. And do you consider that failure to notify you for 10 days a failure?
Absolutely.
And do you believe that failure is on the part of Newport News Public Schools?
I believe it's on the part of the school system as well as Newport News Public Schools.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You've indicated on cross-examination that your son, MJ, was not in Ms. Werner's classroom. What was his homeroom?
His homeroom was Mrs. McAulifre's class.
And did he have occasion to interact with other students from other classes?
They were in the same hallway.
Now, in the immediate aftermath of this, when you picked him up, did he tell you anything about contact he had had with another student?
Objection. Relevance and hearsay.
Okay, and I was going to ask you, are you asking me to give a statement or just to?
I am going to attempt to establish possibly an excited utterance.
Okay, all right, so there's an objection. What's your response?
What is the legal basis for the objection? I missed it.
If you can repeat, Mr. T.
Relevance and hearsay.
Okay, so it would be hearsay unless the court finds that the excited utterance exception applies. I'll need to lay a foundation for that.
So you can lay a foundation and to the witness, sir, when we ask you to pause, we can make sure that the evidence is appropriate under the rules of evidence. You may proceed.
In the immediate aftermath of the event, right when you see your son, does your son speak to you about the event?
Yes.
Does your son tell you about a child he interacted with that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who, just a yes or no question, do you know who that child is?
No.
Okay. When your son is telling you this, can you describe for us, without saying what he said, can you describe his demeanor, how he appeared and how he was acting and how he sounded?
He was scared, shaky, and nervous.
Okay. Did he relate to you something that had just happened earlier that day?
Correct.
Judge, I think that is sufficient foundation for as to hearsay under the excited utterance.
Yes, sir. Anything from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Dr. Queen, Mr. Cumberland has not established any foundation regarding excited utterance. We don't know how long before, and if we're talking about the shooting that had occurred at 2 p.m. and the father didn't pick up his child until sometime later in the afternoon, presumably hours later, then I don't see how it qualifies as excited utterance.
May I respond to that, Judge?
Yes, sir.
The excited utterance exception is extended when the declarant is a child, because courts have recognized in Virginia the nature of being a child and brain development means that the heightened experience of an emergency extends quite some time. There are cases that I will have to look up if the court would like that involve many hours long when the child is young. The younger the child and the more traumatized they are acting, the longer the extension of the excited utterance is.
I am going to sustain the objection. The legal basis would be as such. Reading Rule 2:803 excited utterance. So an excited utterance is defined as a spontaneous or impulsive statement prompted by a startling event or condition and made by a declarant with firsthand knowledge at the time under circumstances negating deliberation. Again, my pauses are to show the clauses and break up and how to decipher that. It has not been established that the declarant, which would be the witness's son, had firsthand knowledge at the time, as he was not in the affected classroom, and there's no evidence, other than that being a student at school as it happened, as to how he would have gained firsthand knowledge through an appropriate way. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'm going to request to voir dire the witness so that I can establish exactly that.
Okay, you're asking to do so out of the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you kindly retire to the jury room and we'll bring that up. Thank you.
Please rise to the jury.
Okay, parties may have a seat. To the witness, you're still under oath. We're going to have some additional questions for you. The woman will to the door. May proceed.
In that moment where you were just describing his demeanor, tell us what MJ told you.
That my son sits on the last seat because they don't have any doors in their classroom. So his seat, he could hear the pop. When he heard the pop, the teacher, they heard over the walkie-talkie that someone got shot. And they got everybody scrambled into the outside of the classroom, which was there in the direct line of supposedly their safe zone, which is outside of their classrooms.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Did MJ say all of that to you in that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And so if I understand your testimony correctly, is it that he heard the gunshot and he was in a classroom that had no door?
Yes.
Okay.
He heard a pop, I believe.
A pop.
Yes.
And then he had to evacuate with the school, basically.
He had to evacuate his classroom in the danger zone.
Okay.
Say that again, in or and?
In the danger zone because his class has no door. So the zone of where they have to go out is outside of their classroom in that same hallway.
Okay, he used the word danger zone.
My son?
Yes.
No.
Okay, he's asking what did the child say? I mean, the verbatim statement.
He was in his the safe room. He went to the safe room.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you say something, you want to say something?
I was going to address his characterization of danger zone at the court.
Continue, Mr. Rogers.
Judge, I'm not going to seek to admit the statement. We need to bring the jury back in. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
And I know you all just you can keep your seats this time. I gave you a break. It was just a few minutes ago. You can bring it out today. Everybody does have to stand. You all welcome to have someone come. Everyone comes in. Thank you very much. And normally they stand, I told them they just stood, they didn't have to, so no disrespect to you all, it was just my command. You may finish with your questions if you have anyone.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Garcia, had you personally ever been inside Rich Neck Elementary School?
Yes.
Had you personally ever gone to your son's classroom? And did your son's classroom have a door?
No.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further.
Cross-examination?
I think we're fine.
Then there's no questions. Okay, all right. And the status for this witness?
I would ask that he be released unless there's an objection.
He can release you.
Okay, so what that means is you're released from your obligation as a witness. You may stay in the courtroom, you may leave and go about your business, and thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
And next witness,
Commonwealth will call Susan White.
Susan White.
Susan White.
Thank you.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I know the court is on roll on, Mrs. Wells.
I mean, come on in the witness stand and watch your step. Yes, you can move the chair microphone. Yes,
Court order, you on Mrs. White's ability to be able to testify. We're doing my objection to any testimony she will give regarding how it's not relevant to what happened on January 6th regarding my client's conduct in the actual mission that occurred on that day. She can't testify to that because she didn't observe it. So I don't believe that that she had anything of relevance to offer the fact-finding theory was satisfied with my conduct report.
So, no, thank you. You may speak, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. Tell us your name.
Susan White.
Ms. White, how are you employed?
Right now I'm retired.
And on January 6th of 2023, how are you employed?
I was retired by then too.
Okay. And were you at Rich Neck Elementary School?
Yes, I was.
Why?
I was there for 34 years.
Okay.
And my last year was the year before
Right.
that happened.
And so I want to take you back to the year before that, which was that your final year before retirement? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I don't believe her answer was responsive to the question. There may have been a misunderstanding as to what was asked. So that wasn't.
Okay, you can clear that up on cross-examination. You may proceed, Mr. Jenkins.
So during the course of your last year of teaching at Rich Neck, did you know a student who we're referring to as JT?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and as a reminder, we're not speaking the names of any students at all, only using initials. Whose class was JT in?
My class,
And what grade was that?
kindergarten.
During the course of your time with JT, was there ever a discipline incident that you did report directly to Dr. Parker?
Yes.
I want you to start at the beginning of that incident that you eventually reported. So what was going on that day that began that?
He had gone up, this was during post-COVID, so we had to be careful with distances
Mhm.
and with masks. And he'd gone up to the front of another child's desk with his chair and put his face over about 3 inches from the other child's face. And so I had to think, what am I gonna do about this? Because just telling him no, or you need to get back to your seat or whatever, those weren't working with him. So I slid the chair slowly so that if he wanted to get up, he could get up. And if he didn't want to, he could stay seated. I was gonna bring it to his desk. But then he pulled the legs away and dropped them. And so I brought it up a little bit further just so I could be right in front of the class. And I sat there and I kept on teaching.
Okay.
I was still talking with the students.
Let me pause you for a moment so we can kind of visualize the scene. So when he is in the face of another student, how is he? Is he sitting, standing, or doing something else?
He's sitting, leaning in toward him, staring him in the eyes.
Okay. And you testified that you pulled him away. Could you describe how you did that?
I slid the chair I was holding back the chair and I slid it back. We had no carpets at that time because of COVID. So it was easy enough to do. And so he hopped off and grabbed the front legs of the chair and pulled them forward. But I was able not to fall, but to still hold on. So I could get it a couple feet further and I just sat on it.
So when he pulled the legs, had he stood up out of the chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So what happens after that point?
I was sitting in the chair and I was talking to the class and not about behavior, about the instruction we were doing. And he walked up behind me and put both of his arms in front of my throat and locked them together and pulled back and down hard. I couldn't breathe. And he didn't let up on it. The only way I got out of that situation was the assistant, the teacher's assistant that I shared with another teacher happened to be in there at the time. She was in the back of the room. So she came up and pulled him off with me and took him out of the room. But until she pulled his arms off, I couldn't breathe.
What, if anything, happened with JT immediately after that? Does he remain in your room?
No, I wouldn't have had it. I would have left if he did. No, Mrs. Berger, my assistant, took him out of the room. But then sometime later in the day, and it got very blurry after that for me, so I can't tell you how long. One of our counselors and our security officer came and brought him back to my room.
So when you say, hold on, when you say brought him back, do you mean JT?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when
They
you
each had him, I'm sorry.
when you see him come back to your room with the counselor and school security guard, what happens?
They each had him by one hand and they were trying to get him to move into the room. And he was yelling, no, I don't want to go back in the classroom. And I looked at them and I had his back to the doorway so I could talk to them without everyone in the classroom hearing. And I said, well, he's right. He does not belong back in the classroom. What he did was severe enough for me to contact the police and to press charges. And the security officer agreed with me.
Okay, so what happens with JT next?
Well, they told me they would bring him back to me because no administrator was available to handle the situation.
Okay.
So I said that if he was going to stay in there, I was going to need to leave the room.
Did you in fact leave the room?
I did, but not because of that. I believe they took him back out again, but it's very fuzzy.
Okay.
What I know is by that point I was so shaky that Mrs. Carter, my assistant, said, go ahead and take a break. And I took my laptop and went to the lounge and got the incident referral form because I wasn't going to leave school without reporting that.
Okay, so hold on just a minute. You've mentioned an incident referral form. Can you just kind of explain to the jury what that is?
that's if you think the discipline problem is dangerous enough or bad enough that you need to refer them officially, formally to the administrators.
And when you say the administrators, what titles do you mean?
Assistant principal and principal.
Okay. And who was the assistant principal at Rich Neck Elementary School at the time that this happened?
Dr. Parker.
And is Dr. Parker in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Could you just point her out, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Will the record reflect that she's indicated dependent?
I was not, can you point out again? I didn't see your hand. Okay, so no.
Thank you. So you told us that you got an incident referral form, okay? And what did you do with it?
I filled it out and I typed up a whole description of everything that had happened that day because I had had some positive moments with him earlier, so I wanted those included too. So typed up the day and then I attached it to the referral form as the attachment and the explanation of the behavior. And then I went to the office and I saw that Dr. Goodman, the principal at the time, and Dr. Parker, they were in her office at the time.
And did you go into the office?
I went into the office. I told them everything that had happened.
Let me ask you this question. Did you have the incident referral form with you?
I had it in my hand.
Do you know who you handed it to or what you did with it?
I handed it to Dr. Goodman after I explained everything on it to both of them.
I understand. So after you explained everything that was on it, if you remember, did Dr. Parker or Principal Goodman react to that in any way? And if so, how?
Dr. Goodman did. When I was talking about the fact that if an attack is occurring, it should never be that no administrator is available to help with it unless there's a worse attack going somewhere at the same time.
Okay. Did Dr. Parker say anything or
No,
have?
she was making eye contact. She was looking at me. She didn't say anything.
Okay.
Dr. Goodman said, sort of under his breath, prioritize. And I thought, oh yeah, that's what I wanted him to get from that. And then he told me to go to the nursing home and that checked out afterwards.
Okay. That year, did JT ultimately return to your classroom or not?
He did.
Okay.
He returned the very next day. He walked in with his breakfast.
Okay.
And I immediately went to the teacher across from me and said, I need to go to the office so that she would watch both of the classes. And she saw who I had with me, and so she understood. And I just told him, he had his breakfast with me. I said, just bring it and come with me. And so we went to the office and I had him sit down in the waiting area for parents there. And I went into Dr. Parker's office. And I knew at that time that my assistant had to stay in a first grade class all day because the sub hadn't showed up. So I would not have another adult in the room. So what I told her is, I cannot be the only adult in the classroom if he's in that room. And so either he needs to be somewhere else or I'm gonna have to take a sick day and go home.
And was he relocated or what
He
happened?
must have been, because I went directly back to the classroom and continued teaching for the day. I didn't see him the rest of the day.
Okay. At some point later in the year, does he come back to your classroom?
No.
If there were, and if you remember, any other discipline incidents you saw yourself, are there any such incidents?
With him?
With JT, that's right.
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions for you. Please answer any questions if it's possible.
I'm sorry.
Are you all right?
Yeah, okay. I thought he was asking me.
I'm sorry. Take a moment to confirm.
Hello, Ms. White. You just testified that you reported JT's behavior or his presence in your classroom to Dr. Parker directly when he came back the next day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when you told her that, after that, he never appeared in your classroom again, correct?
Right, and I heard.
No, you don't tell me what you heard.
Okay.
So when you told her that action was taken and justice was JT was removed from your classroom.
He went to another school.
Okay. All right. Regarding the incident referral that you mentioned, do you know whether Newport News Public Schools retained a copy of it?
I was told they didn't.
Okay. And did you have to then supply it to someone else, your own copy that you maintained?
Yes.
No further questions.
And brief, direct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. White, I want to just direct your attention to the incident referral form. You've indicated there was a form. Was that the only piece of paper you submitted?
I submitted the referral form with the attached description of the day
Okay,
so that I could get the full explanation of what happened, because this little place is not going to be enough.
understood. And the description of the day that you attached to the referral form, was it typewritten, handwritten, or something else?
Typewritten.
All right. If I showed it to you, would you recognize it?
Definitely.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. You may.
Sure. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
What is it? What is it that I can do?
You handed me the detailed description that I attached to the incident referral form. And
Oh, okay, and is what you're looking at now a true and accurate copy of the incident report as you wrote it?
yes,
Has anything been redacted from it?
well, yeah, but I did that myself for some that I gave to other people.
What was redacted? Is it a category? I don't know, I sort of work. Is it names?
Names.
Hold on a second. What? Yes, sir.
Before she can answer that objection, that document is hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement. It's written, being offered for its truth of what happened on that day. She's testified as to what occurred. She testified that she produces incident report, but as far as the contents of that incident report, I'm objecting to it as hearsay.
The objection is premature. I haven't offered any evidence.
Agreed, premature, not yet right. You may proceed.
The redactions that appear, are they redactions that you did?
The names, yes. I don't know what I had at the top.
Are you sure that that is the incident referral that you submitted attached to the form?
It looks like it.
Okay, it either is or it isn't. Take a time to read it.
Yeah. I was gonna say I write a lot, but yeah.
So is it the incident referral?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, it's the
Okay.
attachment that I attached to.
Thank you. Judge, I am moving that now into evidence as Commonwealth 6 as a past recollection recorded for one thing, and also as a prior consistent statement, because the defense was alleging that or suggesting that it didn't exist, essentially, in cross-examination.
Your Honor, there was no such insinuation that it didn't exist. So that's number one. It's still hearsay. It's duplicative of her testimony in all the previous objections that Mr. Rogers lodged. And it goes beyond, I'm sorry, it goes beyond my redirect as well. I mean, my cross-examination.
And also, how is this not bolstering? How is this permissible bolstering? She testified to what she recalled happened, I think it was a year before.
Yes.
So, I'm talking to the attorney.
I'm sorry.
She testified to what she believed happened to a year before. Why are you allowing in her written statement, her redacted written statements about that?
Because defense counsel asked whether she gave it to the schools and whether it still exists. And I'm establishing that it does.
Okay, so I guess you're interpreting that as an attempt to impeach. And so you're trying to rehabilitate?
If the objection is hearsay, there's an exception to that. If we want to talk about why it's relevant at this stage, yes, we can go to the relevance rules and find that a prior consistent statement does become relevant when on cross-examination, or does become admissible when on cross-examination, the witness has been challenged as to having a memory or forgetting something. I find that rule.
And so, and again, I understand that's where the impeachment can come in, but that's the missing link for me. So, the saying it does not come in. You may approach the retrieve the document.
Thank you. So I think you don't have any further questions.
Anything further? Okay, and status for this witness? May she be excused?
I'd ask that she be released unless, I'd ask she be released.
And no objection from the defense. So that means thank you for your testimony today. You are released as a witness. You don't have to go back to that room. You do not have to stay in the courthouse. You are welcome to remain in the courtroom if you'd like. Okay, watch them step in. Thank you very much. Next witness?
I'm gonna call for Alonzo Rawls.
Jenkins, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the full truth and nothing but the truth?
Please take a witness stand, sir. Watch your step. You can adjust the chair and microphone as you need. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name? Mr. Rawls, just a quick reminder that we're not using the names of any children today in court. We'll use initials in place of that. Mr. Rawls, in January of 2023, how were you employed?
I was a school counselor.
Where?
At the School at Virginia.
All right. And how long had you, as of the January 2022 or 2023, I'm sorry, how long had you been at Rich Neck?
Probably between that time, like a year and a half.
Okay.
Quite 2 years.
And during the course of your time at Rich Neck, did you come to know a student who we'll refer to as JT?
Yes.
And in the course of your duties, did you receive an assignment related to JT?
Yes. In his second year at Rich Neck, I was assigned to kind of be like his one-to-one within a set schedule.
How did that assignment come about, if you know?
I don't recall in its entirety. I do believe that originally he was having some issues getting a plan in place to help him to adjust into the school and be more productive. So I believe the administration came and bring it up, and they sure need to help him out with that plan.
Tell us how, if you could, just describe for the jury how the one-on-one assignment worked. What did you do?
Well, in the morning when he got off the bus or was dropped off, I would proceed to have like a morning session with him, kind of set goals and plans for him in the morning. He would then go to one of the, I believe it was one of the SPED teachers to kind of reiterate those plans. After that, he was working with Mrs. Kovac on some things like reading time. She was a reading specialist at that time. And after her time was up, I would come back, retrieve him, and I would take him to your classroom. I would be in the classroom.
Okay. And did you ever speak to Dr. Ebony Parker regarding this assignment with JT?
My recollection, I don't recall some of this is very requesting.
Okay. Do you know of any behavior issues that JT exhibited?
Yeah, especially that he exhibited a variety of different behavioral issues where he was out of the classroom or taken out of the classroom for whatever case may be, but it varied from time to time.
Okay. Mr. Rawls, do you know what an SST is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that? Can you tell us?
Student support team. It was basically a process or a program to put in place to help to assist them in trying to again be more productive in the school system.
And did the SST plan involve regular meetings?
Yes.
Did JT have an SST plan?
They were in the process of moving forward with SST because I believe they're trying to transition that SST into more like an IEP, which is like a more specialized support system for students and what's called spaces.
Okay. And who all was involved in the SST process for JT?
I was currently at the time only from News Public Schools, policies, counselors were one of the main people that ran the SST process. Administration would be involved when it was available and things of that nature, but it was more so put on responsibility of the counselors.
Okay.
Coordinated the SST meetings.
And so at those SST meetings, who would typically attend JT's SST meetings?
It would be either the principal, the AD, myself, or another counselor at the time, a parent, and if they had any advocacy plans that was going to be part of the meeting, that's how it would be.
Were parents and guardians of children invited to attend those?
Yes, of course, yes.
You mentioned principal and AP. What's AP? Thank you. And as of JT's SST, who was the principal at the time?
During the time, the principal.
I'm sorry, I put you on the spot.
I can't remember.
Okay, do you remember who the assistant principal was at that time?
Dr. Parker was the principal in the SST process.
Okay. Did Dr. Parker sometimes attend the SST meetings, if you know?
I believe she may have attended some, yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when you decided you no longer wanted to, or maybe that you no longer thought it was useful to have that one-on-one assignment?
Yes, because.
Hold on just a moment.
Okay, what happened? I heard something. Object leading. Okay, response.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Did you ever decide that you did not want to continue the one-on-one relationship with JT?
Okay, same objection? Response?
I asked, did you ever decide that you didn't want to continue the one-on-one relationship with JT? He's already established the foundation that he had the one-on-one assignment. And did you decide is a question he can answer yes or no. He did decide or he didn't. I'm not suggesting which of those answers is the right one, so it's not leading.
Okay, I think the leading part is to discontinue the relationship with JT. I think the proper phrasing would be, did you decide whether or not to continue or discontinue a relationship with JT? So if you could ask that, or do you want me to just?
Go ahead, Judge, if you would like to ask the question.
Did you question?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you, sir.
It wasn't really a decision of sorts. It was a request as a school counselor at the time. I had many students that I had to serve, and I felt like it took away my opportunity to service a lot of other students within the building. So I had requested if I could be relieved of that duty so I could also service other students besides I could still assist. I thought it needed to be done with JT, but also want to be able to service other students within the building as well.
Thank you. During the time that you were working one-on-one with JT, did you experience behavior issues or witness behavior issues?
Can you repeat the question?
During the time you were working with JT, did you experience or witness behavior issues?
When we were more one-to-one, it tapered off more. He still had concerns here and there, but he knew so basically we had meetings one-to-one that I would be able to help to correct or redirect a lot of behaviors.
And what were the behaviors that you observed of JT at any point that year?
Non-compliant, defiant behavior, which usually do work, just acting out of sorts where he was following directions, things of that nature.
Would those issues ever be discussed at the SST meetings?
At times, yes.
Okay. I'd like to take you to January 6th of 2023. You remember that day?
Yes.
What is the first moment that you realize something might be up with JT?
Objection. Leading students back time.
I'll rephrase. On that day, did you ever notice anything unusual about JT?
On that day, I didn't even really witness him that day until later. That was in that evening or the afternoon of that day.
Okay. Did you eventually become aware of a crisis that occurred that day?
It was brought to my attention after dealing with another student that something had took place at recess where JT apparently told another student something.
So I understand it's hearsay. Let me walk through that with him. During the day, on that day, did you have occasion to speak with any students?
Yes.
And were there any students who shared a concern related to JT?
Yes.
Now, without telling me what the student said, did you describe the student's demeanor, how they appeared at the moment they were telling you the information?
They were very emotional, very sad.
Okay. Again, without telling us what was said, were they referring to something they had just experienced or seen?
I wouldn't say they just experienced it, but they experienced it at an earlier time. But it's still holding on to that state.
Okay. And with that information, without telling me what was said, with that information, where did you go?
With that information, where I went is I went to Dr. Parker to address without the allegations that I heard.
Okay. Did you ask Dr. Parker to take any action?
I didn't ask her to take any action. It was presented to me as some action was taken at a particular time with something else, and then I requested her to take some action.
Okay. And what action did you ask Dr. Parker to take?
I asked her if I could take action of trying to search or to check the person about JT.
And what did Dr. Parker say anything?
She responded by saying that at the time, because of the scheduling he had, his parent or bunch of guys were coming to get him so that we could hold off that time.
Okay. The concern and the desire to search JT, did you share your concern without telling us what was said? Did you share your concern with anyone else?
The only person that's I shared my concern with is when I went back to speak to Mrs. Zorn after I spoke to Dr. Parker.
Okay. Mr. Rawls, at the time that you asked Dr. Parker for permission to search the person of JT, did you believe that you had the authority to do that without an administrator's approval?
You know, in my previous experience, in my position, you just can't search a student without some kind of permission.
Okay. Here today, do you wish you had done differently that day?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Good afternoon, Mr. Wells. How are you? Good.
hopefully I won't keep too long. So on January 6th of 2023, you were a school counselor at Rich Neck, is that correct? Okay. And so at some point, was it at the very beginning of the year, did you assume responsibility of having a one-on-one contact with JT?
Not necessarily the beginning,
Okay. But at some point you began one-on-one contact with JT, is that correct? Okay. And how were your initial interactions with JT? Were they positive or was it a challenge?
At times it could have been a challenge, but we built it for a year before where it wasn't for myself.
Okay. And so over a period of time, his behaviors began to get better, is that correct?
I would say yes.
Okay. And you were part of the SST team, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you function as a counselor as a part of that team?
Yes, counselor.
Okay. Would you say that you were in a pretty good position to assess how JT was doing on a given day?
I would say yes.
Okay. And would you say that you had more contact or less contact with JT than Mrs. Kovac, the reading specialist?
I would say we probably had about
About the same amount of time? Okay. And at some point, you indicated that you requested less one-on-one time with JT?
Yes.
But it didn't sound like it was because he was doing better, but it's because you wanted to be able to help more students at times. Is that correct?
Yeah, but my point of view is to be able to keep myself.
Okay.
Okay, if you could speak up and tap that microphone, let me get the phone. Okay, talking to it, so that's what to get your words in, thank you. So if you repeat your answer.
Oh. Repeat question.
So you got to a point where you were spending less time with JT. The motivation for that was to be able to spend more time helping, I guess, more students,
Yes.
more people than just JT. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, and I know we're hearing that mechanical squeaking now, we think it's a chair, so just,
Oh,
well, you know where it came
But it
from?
wasn't a chair, it was a wood store.
Well, you know where it's come from, or feedback?
It seemed to be from the right.
Oh, okay. So, again, there are other courtrooms and other lockups, we can't do anything about this noises, I'm sorry, just ignore them. These things on the wall, these are sound panels. We have as many as we can have, as you see, to absorb all the sound, so we'll just have to do our best to move forward.
Thank you, ma'am. I
Okay, repeat your
understand.
question, please.
So my next question is, do you, when you began to have less contact with JT based on request, did you think that was a good move for JT? Do you think that may have been detrimental to his progress?
I can't really answer
Okay.
that.
But based on your position, you thought as far as resources, it's
Okay,
so I'm the source of this
Okay.
question.
All right.
So after you decided to have less aid or in his behavior,
Not necessarily because another plan was put in place to kind of around, I won't say replace me, but to try to subside it.
describe that go around that next plan.
But the next plan from understanding that third people within the standard will be able to come into assist and support him in his times process.
Okay. And so you actually observed that next phase of the time with JT. Okay. And did that next phase seem to cause improvement with JT's behavior?
As far as I know, I would say it seemed like he was yes.
Okay. So were there less calls from a teacher or from an administrator for you to respond to JT due to?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk about January 6th. Did you have contact with JT on January 6th of 2023?
Later in the afternoon, yes.
Okay.
Not a direct contact. I observed him.
Okay. You said not direct contact, but you actually observed him. What? So as a result of hearing information, you decided to go and place your eyes on him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you placed your eyes on him, was he in the classroom, or was that on the playground? Where was he at? In the hallway? Okay. And when you placed your eyes on him, did his behavior that you observed, did it cause you concern?
No.
Okay. Did he seem like it was JT, his normal behavior? Is that?
Actually, it seemed abnormal behavior. He was way calmer than he normally was.
Oh, okay. So he appeared calm. How long did you observe him?
It was a few minutes. It was long.
Okay. And during that few minutes, JT was doing okay. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so is it safe to say that you may have had some concerns for JT's safety or anybody else's safety, and that's why you wanted to put your eyes on him? Is that correct?
Well, not at that time. At that time, they said it was that one before that they didn't get that calm in that setting.
Okay.
But I didn't have any concerns of him.
Okay. So you put eyes on him, and you were satisfied that JT was doing well that day. Is that correct? Do you did you have contact with him directly or indirectly after that?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you did not observe any behavior of JT on that day that made you believe that JT presented a threat of danger or harm to any of the students. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe through the questioning, it seemed like there are some additional feedback that you received. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did that cause you to need to put your eyes on JT again?
The initial feedback that I received had concern about what was being said, and that's why I wanted to address it with Dr. Parker and things of that nature. The only other time that I saw JT, I don't even recall really seeing, particularly when I went back in that classroom. I don't remember actually seeing him at that time.
Okay. Okay. And do you remember the timing of that when you went back into the classroom?
Was it between hours of 12:45 to 1 something?
Okay.
But I don't recall the exact time.
At any time did you feel?
Only time that I felt like I heard the feedback that I would receive, and then once again I was told to hold off on it.
Okay. Did you agree with that decision?
At the time, I felt like it was a decision that was made, but I agree with it or not. I was just there to be support. Came back to the classroom, spoke to the owner, told her what was there, and told her that I would be there if she needed me.
Okay. When you left Miss Warner, did you feel like you were leaving her is that correct? Okay. No, JT has shot somebody.
No, when it went into lockdown, that was a drill originally.
So you were shocked that the incident actually occurred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Even with the earlier feedback that you received. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You did not think that you needed to take any action to prior to the incident to separate JT from the classroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Separate his classmates from him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You felt like you needed to call the police? Okay. All right. If you believe that there was a gun, do you understand that it was your responsibility to separate JT from the classroom?
Yeah, we don't do our responsibility.
Okay. Okay. And it would also have been your responsibility to contact authorities. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had been involved in previous incidents when JT was removed from the classroom. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple days before that. Okay. You were involved in that incident.
Yes.
Okay. You removed it from the classroom.
Yes.
The incident wasn't something that caused danger or harm to his classmates. It's a cell phone was broken. Is that correct? And that resulted in him being taken to the office. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was like, yeah, it was just
Okay.
a little bit major.
Okay. So as a staff member, even on that day, you understood it was your responsibility if you thought that there was a threat to the students to remove the threat or the students from that danger. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, that's fine. Do I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
No, that's all.
Thank you. Any brief directives?
Briefly, yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Just so that I understand the timeline of events, you testified on cross that you went and put your eyes on JT. Do you know if that was before or after you spoke with the student and it caused you to go to the assistant principal?
No,
Before, okay. Do you know roughly how long before you spoke with that student?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been more than 2 hours?
It was earlier that day.
Okay. And what were the initials of the student that you spoke to?
I don't remember the first initial R.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Judge?
Anything further from the defense or this witness?
Hello, Mr. Ross. You just mentioned speaking with a student with the first initial R. Did you ever tell Dr. Parker what R has said to you?
I believe I mentioned what he had mentioned to me. Yes.
You believe you did. Do you know for certain whether you did? Okay. Would you be surprised if you did not do that?
I would be surprised.
Okay. No further questions.
Any further from the Commonwealth?
Based on that, I'm going to need a couple of minutes
Okay,
before redirect, I guess.
all right, so we'll take a good time to stretch break and after, lunch restroom break. So it's 3:25, let's come back at 3:35. Sir, so just still in the boat, but you can step down and retire to the room, and we'll bring you back out, and we'll have the jurors go back to the jury. Thank you all. 10 minutes, recess.
Mr. Rogers, jury.
This is redirect. Yes, be quick. Mr. Rawls, thank you. I believe you indicated to the defense counsel that you didn't remember what you had told or whether you told Dr. Parker about the incident at the time you asked for permission to search the backpack. Is it true that you don't remember that? Sure. Understandable. Did you give a statement to police in this case?
Yes.
And if I were able to provide you with a transcript of that, might it refresh your memory about what you said to Dr. Parker? Okay. May I approach that?
Yes. You, yes, correct? Okay. He nodded his head, I just want to make sure it was recorded.
I'm just going to need this document. I'm going to take a look and look up, and I'll ask you a question.
Hold on, don't read it. Yeah, sorry. Read it to your. Just read it silently, and then I'll ask you a question about it. Sorry. And does that refresh your memory about what you said to Dr. Parker regarding the incident?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Would you just tell us then what it was you said to her?
I'm looking at the witness. At this point, he looks like he's looking at the page, and he's going to be looking at the page and then advising. So his memory has been refreshed.
I'll take it back.
Okay.
Okay, so what's
May I approach?
okay, you just like him to-
I want this done properly. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, may I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you.
And ultimately, pardon, the legal principle is you can't read from that statement. If you refresh your memory, but you need to testify from your memory. Okay.
Based on now that's refreshed. If he has an independent recollection.
Well, he said to an extent, so
He did.
we'll flush it out, and we'll give you the opportunity to cross. Go proceed, Mr. Jenkins.
Having refreshed your recollection, do you remember what you said to Dr. Parker prior to asking to search the backpack?
When I spoke to Dr. Parker, it was already relayed to me that a book bag was searched from JT and that it was found in the book bag.
Do you remember if you confirmed with Dr. Parker that you and she knew what you were talking about? Or who?
I know enough that we confirmed it. We thought something might have been in the backpack, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
And Mr. Rawls, and from what you just recounted, nothing was in the backpack, correct? It had been searched and nothing was there, correct? Okay. And at that point, you did not believe there was any credible threat, correct?
Objection asked and answered on recross.
Withdraw the question, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and the status for Mr. Rawls, may he be excused or does he need to remain?
I'd ask, I'm sorry.
No,
I'd ask that he be released.
oh, no, we're going to ask that you don't.
So we're going to ask that he be constructed. I've reached that. We'll ask that he be constructively sequestered, remain available for recall.
Are you, is that suitable to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you all have his phone number?
No, almost happened.
Absolutely. I do be happy to facilitate that happening.
Okay, so Mr. Rawls, what that means is you are still a witness, you still have the ability to be recalled. So do not discuss this case, do not discuss your testimony, but you do not have to stay in the courthouse, you do not have to stay in the witness room. You can leave and go about your daily business. You will either get a phone call, one, to come back to the courtroom, or two, that the trial is over and that you are no longer a sequestered witness. All right, any questions, sir? All right, thank you, you may step down. Next witness.
Megan De Leon.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, ma'am. You walk around, please take the witness stand by your step. The chair and microphone are adjustable. All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name?
Maybe Dillion?
Ms. DeLeon, do you have a daughter?
I do.
I want to just caution you, and I know we've discussed this, but during the course of this trial, we're not using any children's names, only using initials or referring to your daughter if you prefer. Back in January of 2023, was your daughter attending school?
Yes.
Where?
Richneck Elementary.
Is that here in Newport News?
Yes.
And what are your daughter's initials?
SD.
On January 6th of 2023, did you become aware of an incident that caused you to go to the school early?
Yes.
And when you got to the school, did you immediately see SD, your daughter? Do you eventually see her that day?
Yes, when you bring her up to me.
Okay. When you first see her, describe, without telling me anything she said, just describe her demeanor, how she appeared to you and how she interacted with you.
Initially, she just seemed happy to see me and her dad. It was later on in the evening when she kind of showed different behaviors.
By different behaviors, you mean different than prior to the events of January 3rd? Describe what behaviors you observed.
Just that evening, it was a very hectic day, so we just ordered pizza in and just tried to put some show on to kind of. But the doorbell rang just with pizza, and she just got very scared, jumped from her seats, the sound of the doorbell, and other sounds like that for many months to come just scared her.
What kinds of sounds would scare her?
Slamming of the door, I know, just loud bangs. She described the sound as a ladder falling when the gun went off. So loud sounds have startled her.
I'm going to object to her statement. Sounded like sounds like she's just finding some statements that as he may have stated, if that's what you have found,
If the request is to strike sounds like a ladder when the gun went off, I agree to that.
Okay, so subscribe them. Get back, please. Next question.
So what other behavioral changes, if any, related to SD did you notice in the immediate days and weeks?
Not understanding why this happened. She loved her teacher. The teacher was kind, and she didn't understand why anyone heard
And who was her teacher, if you know?
this morning.
So was Ms. Werner's classroom her homeroom?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of what you observed with SD, did you seek help for her of some kind?
Yes. We went to just regular counseling through our insurance, and then also spiritual counseling through my church.
And how long did that go on for?
6 months.
These are the injuries that the neglect caused, the trauma to the children, and I believe that that is relevant.
So I'll allow it, but do you have additional questions down this line, or do you have additional questions in this line of questioning?
Only to elicit any additional different things that she noticed in her daughter. That's
Okay,
it.
I'll allow it. You may proceed.
Okay. We're from January 3rd to present. Any additional things you've noticed in your daughter that were not present prior to the January 3rd incident?
She's very, she doesn't want to talk about it. She keeps everything close hold. She holds in a lot of feelings and emotions. Recently, she went back to counseling because it's the time they said to start doing it, to give her some time and re-engage with a counselor. And they said that she has depression, anxiety, and one other thing where she holds an alert.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you, but thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. DeLeon. You were never inside of Rich Neck Elementary School on January 6, 2023, correct?
Building? No.
Okay. And you did not encounter your daughter in the building, correct?
Right out front. No, right out front.
Okay. You filed a civil lawsuit arising from the events of January 6, 2023, correct?
Yes.
In this courthouse, correct?
In this courthouse, through Newport News, yes.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
There's a pending lawsuit in Newport News Circuit Court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you named Dr. Parker as a defendant in that case?
Well, I prefer not to talk about my opinions of the case.
Well,
I'm going to object, Judge, and ask that we not talk about a child's civil matter on TV, that we have not continue the broadcast while she's speaking about the civil suit that is her child's really
not hers.
The court's ruling will be the same as earlier, so the objection will be overruled. She's been cautioned that we're only using initials, but the question party has the right to cross-examine about interest in case. And if you just ask who the main party is, not what your opinion is, but I think you said I prefer not to share my opinion on it. So non-responsive as well. Repeat your question, Mr. T.
Thank you, Your Honor. In that civil lawsuit, you have named Dr. Parker as a defendant, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. And you are seeking money damages from the defendants in that case, correct?
I'm more seeking justice for my daughter and what she went through.
And you are seeking money damages from the defendants in that case, correct?
Yes, there is some discussion with that, yes.
Yes, but the loss, I know there's settlement discussions, I'm sure there are. But in terms of what you're asking for in that lawsuit is money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker would help in that case, correct?
I don't have any opinion about that or anything to say about that.
Okay. After January 6th, you requested that your daughter be transferred to a different school, correct?
Yes,
And that request was refused by Newport News Public Schools, correct?
it was.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Anything further from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
And the status of this witness?
We'll ask that she be released, and we're also calling Nicholas De Leon.
Any objection from the defense to this witness being released?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. You are released as a witness. You are welcome to remain in the courtroom, or you may leave the building. Thank you. And the witness's next witness's name again, I'm sorry.
Nicholas De Leon.
Okay, Mr. De Leon, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the testimony of the next witness because I believe it's cumulative. I don't think that we'll be able to testify to anything other than it is.
I don't know who they are, so, okay, tell me why it's cumulative.
Other what?
Mother and father of the child.
Okay, it's just one witness, I'll allow, I mean, are you bringing out 5 relatives at the same time?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Okay,
Absolutely
you come
not.
out
This is
overruled. Mr. De Leon, please.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please take the witness stand, watch your step, chair and microphone are adjustable. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please tell us your name?
Nicholas De Leon?
Mr. De Leon, just a reminder that we're not using the names of any children at all, including your own. But do you have a daughter?
I do.
And what are her initials?
SD.
And where did SD attend school?
Richmond Elementary.
Okay. And as of January 3rd, 2023, were you, let me ask the question like this. Who is SD's mom?
Megan De Leon.
Thank you. Between the time of January 6, 2023, before and after, were there any changes that you noticed in your daughter SD after that hadn't been there before?
Yes.
Could you just describe what you personally noticed or observed, but not anything that she said to you?
I noticed that she was anxious, depressed, very not herself, and being quiet, distant, couldn't sleep.
How long did that persist?
Quite some time.
Okay.
Months.
Did you and her mom seek any sort of treatment for her?
Yes, counseling is counseling.
Has it helped?
I think it's hard to say at this point. She's still going through counseling. It's been up and down, I think, with her.
All right. And just to confirm, whose class was SD in?
Wonders.
And was that at Rich Neck Elementary?
It was.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. Please answer any from the fifth council.
Good afternoon, Mr. De Leon. All right. You mentioned your daughter SD. You don't have any knowledge of whether SD was in the classroom when Ms. Werner was shot, do you?
I was not there in person, but that is her classroom.
I understand. But you don't have any idea whether she was actually in the classroom, correct?
From what I understand, that she was in the classroom.
And what are you basing your understanding? Is that from what somebody told you?
Again, I was not there.
Okay.
I can't verify that.
So you can't verify that. I'm asking you to tell me what you were told. That's hearsay. Okay. Now, you are aware that your wife, or I don't know what the status of your relationship, but Megan De Leon has filed a lawsuit on behalf of your daughter in this courtroom, correct? I mean, this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that you're aware that Dr. Parker is a named defendant in that lawsuit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that money damages from Dr. Parker are being sought in that lawsuit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have a financial interest in a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker, correct?
I don't. It's not my daughter.
Oh, so you believe your daughter has a financial interest in the conviction of Dr. Parker?
Today, that's the case.
Just answer my question. Answer my question. Do you believe that your daughter has a financial interest in the criminal conviction of Dr. Parker?
Today, I believe so.
Do you believe that a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker will help in that civil lawsuit?
Objection asked and answered. He said no.
No, it has not been asked and answered. Your Honor, I asked a different question.
What's the different question? And I think you already answered. Are you asking the answer to be struck?
Yes, irrelevant and duplicate.
Overruled, and your answer was no, sir. If I heard you correctly.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And status of this witness?
I would ask that he be released.
Any objection? Okay, thank you, sir. You excuse me. As a witness, you may stay in the courtroom or leave as you see fit. Next witness?
Commonwealth will call Tanisha Richardson.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
And Sasha Step is the chair of my full hour.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Tanisha Richardson.
Ms. Richardson, do you have a child?
I do.
And in January of 2023, was your child in school?
Yes.
What are your child's initials?
KS.
All right. And just as a reminder, we're only using initials, not names today. Where was your KS in school?
He was in his classroom. He was in first grade in his swimmer's class at Richmond Elementary.
All right. And did there come a time earlier than normal on January 6, 2023, when you had to go to the school, Rich Neck, to pick up KS?
Yes. I received notice that there was a community post on social media that there was a heavy police presence at the school.
Okay, let me stop you there. Let me, you're okay. Just let me ask you questions and I'll walk you through it, okay? So after you saw what you saw online, did you go to the school?
I did.
Were you eventually reunited with KS?
Yes.
Could you describe, without telling us anything that he said, could you describe his demeanor, how he appeared to you when you first saw him?
He was very tired. He was cold. And he was ready to get home.
Okay.
He was really exhausted from the day.
Yeah. Did you notice any changes in his behavior after January 6th of 2023 as opposed to before?
Yes.
I want you to just describe what you were able to notice as his parent that changed after January 6th, 2023.
He didn't experience, oh, sorry.
It's okay, I
My son
understand.
experienced-
And the news is directed to Bill Weekend, so it's not going to go out to the press. I just want to assure you, we will catch it.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Airway, stomachaches, headaches, school avoidance, just a general anxiousness, just extreme fear, as well as hypervigilance.
When you say school avoidance, can you kind of describe to me what that means?
He was literally afraid to return to school.
How long was he afraid to go to school?
I would say until at least the end of the school year of that year.
Did you seek any type of treatment for KS?
I did.
Okay, what did you seek?
He actually had a psychologist initially, and then he also attended CBT therapy with the counselor weekly.
And how long did that go on, and is it still going on?
I would say it lasted about 1.5 years to 2 years, and we stopped it since then because his therapist went to a new practice.
Okay. Do you think that it has helped KS?
It has helped.
Good. Thank you. I don't have anything further for you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Ms. Richardson.
Good afternoon.
You currently have a civil lawsuit pending in this courthouse, correct? Regarding the incidents of January 6, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also, in that lawsuit, you've named Dr. Parker as a defendant, correct?
Unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable discussing the details of that in this room.
Your Honor, I'm just renewing my prior objection. I understand the court's rule on the issue.
So the court, will overrule the objection. It's appropriate to be discussed. So if you could please answer the question. Repeat your question, Mr. T.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the lawsuit that you currently have filed in Newport News Circuit Court, you have named Dr. Ebony Parker as a defendant, correct?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you are suing Dr. Parker and the other defendants for money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you and several other parents share the same attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker will help in that civil lawsuit, don't you?
No.
Okay. Have you made any other demands of Dr. Parker or the other defendants?
No.
Okay. Do you know when that lawsuit is scheduled to go to trial?
No.
Okay. When was that lawsuit filed?
I believe it was February of 2023.
February 2023?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Just a couple more questions for you. As a result of the incident on January 6, 2023, and all of the things that your son has done, have you spent money? I think that's right on point with the cross-examination. You asked if she was seeking money in a lawsuit, and I think it's very fair for me to ask if she also spent money as a result of the incident.
I'll allow you. You may proceed.
Did you spend money as a result of what happened to your son?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Anything further for this witness? Next witness?
The next witness will be Ramon Gonzalez. Your Honor, I anticipate having witness plus one more.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You take the witness stand, watch your step. Next question, counsel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you
Good
please
afternoon.
tell us your name?
My name is Ramon Sebastian Gonzalez Hernandez.
Thank you. And I would like to just a quick reminder that during this trial, we're not speaking the names of any children at all and only using initials. Do you have a child?
Yes, sir.
What are your child's initials?
GG.
And did your child attend school? Did Gigi attend school in January of 2023?
Yes, he did.
What grade was he in?
First grade.
And where did he attend school?
At Rich Neck Elementary.
Do you know who his homeroom main teacher was?
Yes, I do.
Who was it?
Abigail Zorner.
All right. Did there come a time on January 6, 2023, when you had to unexpectedly go to Gigi's school, Rich Neck?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived at the school, did you immediately see Gigi?
No, I did not.
Okay, stay with me and let me walk you through it. Okay. So eventually, did you see Gigi at the school?
Eventually, yes.
And when you saw him, could you please just describe, without saying anything that he said, describe his demeanor, how he was acting, and how he appeared to you?
He walked out of the school with a look on his face like he had seen a ghost, pretty much. It was, I was crying myself. He wasn't crying, but he was in shock, like complete utter shock.
Okay. And from that moment forward, did you notice any changes in behavior from Gigi as opposed to before January 6th?
Yes, at home he was a little bit snappier with his brother. Whenever they would argue, he would be a little bit more aggressive. Other things like he had to sleep with him every night because he just felt more comfortable. Bedwetting almost every night. Things like that.
And were all of those things new after January 6th?
Yeah, that was new after that. Okay. He loved to sleep by himself before that.
And did your family seek some help and treatment for Gigi?
Yes, we did. Right after the incident, we went, I want to say 2 or 3 times. And he was very adamant that he didn't want to go because we wanted to keep his life as normal as possible after the incident. So wasn't trying to force it down his throat.
And has he, at any time between then and now, has he sought any treatment beyond that?
Not since then.
Okay. And how long did any concerning behaviors that you've described last?
It still lasts to this day. Getting better gradually, I think. But still, he has a lot of mood swings. And the whole big wedding thing stuff is, yeah, it's pretty rough.
Did your family incur any expenses as a result of this?
As far as with the,
For Gigi, as a result of this, did you have some expenses?
no, with the therapy that was provided, so we didn't have any expenses for that.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
You weren't at Rich Neck Elementary School on January 6, 2023, correct?
I picked up my GG that day.
But you were not inside of the building, correct?
No.
You learned about the shooting after the fact, of course. Did the school contact you at the time of the shooting?
No, I had a friend of mine, a coworker, contacted me and told me about the shooting.
But did the school ever contact you?
Afterwards, yeah.
How long after?
I would say an hour and a half.
Okay. Your child was not in the classroom where the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And you're saying he was a student in that classroom?
He was a student in Ms. Williams' classroom.
Okay. And you filed a civil lawsuit in this case. I'm stemming from the events of January 6, 2023.
I don't feel comfortable talking about that.
I'd like to know if I continue objection.
Okay, so noted. Sir, you need to answer the question, please.
Yes.
Okay. And you have named Dr. Parker as a defendant, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're seeking money damages from Dr. Parker in that case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker would be helpful to that lawsuit, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. No further questions, John.
No, I said he'd be released, please.
Any objection from present?
No objection.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your testimony. You may step down and by release, you can leave the courtroom or stay in the courtroom, but you no longer need as witness. Thank you.
And the Commonwealth will call Sarah Gonzalez.
Your Honor, again, we're going to object. This is a duplicative witness. That adds nothing to the case. This is the last other parent of the child. The second parent of the child.
So no, overruled. You can bring out the witness. Thank you. This is the last witness?
This is the last witness, John.
I'm not going to try to line up.
I understand. I understand. I will take a moment to double check that this is
Understood.
that we're
Understood.
into, but yes.
Do you swear that the mayor is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Please take the witness stand, watch your step, chair and microphone are adjustable.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell us your name?
Hi, Sarah Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez, do you have a child?
Yes.
Remember that we're only using initials or referring to your child as my child. What are the initials of your child?
G.
And who is Gigi's father? Okay. I want to take you to January 6th of 2023. On that afternoon, where were you when you first see Gigi?
After the incident, when I saw him.
When you first see him on January 6th, 2023.
At our home.
Okay. When you first see him at your home, is it still on January 6th?
Yes.
And do you know roughly what time it would be?
It was in the evening.
Okay. Could you just describe for me, without telling me anything he said, but could you describe his demeanor, how he appeared, and how he was acting toward you?
When my husband came home with him in the car and he came out, he was, my kid's in a ghost kind of, he was white, and his eyes were very big, and he was just kind of, I've never seen that before, but he was kind of like he was in shock.
Okay. Were ongoing after that day, were there any issues with Gigi that you noticed that were different than prior to the January 6th?
Yes.
Describe those to us.
He had he couldn't sleep by himself anymore. He had to sleep with someone else, and it just to this day still sleeps with his older brother. And he just refuses to sleep by himself. And he frequent bedwetting started occurring after that, and frequent bouts of losing his temper, and just becoming angry, things like that.
And for how long did those things last?
For a long time. It's improved,
Mhm.
I would say, but it still occurs. It was very frequent after that for quite some time.
Are there any other major life adjustments?
Just trying to internalize it and, move forward, and, it's, the impact on my husband and myself, it was pretty significant and caused a lot of anxiety, and,
I agree, Judge. We won't go down that road.
Okay, so we won't consider that just to the child. Next question.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much. Please answer any questions from defense counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gonzalez. You have filed a civil lawsuit in this courthouse as well regarding the events of January 6, 2023, correct?
as it's relevant to my son.
Okay, let you know that and you can answer, please. Repeat questions.
You have filed a civil lawsuit related to the events of January 6, 2023 in this circuit court, correct? And you have named Dr. Parker as a defendant in that matter, correct? And you're seeking money damages from Dr. Parker and the other defendants, correct?
Am I still liable to speak on this?
Yes, maybe you can answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you and several other parents are represented by the same attorney, right?
Objection, Judge, that is not who they are represented by the civil suit. It's not in any way relevant.
Response.
I think it's relevant. We have a series of witnesses all filing civil lawsuits and represented by the same attorney. I think it's totally relevant to these proceedings.
And I object to counsel saying they're all represented by the same attorney, and he's not testifying.
Correct, that's not evidence.
Well,
I'm not sustaining the objection. Who their attorneys are, it is not relevant. But, that there's a lawsuit is relevant for cross-examination. Next
Okay.
question.
And a criminal conviction of Dr. Parker will help in that lawsuit, right? What was your answer? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a financial interest in these proceedings, right? I'm sorry?
I imagine that's part of it, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
That's all for this witness, Judge, and I would ask that she be released.
Any objection? Okay, ma'am, so you are excused from being a witness. Thank you for your testimony. That means you can say before you may leave. And watch your step, you step in.
Judge, may I have just less than 1 minute?
Yes, sir. You can sit down.
Your Honor, we will have motions to strike, but I do want to take time with co-counsel and defendant to make sure that we're have every base fully covered. So I'm going to ask the court to consider going to recess for the remainder of the day, and then we'll come back first thing tomorrow and make our motions and present any evidence on behalf of the defense.
Come on. In terms of proceeding in that chronological fashion, your position.
I'll submit to the court.
Okay. All right, so to the jury, we take up the motion to strike outside the presence of the jury. It's 4:25 today. And they're asking to do so in the morning. So I will kindly ask you all to report back. Would you like the jurors to report? At what time is the council prepared to do motions to strike in the morning? 8:30 or 9? Say that starting 9?
Yes, 4 motions to strike.
4 motions, and that's the jurors report at 10.
Yes,
Okay. All right, so thank you again for day 3. You have the same cautionary instructions. You should not discuss the case, research the case, allow others to discuss it and or share their discussions as well and opinions with you. I know that's hard. I know this is a high profile case, but that's important to the integrity of the process. And please report at 10 a.m. Are there any issues, anything I can assist you all with? Okay, and last, please, I will not be able to report to provide lunch tomorrow. My assistant's off. And she's the one who, while we're here, actually goes to pick it up. So bring your lunch or be prepared to go out to get food tomorrow. All right, thank you very much.
We rise to the jury. Thank you.
else from the Commonwealth of Defense to take up before we can make our evening recess?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you. See you all at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and if they'll come, that's all I get that.
All right, y'all. Look like that's the end of today. That's the end of the coverage for today. So thank y'all so much for joining. I truly, truly do appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow with day number 3, okay? Thank y'all so much for supporting this live stream today. And I'll see y'all on tomorrow, okay? Y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. All right.